2025 isn't just another year. It's the year where attention became the real currency. AI isn't just supporting marketing anymore, it's leading it. From changing SEO to introducing a new term like GEO, which is Generative Engine Optimization. The game has completely evolved. In today's world, it's not about the brand being the hero, it's the customer who truly drives the story. And with more people online than ever, platforms like Instagram, YouTube, Google, LinkedIn, and Snapchat have become the core battleground for every brand. Today, it's not just about driving traffic, it's about where your brand is discovered, discussed, and trusted. Everything is marketing now, from the hook in your ad to the subject line of your email to the Instagram reel, even the story hidden in one single click of data. So, are you ready to keep up with this wild, fast changing world of digital marketing? Are you ready to design high ROI campaigns that actually win? This course is built exactly for that. It's your chance to learn the biggest digital marketing trends of 2025 and prepare yourself to crack top marketing roles. With this course, you will master social media marketing, build paid ad campaigns that actually convert, use AI tools to be 5x more productive, decode analytics so well that even algorithm won't surprise you. Learn how to crack social media algorithm and go viral on purpose, not by luck. This isn't just a course, it's a career advantage. It gives you the exact skills that companies are actively looking for. So without any further ado, let's get started. If you want to get into digital marketing, this course is for you. And to show you why, let me start with something you have probably experienced yourself. Think about the last time you bought something. You probably searched for it online, watched a YouTube review, saw a few Instagram ads, or read customer ratings. Whether you realized it or not, you were already part of a digital marketing journey. So what exactly is digital marketing? It is the use of digital platforms like Google, social media, emails, and app to reach people, promote product, and grow businesses. It's how brands build trust, get your attention, and drive action, all without meeting you in person. As of 2025, over 5.5 billion people are online, and 70% of them research before they buy. That is why digital marketing has become a must have skill, whether you are a student, freelancer, business owner, or a job seeker. And it's not just about running ads. Digital marketing is about understanding how people think, what they search for, and how to turn attention into results. It's then creativity, psychology, and data to create real impact. In this course, you will learn everything from SEO and social media strategy to paid ads, content marketing, email campaigns, analytics, influencer marketing, and the latest AI tool reshaping the industry. You will even explore new trends like generative engine optimization that help content rank on AI-powered platforms like ChatGPT and Gemini. We will guide you step by step with real world tools and example. By the end of this course, you will be ready to apply your knowledge in your own project, business or career. So if you're curious about how brands grow, how influencers get deals, or how one ad can lead to millions in sales, you are in right place. Digital marketing is one of the most powerful skills today and your journey starts right here. So without any further ado, let's get started.
Social media marketing. So first, before we start about social media marketing, guys, so any kind of, topic that you are listening to, or if you're trying to understand, right? So you should always follow this kind of a framework, right? So this is a formula that I always apply. So it's all about what, why, and how. Okay. So always have this understanding of what, why, and how. Okay. So very clearly, what does it mean is what is actually social media marketing? Okay. So we have to start with the fundamentals, and then why should you invest time in social media marketing for business? All right. And then how are you going to shape the business with SMM? Okay. So SMM is nothing but social media marketing. All right. So that is what you need to be addressing and then understanding. So most of the cases, what happens is basically, so when I say something called as social media marketing, or when you hear about social media marketing, everybody will start talking about Facebook, they start talking about YouTube, they start talking about Instagram, they start talking about Snapchat. So those are channels. But technically, what social media marketing is, basically, everybody might have their own definitions, but you should understand this very clearly. It's all about utilizing the social media channels to create, okay, and inspire the audience to make sure that they are hooked to your brand. Okay, when I say your brand, the business. All right. So social media marketing is all about utilizing all those social media channels to make sure that you create and inspire that audiences, whoever is falling into that kind of consumer set. You have to make sure that they are hooked to your brand. They remember your brand for a longer period of time. Okay, so that is what social media marketing is all about. All right. So now to just give you a glimpse of it. So everybody, right now, we are all a part of social media, including myself, right? But the only difference here is now we have to start acting like you are a marketer, not a consumer, right? Till now, everybody have been the consumers. You guys have been actively using social media for your own benefit, right? So the only benefit that you're getting out of it is most of the cases entertainment, right? So it could be YouTube, it could be Meta, it could be Instagram, it could be Snapchat, it could be Pinterest, it could be Quora, it could be something else, right? So once you get to know all of this understanding, then basically this is then basically this is what you have to understand, that okay, till now I have been a consumer, now I have to turn itself, put yourself in the shoes of a marketer, and then understand how this social media platforms can help me take this business to the next level. So how do I launch my own product on social media and make sure that everybody is trying to get to know about my brand? Or probably once you get to know about the brand, you will eventually fall into that bucket of sales and all of that. Okay, so that is what you have to understand about social media. Okay, so most importantly, you have to turn yourself into marketer rather than a customer. Right. So that is what social media marketing is all about. Now, why should you invest time in social media marketing for businesses is because of one simple reason called as audience size. Right. So, audiences are widely available. There are millions of consumers. Okay. Millions of consumers are available, and these consumers are very expressive. Okay. I call it as expressive audiences. So what do you mean by expressive audiences is basically, they have some requirement. They understand, you will be able to know the market needs of it because they actively keep searching for something. Okay. All the consumers, again, you can think of your own self. You're actively going there. You are there on Instagram. You are just scrolling your feed, and suddenly you see something that you like, and then you go follow it, and then keep, trying to, purchase or follow the brand. Correct. So that is, what the market needs is all about. And then very, very, very importantly, social media is a huge network. Okay, so what is the kind of networks that you see is a huge network of businesses. It's a huge network of advertisers. It's a huge network of business development managers, right? It's a network of marketers. Yeah, it's a network of marketers. It's a network of sales guys. It's a network of consumers. And it's also a network of entrepreneurs. Okay, so when I say social media marketing, I'm saying all the platforms, right? So it could also include LinkedIn, it could also include Facebook, all the platforms that we have discussed, right? So all of these people are there. The business people are there. We have advertisers who are trying to promote their product. There are business development managers who are trying to reach out to this thing, right? And then there are marketers who are actively trying to promote their own brand. There are sales people who are trying to communicate with you saying that we have the product, sir, why don't you buy it? And then there are consumers who are actually a part of all of these, who are actually the target for all of these people, right? And then there are entrepreneurs who are actively trying to understand how the social media works, and probably see the space where they could launch their own product. Okay, so that is where, that is why it's a very huge network. Just looking at Meta itself, just going to Facebook itself, you will see a lot of audiences available there, right? And the other, reason why you should invest is basically the reach is very easy and faster. Okay, the reach is very, okay. Yeah, sure, Divya. So once I'm done with this, I'll re-explain the expressive audiences. Okay. So reach is very easy and faster, right? So when I say reach is very easy and faster, so if I had to reach out to multiple cities and multiple locations at once, so I can do it faster within, the social media itself. Let's say I wanted to promote a product called as, let's say, Rare Rabbit. Okay. So Rare Rabbit is a brand which is into apparel industry, which is into clothing. So if I had to promote a new launch, okay, new launch of my gear, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna target Mumbai, I'm gonna target Bangalore, and I'm gonna target Hyderabad and Chennai. So all four regions I can instantly just go and then bombard it, right? So all the four towns will be able to access this, right? So that's the kind of reach that I can do, which is very easy and faster as well. If I had to use the traditional methodology, then I had to look for the space for this commercial hoarding or all of this. So that is gonna take a lot of time and effort as well, and most importantly money, right? But that is not required here. So reach is very easy. Right now, explaining again the expressive audience, guys. So what does this expressive audience mean? So anybody online, I'll tell you in a very simple and easy manner, right? So the audiences are, explaining themselves that I like this, I don't like this. Okay. So simple. I'll give you an algorithmic explanation here, right? So every day you go to Instagram or you go to Shorts or you go to these platforms, and then whatever that you like, you instantly hit that likes, correct? Likes or these reactions that you have, correct? So when you are doing that as a process, basically what is happening in the background is you yourself are giving a confirmation to the platform that I like this kind of a content, right? When you are doing this so when you are giving that expression of liking something, commenting on something, sharing something, the value keeps on increasing, right? The more kind of likes that you have or that you do on certain content, the more likely is what you see the similar kind of a content, correct? So that's the reason why, for example, if I take few names here, so for instance, so let's say Abhinav has his own feed, right? Or Akshay has their own feed, Anderson has their own feed, and then Bharat has their own feed, Christina has a different feed, Darshana has a different feed, and then Kavya will see an entire different feed. So looking at all of this, basically one thing which is very clear is no feed is similar to the other one, correct? So I'll have a different feed altogether. Harshal will have a different feed altogether. Divya will have her own feed, right? So nowhere it is a cross. Why is that happening is purely because of your own engagement, right? So based on that user engagement, the users are unknowingly expressing themselves, right, on the social media with a simple click on that like. Got it? So that is what expressive audience means. This is stage one. Stage one is just liking it, right, in the news feed. Stage two is commenting something, right? When you comment on something saying that this is great, I have never seen something like this. So some people will use these, the Gen Z words, all of the Gen Z expressions right now that we have is LMAO, you have psych, you have, different terminologies like LOL, ROFL, all of these things, right? The Gen Z abbreviations that we have or the millennial abbreviations. So all of this will give next level of impact. So when the algorithm detects that you are loving this kind of a content, and when you are expressing it directly, that, this is, next level. I like it. So now algorithm tweaks it in a different, manner, right? So that is something that you should understand. This is stage two, and stage three is basically sharing it, right? So liking is basic, commenting on it is okay to a next level, and then if you are sharing it, that means you want this content to be shared to your own network of people. It could be in a WhatsApp status, it could be just a story, it could be sending it to your own WhatsApp groups, right? All of this now based on the activity that you are doing. So all these are expressions only, correct? So without your own understanding only, you are feeling it, you are doing it, you are actively pursuing all of these activities. So all of this falls under this expressive audience. So now, based on these expressions, basically, so you will automatically understand how the consumers are, looking for. What are the consumers searching for, right? So what are the, market requirements right now? So, why do you think everybody searches for air conditioning during summers, right? Why do you think everybody is searching for these hoodies during the winters? So it's a, market need. That's a requirement coming from the audiences, right? So this is very basic. This is, the example that I gave is very basic in terms of, you know, when I say basic in terms of, the regular stuff. But, some other market requirements saying that, okay, suddenly you have some other, trend that is going on right now, right? So based on that trend, you can create that, a need for it. So simply to give an example, let's take Soul Store, right? It's an apparel brand. So which is purely into these fandom, right? So DC Comics, Marvel, all of that. They imprint Iron Man, Batman. They'll do, all this imprinting on the t-shirts and everything, and then they simply sell for it, right? So then people automatically, one or the other way, they start searching for similar kind of this thing, right? So that is where you can tap into the market needs. But does anyone search for products on social media? Yeah, yeah, absolutely. So there is something called as marketplace, Avirup. So, if you go to Facebook, you will see something called as marketplace. So there are a lot of audiences who actively search for it, right? But I think probably you are comparing with Google search. Google search is dominant. Google search is the next level. So probably if Google search is 100, I am talking about social media searches, which is basically probably, 10 to 20% of what Google is doing. Okay, but still people go to that marketplace, look for those kind of products or anything. So because of only one reason, they might get something as an offer, right? And that is what you get in the expressive audiences. I mean, get through the expressive audiences, right? How do we get to know which product that customer is searching on social media? So you will actually have all the insights, Deepti, right? So basically you'll have insights coming from social media. So there are a lot of tools also which we'll be discussing on the go. I'll explain very critically what are those things and what kind of tools we can use. How do we know what kind of products or what kind of searches are happening on social media? We'll get to see all of that in the upcoming sessions. Okay, so I'll explain that when the right time comes. Yeah. So, that is what, we have with the audience size. And then, basically other reason why you should invest time in social media is one of the reason. So basically what happens is when you are trying to use this as a business, it is much more convenient compared to the actual marketing, the traditional marketing methodologies, right? So that is why you have to make sure that you are understanding this thing right, and you're understanding the audience, the type of audience that we are tapping into, the kind of audiences that we are tapping into. All of this is a part of the process, right? So that is where you need to keep an active, time in terms of understanding the consumers more and the product more rather than, the platform, right? So everybody does this in reverse. So what people are doing is basically they are simply starting away with all the social media channels and then starting to create content, and then they are trying to dump the content across social media, right? But what's the point of doing it? I'll just give you an example, right? Let's say there are male and female, who is a boyfriend and a girlfriend. Okay, so a boy and a girl who are in love, so they are who are actually falling in love. Probably imagine that the boy has a crush on her, right? So now when they first try to go on a date. Okay, so the boy approaches the girl and then he is trying to, impress her in certain way. Now, when he is trying to impress her in a certain way, obviously there is certain, there are certain rules that, usually people follow, right? I don't know what Gen Z is following right now, but at least, when I was in college, so we had certain, decorum that we used to maintain when we are approaching girls, okay, in terms of asking for a date, right? So you go, you dress well, you talk well, you make sure that you are, putting your proposal right, you're trying to impress her, you're doing, as a boy, you're trying to do that, right? At the same time, the other person is also trying to, accept it based on the kind of proposal that you're putting, right? Now replicate the same concept here in business, here in social media, right? When it comes to social media as well, you cannot go, as you wish, right? You need to follow certain rules. You need to understand what the other person likes. And based on that, you have to make sure that you are giving your value in that. Correct. So when I know that, when I know that my crush, likes these kind of things, I try to present her as gifts, when I approach her. Correct. So if I'm not doing that, I mean, that's a way of impressing the other person. Correct. So now when you're trying to do that on social media also, you have to have a similar kind of an approach. You have to treat your consumer like your girlfriend or boyfriend, right? So at least you have to think like, you have only, a few chances available, and you have to take that chance in terms of proposing them right. Right. So the only discussion that you have is, the limitation that you have is the product. You have to impress the consumer in all ways possible to make sure that the consumer is liking your product in the first place. Right. So you cannot take chances later, right? So, that's the biggest catch. So based on that, you have to start looking at a social media slowly and steadily, understanding the consumers, right? Understanding the kind of audience you want, and then start building everything from there. You are now actually looking at a different side of social media marketing altogether, which you must have never seen before. So, that this is the new way of approaching social media, and this is the only way that you have to start looking at it, right? Unless and until you see this kind of, direction, obviously you will go blind, right? This is just like, trying to win an Olympics with no practice at all, right? So that is why your approach towards social media marketing has to change. All right. So that is the reason why, we are discussing this in detail. And now we'll move on to the next phase, which is the how part, right? So how do we do it? It's all about the strategy. Okay. We have to figure out the strategic ways to ensure the business goals are met. Okay. So just by dumping the content, with all those pointers is not going to help, right? So we need to make sure that we are figuring out all the strategic ways possible to make sure that we are reaching that customer, we are trying to satisfy the customer, right? To a certain extent. Okay. So those goals usually will be, divided monthly. So you will have monthly goals. Some businesses will focus on quarterly goals. Right. Yeah. So monthly, quarterly, and then you will have half yearly goals. Okay. And then annual goals. All of this consistently you will have, together. So, these, particularly basically, absolutely. So, this is something that, we all should invest. We all should understand very clearly. So not just this, guys, not just in terms of social media, always apply this logic of what, why, and how. Okay. So, when it comes to, what, why, and how, so you need to make sure that you are understanding the logic of everything, right? So it could be an interview, right? It could be anything. Okay. Now, how are we gonna, shape? Basically, we will start with the annual goals, right? But at the same time, you also need to understand, there is something called as a marketing funnel. Okay. So you can use it for digital marketing funnel also. So, okay, let me put it in digital marketing funnel. Okay. So what is this funnel basically is, so, for any kind of a business, okay? So first and foremost, what has to happen for any kind of a business or any kind of a product, right? So you always need to have to create awareness about the brand, right? So what do you mean by brand awareness is basically letting the customer know that this is my product. Okay, so these are the benefits of the product. These are the reasons why you should use this product. Okay, and this is also, I mean, you can put all the reasons why you should use this product. That is where you have it. So you have to create that awareness to people, right? So unless and until people get to know what you are, why would they even consider your product? Okay. So that is your next stage. Stage one is to create brand awareness. Stage two is to make sure that people are considering your product to, buy from you, right? So when I say consideration, so that means I am trying to I'm trying to find all those people who are actually interested. Okay, so these are people who are consumers who are interested in the product, guys. So there is a difference. Don't get confused between the interest and the purchase. Purchase is different, interest is different. I like the product, but that doesn't mean that I buy the product. Got it? So the customers are interested in the product, so they want to know more about the product. I'll give you an example, then you will understand it better. So they want to get that detail. They want to know more about the product so that they make decision. Gets easier at this stage. Okay, so that is your consideration. So now once people get to know that, okay, now they are trusting the process, that is where your conversions happen. Okay, conversions are nothing but a sale coming from the customer after they have thoroughly understood the product and the benefit they can get, right? So that is what we call it as conversion, right? And after the conversion also there is something called as post sale experience. Okay, post sales experience is basically they trusted you, they bought the product. Now they are going to give you the reviews about your product. Okay, they are going to become your testimonial. They are going to become your referrals, right? So that is your 4 stages. So this is what we call it as a funnel. So why do we call it as a funnel? Basically is, let me show you why that happens. So I'll give you a very simple example. All right. So let's say there is, a product. Okay. Okay. Let me write here itself. Okay. Let's say, so let me give you an example. All right. So first and foremost, let's pick up a product. Let's say, I wanted to buy, so there is this new brand called, maybe, let's say Tata EV, some EV vehicle. Okay. So this is the product. So this is a new product which is in town. So I had to create brand awareness about it, right? So now what I'm going to do with this brand as a Tata, as a company is I'm going to create, social media post, right? So now this social media post is seen by, all the audiences. Let's say this social media post is seen by 10,000 people. Okay. 10,000 have actually seen it, right? Now, out of these 10,000 people, do you think all of those will be trying to consider my product? Absolutely not. Correct. So just by, showing this to 10,000 people, can I expect all the 10,000 people to like my product, to like Tata EV? Absolutely not. Correct. So everybody might not like it. Correct. So out of that, I am assuming that 30% of social media post might be considering, right? So that leaves me, what is 30% of 10,000? 30% of 10,000 is 3,000 people, right? So 3,000 people might consider, I am not 100% sure. I am assuming that 3,000 people might consider that, okay, this product is good, right? Now, out of 3,000 people, do you really think, these 3,000 people will become my consumers? I mean, get converted to buying it? Again, absolutely not. I'll take 10% of it. 10% of, this considered audiences, 10% of consideration, that becomes 300 people who have chances of buying, right? Now, out of these 300 people who have that chances of buying, there might be again 10% sale, 10% conversion rate, right? So 10% of it is 30. So finally, I might get 30 sales. Correct? Look at the numbers. If 10,000 people see it, there is a chance of 30 sales. Again, 30% and 30%, 10%, these are all bigger numbers, right? So you see, basically this is a funnel. So the awareness has to be created to these 10,000 people. So that is, 30, that might lead you to 30 sales. But if my, conversion rate, if I have to make sure that I am selling 300 units, then this has to be at least 1 lakh people. Got it? So that is what you have to think about. That is exactly what this is. So now people will, come to you and then say that, no, I directly want sales. I want conversions directly. So which is very bad. You cannot do that. You cannot create conversions unless and until you create this brand awareness and consideration. Got it, guys? Clear, everybody? I repeat myself, simple. If there are 10,000 people who have seen your product, out of that 30% might, showcase interest in your product. And out of these 30% of it, 10% might consider your product. And out of 10% who has, considered your product, only 10% might convert. 10% of this one might convert into a sale. Might, again, this is also not 100%, right? So because of this only, you need to follow a funnel, right? So that funnel involves every kind of a product, any kind of a product, you has to go through these stages only, for sure. Without these kind of a stages, there is no way that you can surpass the point of making sure that the sale or a product marketing happens, right? So all the thing that we are doing at these stages, these two stages, is all the social media marketing. Got it? So that's why we call it as a funnel. Clear, guys? Now I'll show you visually, so that you will understand much more easier. Okay. So digital marketing, I'll show you a visual explanation so that you will understand it much more easily. So this is how visually it will look like. So all the lead generation, stage that you're seeing right now, this is technically the sales part of it. Okay. Typically what happens is, at this awareness stage, you are trying to use all this content marketing, social media, all the SEO, SEM and everything here at this point. Slowly, these guys will start getting, little bit of interest over a period of time. For them, you will use a different tactics. So you'll have decisions and then you have the action being taken. So it's a universal model called as IDA. So you create that awareness and then you drive them towards interest, and then you try to ease their decision making process, and finally you let them take action in terms of buying a product, right? So all this process, I mean, all of you also will have to this kind of a you will go through this kind of a process at all stages, right? So everywhere you will see a similar kind of model working. Only thing is, you as a consumer will never know that. Okay, so I'll give you one simple example. Everybody must have gone through Amazon, correct? You must have at least, at least recently also, you must have gone to Amazon. So you must have done that a typical window kind of a shopping where you are just simply exploring a product, right? So when you check the product, you have gone to that product page, checked the pricing, checked the specifications and everything. Because of some reason, you exited the Amazon application at that point of time. You will exactly see the same product sometime later in a different website. Have you everybody gone through this? I'm sure everybody must have done this. Everybody must have gone through this kind of a same product seeing or following you everywhere. They'll also follow you on YouTube. They'll follow you on websites. They'll follow you on Facebook. You'll get this kind of a following everywhere, right? So this concept of following you everywhere is basically a concept of marketing, remarketing. Okay, we call it as remarketing. Marketing again to the same person, because I am assuming that this guy might like my product, right? So that remarketing happens at the interest stage, right? So this is at the second level, which is trying to create more interest on the users. Coming back to our mind map, and just to give you a little bit of heads up, so you have already learned this much till now. The next stage, the next bit that I'm going to explain is going to be much more interesting rather than this one. So which is understanding the consumer. Okay, so consumer day-to-day life. You yourself will be surprised. What are you doing on a day-to-day basis? Okay, so it's gonna be fun, right? So the one of the interesting aspect, why you should consider social media marketing is basically, let's take a day-to-day activity of a consumer, right? So day-to-day activity of a consumer. Think of your own self. Okay, so think of your own self, what you're doing on a day-to-day basis. Okay, starting with, on an average, I think people wake up at 7 a.m. in the morning. Yeah. So I think approximately 7 to 7:30 a.m. in the morning is what everybody wakes up. The moment you wake up, guys, the moment you wake up, what do? You unlock your phone, correct? That's what you do. You unlock your phone, and then instantly what you do? you check the notifications. Correct? You drag that this thing, right? So instantly check that notifications, and the first notification that you focus on is the WhatsApp. Correct? So WhatsApp is always the first priority. Correct? Yes. And then you go to the WhatsApp, and then you probably check your messages, and whatever that messages basically is, you try to do that, right? If you have nothing, then once you're done with WhatsApp, then you probably move on to Instagram, and slowly you maybe also look at Facebook or Snapchat, right? Or you might go to YouTube as well. Correct? And I mean, you carry your phone everywhere. This is, you are brushing, you are washing your phone, you are going to washroom, you are taking your phones as well. So this is basically what everybody does, right? So I mean, we are not different. We are no different, right? And then along with notifications, there is also other thing that you might also notice, which is missed calls, right? You'll also check, Array, why did this guy call me somewhere in the night when you are asleep, right? So now if you take the overall time that is getting invested here, so the average time, on an average, you will lose 30 to 45 minutes for sure. Yeah, average time spent, if I may call it as 30 to 45 minutes, just like that. It's just flows. It just flows like water, right? So once this is done, probably you try to get to your next level, which is the 9 a.m. zone, right? So usually at 9 a.m. basically you travel, right? So either you travel to your office if you are a working individual, or you are probably getting some course like this, right? If you are going to office, then basically you are looking for Uber or Ola or Rapido, right? You are trying to do that, and in this process also basically you are checking the music apps. Correct? You are either on Spotify, you are either on Ghana. Yes, you are checking that Wink or maybe Geo7. Yes. So at least if you are young, you will definitely have this, or else you will be on calls. If you are technically about 35 or 36, then yeah, podcast, yes, anything, Spotify, any of it. So you will be on these things, right? So technically, again, here you will have that time zone that is there at 9 a.m., probably 9 or 10. All right. And then 11 a.m. What happens at 11 a.m.? You're trying to have that breakfast. Now we have gone to office. I checked in. Now I am happy. So nobody's gonna question me. So you are having your breakfast or a brunch, right? During this time also, you're not keeping your phone aside. No, you're having that reels or shorts. Correct? You're checking those reels and shorts, right? Or you're actually checking your feed, right? You're going again to Instagram or to Facebook or to X or to LinkedIn. Correct? You are definitely taking all of these things during that breakfast and all of that. Correct? So this technically you will have, yeah, match highlights, everything, all of that is gonna consume that thing. And then after this, probably if you are in office, you are working something, or you are actually trying to be reach your friends or whatever acquaintances, right? And then if you take the next thing, which is 2 p.m., right? So 2 p.m. is basically the lunchtime, right? Even during your lunch times also, what typically people do is they are checking the WhatsApp status, right? Or they are doing a chat, or they are doing that shopping thing, right? So they go to Myntra, right? They go to Amazon, they go to Flipkart, right? I mean, we all do this, no, on a regular basis. If there are any working professionals who are actually in the session right now, you will definitely relate to this. And you'll also try to attend some calls. You are checking your emails, and then if there is nothing left, then you are going to simply browse the internet. Okay, you are going to be basically you are just be trying to go to that internet zone. And there, now I'll tell you what people do, what people browse on internet. Okay, I'll just take an example of food. Okay, so since Indians are bookers basically, so we try to browse the internet. So I'll tell you what people browse also. How to reduce weight. Yeah. So how to, you know, become like Ritik Roshan. Yeah. So there'll be people who are searching for how to eat more and look thin. Yeah, trust me, even my friends also do this. And there'll be people who are searching for makeup videos. Yeah, there are people who are searching for cooking videos, probably on YouTube, right? And then they are also trying to do that DIY, right? So this is what people do, and this is happening. This is definitely happening on that during the lunch times for sure, right? And all of this technically, easily it goes by 2 hours. 2 hours for sure. 2 hours is simply gone. All right. And then, you go to that 5 p.m. Section. So, I mean, after all of this done, you are basically tired, no? So you need a break, right? So everybody is now expecting this kind of a break. So you have that tea time. Now you are in a tea time mode. Yeah. Right. So the tea time mode basically is where you try to do or, search for this workout or, some kind of sport activities. You are trying to do the chit chat, right? So technically in the chit chat also you're trying to gossip something, right? Somebody or whatever is happening. You're trying to explore, travel or food order or sleep naps, right? So some people, who have, they also do the power naps, right? So they get little drowsy during those times, somewhere around 5 p.m. That's the reason why people go to that tea, right? They like to have a little walk, right? And then, obviously Googling if there is nothing left. Right. So this, if you see, all the activities that is happening on a day-to-day basis in any single individual life, right? And then finally you have only two time zones after this, which is 9 p.m. time zone, and then there is 11 p.m. time zone. Okay. 9 p.m., we everybody will do, what is happening. So you are focused on that food ordering, right? Or you are looking for some party places, right? If it is Friday, right? Right now we are on the Saturday evening, right? People must have done that, right? They are looking for maps, they are looking for next day plans. Okay, what to do next day? So I think Pushpa 2 is released. So everybody is on that havoc of, watching that Pushpa at least. So, everybody have their own plans. And then there'll be few couple of guys, guys and girls who are actually, trying to party it. They are also searching for wine shops near me. They are in this category also, right? So all of this is happening in a day-to-day life, guys, right? So, and finally they'll end up at 11 p.m. Now they are trying to do the binge watching, right? Netflix or Prime or probably Z. Now, if you take a look at it, the reason why I had to put down all of this in front of you is look at the time that user is investing in all the media. You get it? Now, this is the serious part. All this is fun part, but look at the serious part. Everybody is investing close to 8 to 9 hours in their day-to-day life on digital media. And that luckily involves a lot of the, social media. A lot of social media is involved very clearly. All right. So yeah, the reason why I'm writing it down. So, look at it. So basically we are all a part of it, not just, this thing, but everybody is a part of this process, right? So every day we are actually investing close to 8 to 9 hours on social media, right? So now, basically you have to also, again, now this is a lesson for you guys. Now I'm not asking you guys to, shut all of these things down. That is anyway not going to happen. So only thing that you have to do is now you know that everybody is investing so much time into social media and all of this. How can you maximize that efforts, right? How can you convert those audiences into something of value for your own business? That's it, right? That is where I am headed. That is where you have to understand what a consumer is doing. This is an easy way, easy gateway for you to understand, right? So let's see, pick up a simple idea. Every day at 9 a.m. in the morning, Zomato will, send you a notification saying that, Bhaiya, I know that you are hungry. So there is a, hot idli waiting for you. Why don't you simply order? Correct? It comes at 11, it comes at 8 a.m. in the morning, 8 to 9 a.m. in the morning. It comes at 11 to 12 p.m. in the afternoon. And then 3 to 4 p.m. it will also wake you up regarding the snacks. And at 7 p.m. again, it will, remind you with regards to dinner. Everybody is seeing this. Yeah. Swiggy and Zomato are always on your back, making you remember what to eat. Correct? And just by looking at that notification only, you are not hungry technically, but you will feel hunger at that point of time. Yes? Do you agree with this, guys? Zomato and Swiggy does that, right? And the moment you open YouTube during those times also, you will see that instant 5-second ad, hungry, order now on Zomato. You will see that hot smoky air coming in that video, correct? So you will have that craving for that McD, you will have craving for that biryani, you will have craving for that ice cream, you will have craving for that chai in the evening. All of this is that only, right? Okay, how do they decide which food to promote? It's simple. I mean, when you are in the mornings, you will see the breakfast mode. If you are in the afternoon, you will see the lunch mode. I mean, it's a basic sense, right, Deepti? So based on that only, they'll try to simply do it. And the kind of notification that you get, it is all personalized, right? When I say personalized, they know what you have ordered recently, right? So, if Zomato can understand what, Hemant is ordering usually for breakfast, and the most ordered on breakfast is Hemant's favorite, no? Correct? You guys get it, guys? Whatever I order, multiple times, that indicates to Zomato, it's a simple data analysis. So that indicates to Zomato that Hemant like this. And so they'll keep constantly sending me those kind of notifications only, right? Hot sambar idli is waiting for you. Being in South India, you'll get to this. Masala dosa is waiting for you. Ghee karam masala dosa will come, that as a notification, right? And when it is lunch, basically, since I am in Hyderabad right now, it will always prompt me to check for biryani over there, right? So now, based on this, you need to understand the importance of what we can do with the social media very clearly, and then make sure that everybody is catered to that business. All right. So yeah, so moving on to the next aspect of it. So knowing that, we now clearly know that there are a lot of audiences on the platforms. So we are now trying to understand the network. Okay. So what are the options available for us, right? So we call it as channels. So what are the channels that are available for us, right? One of the first and foremost important aspect of it is Facebook, like we already know, right? So few of you might be thinking that, sir, we no more use Facebook at all, right? But you have to look at Facebook as a very dynamic platform, because this is giving us very critically two major aspects of it, right? So though we might not actively use Facebook, there is a lot of potential still even today on Facebook as well. Okay, so Facebook is offering that personal profile first. Okay, and then it is also offering for us to have our own dedicated business page. First and foremost, I think personal profile, pretty much everybody knows about it. I'm not going to take too much of detail here. So where if, every profile has a dedicated profile picture attached to it, you can add your bio to it. Okay, so basically everybody doesn't write anything at all. So you have to now start acting as the representative of a business. You have to present yourself as a marketer, right? So you have to do little bit of cleaning, right? So always try to write who you are and present about yourself. Okay. So I know what is there in your Facebook also. I can understand and relate what is existing on your Facebook. So in your Facebook, basically you will have all that junk, correct? So it's high time that you clean your junk, right? So why I'm saying this is, guys, basically this is very, very important for everybody, right? So you have to make sure that you are cleaning your Facebook profile, right? So you must have liked everything, all the nonsense on the planet at that point of a time. Probably I'm talking about 5-6 years back. So you have to clean that profile, right? Why? I'll tell you the logic, right? Um so basically, what is happening here, in terms of Facebook is, I mean, not just Facebook, in all the platforms. So very specifically, why I'm talking about Facebook more is, you have to stop, following all that junk, following all that likes, shares, and comments and everything, whatever that you have been doing. You have to start putting yourself in a different zone altogether. Okay. Why is basically, till now you have been a customer. you have been enjoying the entertainment, for your own self. But going forward, you will be under a scrutiny when you are representing a company. So technically, when you're digital marketing for some product or a business, so basically what's going to happen is they are going to come after you. They are going to look at your, Facebook profile. They are going to come to your LinkedIn profile. They are going to come to your Instagram. They are definitely going to get connected with you on these platforms. Correct? When they are trying to get connected with you on these platforms, and if they come to your profile and then they see that you have shared some love failure YouTube song on your Facebook, so imagine how awkward it looks like. Correct? So that is something that you should be very careful about, right? So never make yourself put in that zone of vulnerability, right? So people are gonna instantly judge. Hey, this person is not even looking like genuine. This person is not even being professional. So he says all the professional things over the other channel, but when I look at their Facebook profile, it's very dumb, right? So you should not look like that, basically. So you have to make sure that you are cleaning all of that junk from your social media, right? Even if it is hard, you have to do that. So there are two options, basically. Either you clean that junk, or you can simply shut it down and then start creating a new one altogether, right? So that's really, really important, guys. You have to make sure that you're doing it. Okay. Sir, for SMM, an old account will give a good lead generation, or we can create a new account for SMM. No, old account will always have a better value, Shanmuga. Basically, that's the reason why I'm saying to clean it, right? So when I say clean it, basically Facebook always puts older accounts into first preference, right? So I mean, the more older your account is, the more value your account has. That's it. So your ad account will be activated. Your profile also has some weight. I mean, when I say profile has weight, your constant engagement has to be there. Just being on Facebook is not going to create any value. Okay, so you have to mind that, right? Yeah. Now I'm coming to that point only, Deepthi. So now all the things that I'm writing right now, that is where you start cleaning your junk, right? So you start with your bio, right? And then after the bio, the details, right? So what kind of details you should be focused on. Okay, so try to put your study details, your academics, if it is comfortable with you. Okay, and then make sure that your relationship status is straight. Okay, so don't put into that in a depression mode. Okay, don't try to upload all of that content there, right? And then along with that, make sure that your photos, whatever that they are available, they are very decent enough. Okay, try to create a folder and then to save all of that. And then whatever that you have liked or followed, you must have liked or followed some meme content or any of it back then, so that is still existing, right? Make sure that you are you know uh, only keeping those things which you prefer to have in your feed, right? And then start focusing more on business, celebrities, influencers. So try to like or follow. So basically you are just making sure that everything is right? So similarly in the profile, this is what you should be doing. Similarly for business also, you will have something called as logo or page created. So for this you will have a logo, you will have a cover picture. All right, and then you should have a company bio where you mention what is the company all about, and then contact details. You have to mention the website, okay, and the email address. So these are mandatory things, guys. So if you already have run Facebook pages, then you must have known this by chance. But these are mandatory things: website, email, and mobile number. Website also you can still do it later, but mobile number and email is very mandatory, because now Facebook is also, if Facebook gets any doubt, right? So Facebook will ask for authentication, whether you are the person or not. So it might also ask Aadhaar card or any of the identity proof if needed. Okay, so make sure that you're not goofing up. All right. And then content sharing is a must. Basically, usually, the content that goes. So when I say content, people always think it is just the text part. No. Content ka matlab, it is text, it is image, it is infographics, okay? It is videos, it is articles, it is blogs, everything, right? All of that. Even the podcast also, we can call it as content only. Okay. It can be an audio podcast or it can be a video podcast. Both of them are, the podcasts only. Got it, guys? So don't assume that content is only text. All right. So all of this, even videos and articles, blogs, everything is what we call it as a content only. Okay. So for every business page, you are also getting. So this is what everybody knows that, okay, this is what we are getting in the Facebook, right? One thing that people doesn't know is Facebook is also giving that professional dashboard. Okay. So in this professional dashboard, basically you will be able to, oh, sorry. So you'll be able to get the insights. Okay. When I say insights, basically, you will get to know very clearly the demographics part of it, where what age group is coming to your page, from which location you are coming to your page. You can also track the likes, comments, and shares for individual pages. All right. And what kind of interest the audience is having, all of that. Yes, obviously. The community, you can also get the gender, right? Along with these things, you will have metrics, guys. Metrics is something, okay, what are metrics is, things which are measurable, right? So we call it as measurable data, right? So what is this measurable data is basically how many people this post has reached to, right? So how many people have clicked on it? So how many people have messaged me? How many people have gone to WhatsApp from Facebook? How many people, I mean, I can literally measure from reach to clicks, or from clicks to conversions. I can literally track all of this here. Okay, simple to make sure that you understand it very easily. So let me give you an example here. Okay, measurable data. Okay, let me give you an example here. So basically, let's say, you will see that boost post on Instagram, right? Have you seen that? Anything that you post on Instagram, you will see a tiny tab or a blue color button called as boost post. Yeah, right. So that boost post, right? If you have, let's say, for example, there is Lena. Okay. So Lena has posted something. So Lena, let's say, for example, Lena owns this product called as let's say Rare Rabbit, okay, or Zara for that matter, okay. So she's owning one of the franchise called Zara, right? So for Zara, there is one kind of this thing, she's trying to promote one new Christmas apparel, okay, one thing related to Christmas, right? So she is investing 100 rupees per day, okay, on that post, and then she is getting that 10,000 reach. I'm just taking a random number just for understanding, right? So basically she's now technically what happens is, I mean, everybody thinks this boost post is really working very well, right? But technically, looking at this 100 rupees, so Lena will become very happy that, all right, 10,000 people have seen my ad, right? So basically what Instagram is doing is, it is simply trapping you, right? It is just giving you an emotional satisfaction that I have reached your post to these many audiences, right? But technically, business wise, it's nothing. It's not going to give you any value unless and until you are like emotionally satisfied, right? I have seen many clients who have come to me after they have failed at this terribly. They have invested lakhs of rupees into just boost posting, and then later they realized that this is of no use, and then they started cribbing and then coming to me saying that, sir, can you help me out, right? So I have seen many startups, and particularly women, who have invested and then seen no result at all, right? I have seen women who have worked on boutique industry. I have seen people who are fashion designers, people who are into healthcare, dentists, people who are dentists, people who are general physicians. So all of those guys, they have fallen into this trap, right? So ideally, what will happen with this is, instead of simply doing this boost post, if you probably use the same 100 rupees. Okay, where is this gone? Yeah. So if you use the same 100 rupees per day, so instead of reach, right, instead of just focusing on that 10,000 reach, so now I'm trying to drive them towards an application, right? So if I get 10% of this, which is 1,000 clicks, right? So which is taking me for an application. Okay, application which has that dress. Okay, so where out of these 1,000 clicks, again the same funnel process, out of these 1,000 clicks, I'm assuming at least 100 people will add the product to the cart, add to carts, right? So out of these 100, I'm assuming that 50 might buy the product. Okay, 50 buys, or at least out of that, even if there is one dress sold also. Okay, so there is a chance that I'm having at least some X amount of money as a profit, right? Simple understanding. This is what happens. This is what everybody does online. So instead of all those people who doesn't understand social media marketing, they simply do this investment and then basically get business done. But technically, that's not the way. So this is something where you have to do that, and this is possible all the way through Facebook Ad Manager technically, right? So you can use Facebook Ad Manager, and then you can get this done. So I'll anyway explain these. There is advertising also in place, so I have to explain advertising anyway in the process. So I'll do that, not to worry. All right. Yeah, boost campaign can be done to increase followers as well. Yes. So, there is no direct relation to followers increasing, but, there is something called as profile visits, Deepthi. So there is something called as profile visits where you can drive all the users to, get to that profile, right? So once you get to that profile, basically, I mean, people obviously, try to follow you. Yeah. The engagement tactic. Yes, Avirup. Correct. So that is what you have. And, apart from these metrics, the next thing that you have, along with the professional dashboard, in the professional dashboard only, you will have that settings and privacy options. Okay. And then you have security options where you can, you'll have that email verification, two-step verification, two-step authentication. Okay. Two-step authentication is basically, I mean, if anybody is trying to hack your uh, Facebook page or something, you can, do some activity there, right? And then apart from this, you have, something called as Ads Manager, which I was just saying. So where this Ads Manager will let you create those ad campaigns. Okay. So these ad campaigns will enable you to create certain ads specific to this thing, just like your boost post only, but which are very specific, to all the meta platforms, specific across meta platforms. When I say meta platforms, it could be, all these Instagram, Facebook, to a certain extent, WhatsApp, and there is something called as audience network. All right. So apart from these things, there is also Messenger. All right. So these are the places. So now, all of these four, anyway, Instagram, Facebook, WhatsApp, and Messenger. What is this audience network is? Audience network is nothing but basically an extended network. Okay. Where there are other networks who are sharing the information with the Facebook. Okay, these are also similar like Facebook only. So these guys are running their own platforms in different channels, but they are also contributing, to Facebook, saying that, okay, boss, I am okay if you share, whatever that you want on my channel as well. That is what it is, right? So this is what you have, and okay, can we boost those posts which we did not intend to have or increase sale, but just wanted more likes and comments on posts? And then after this, we have something called as community groups. Okay. So community groups, we call it as Facebook groups technically. Okay, so Facebook groups are very effective, highly effective, I would say. Why? Because this is where you can bring along common perspectives, people who have those common perspectives under one roof. Yes. So, you can get all of these people under one roof, and trust me, this is highly effective. All right. So very, very, very effective. So we'll get to see all of these things and on the go when we are actually doing it live. So not to worry about it, right? And then there is also something where you can create Facebook events, okay, through Facebook Event Manager. Okay, so there is something where you can actually create if there is let's say you wanted to host some Christmas Eve, right? So you can use that as a Facebook events manager, and then you can absolutely invite everybody. Whoever wants to join that party, they will be absolutely joining you, no worries at all. Okay, yeah. So that is what we have on Facebook, guys. Similarly, we'll have like Facebook, we have something on Instagram, and then we have LinkedIn, the channels I'm talking about. Okay, so we have LinkedIn, and previously we call it as Twitter, right? You all know what this has been called as. So you have X, and then you have Pinterest, right? And then you have Snapchat. These are all available. Along with that, we have Quora, right? So these are pretty much there. So Reddit, you cannot call it as a social media platform. So why? Because Reddit is more or less like a media, right? So people are active there, but that doesn't mean basically you have something which technically is there. And YouTube, yeah, YouTube also is not a social media channel. People assume that it's a social media channel, but it's not, right? YouTube marketing is entirely a different platform altogether. Why? Because simply understand now, looking at all of this whys, why, what, why, and how. So it is not any kind of a communication channel. People don't go to YouTube to talk to somebody, correct? Yeah. But if you look at all of these platforms, people engage with brands. They talk to these brands. They communicate over these platforms, right? So they make friends over these platforms, but they don't make friends on YouTube. So they just follow some content which is being constantly shared. So never consider YouTube as a social media channel, right? So there are certain people who take it as a social media channel, but my perspective is very clear. So never make sure that never make YouTube as a social media marketing channel. WhatsApp for business is a you can call, I mean, you cannot call it as a social media, but it's a communication channel again. That is also not a part of social media, because WhatsApp business is basically just for communication. You cannot dump the social media post like you are doing it on Facebook and all of that. And also it is very personalized, right? You cannot send it to everybody, correct? So if you see Instagram, whatever that you post, most of it is available for everybody. I mean, you can switch to be available for everybody. LinkedIn, you post something, it is for everybody. X for everybody. Pinterest for everyone. Snapchat for everyone. Quora for everyone. Except Instagram, there is certain setting that everybody cannot see it. If it is a personal profile, if it is a professional profile, everybody can see it. But WhatsApp business, unless and until somebody else will text you, they'll not know who you are. Correct? So it's absolute privacy. Got it? Yeah. So, yeah, WhatsApp channels, yes. WhatsApp channels, again, they have to subscribe to your channel like we are doing it for the regular Instagram stories and all of that. So, yes, to a certain extent, WhatsApp channels can be, you can call them as social media channels only. But again, most of these channels are not communicative, right? I mean, people don't, they cannot respond to you, they cannot post something. I think they can mostly hit those likes, etc. Correct? If I'm not wrong. I think mostly they can like your content, but basically they'll not be able to communicate saying that, yeah, this is great or something like that. So Telegram is that kind of a channel where you communicate and then, people also respond to you then and there, right? So, but I didn't mention Telegram here basically because it's a junkyard. So, too much of privacy concerns, too much of security issues. So that's why we are not using that as a promotional channel. But there are a lot of, scamming things happening on Telegram only, right? All this scam is happening there. There are a lot of cryptocurrencies being exchanged. There are a lot of bots being created then and there. A lot of code is being exchanged there. So there are a lot of channels there. So this is what we have with regards to the network of channels, guys. And very important, importantly, what you should also go through with all of these things. I mean, we'll be walking you through. I'll be walking you through all of these channels right now. So today, just being an introduction, I just gave you the theoretical explanation. But starting tomorrow, we'll have everything live, everything practice. Okay, so everything practical. So you will not have all of this theoretical gyan. Okay, coming from it. All right. So, technically, again, make sure that you are understanding the social media as a platform right. Okay. If you don't understand the social media as a platform right, then possibly the chances are, basically, you will do everything, but it will not give you result. Okay. So one direction that you should clearly understanding is, if you don't understand the subject very clearly, you, no matter whatever strategy that you put in, you will end up being having the same question. Boss, you are saying that you did all the social media marketing, but where is the result? I am not seeing any sale, I am not seeing any engagement. Why is this not happening? Then you will realize, and then you come back to the same question. Okay, so to avoid that only, I'm giving you all these processes very clearly where you start, right? This is where you should remember for everything, not just one, two, three, every part, not just social media. For any kind of a question, go through the similar kind of a process. Okay, yeah. So coming to the next part of it, guys, which is the resources, right? First and foremost is search engine land or search engine journal. Okay. Search engine general is something that you should constantly follow, and then follow HubSpot. Okay. And in HubSpot, there is a topic called content marketing. I'll tell you that later, right? And then actively follow X and certain, people. And then there is, other than that, there are few certifications from Harvard Business Review. Okay. So yeah, Sprout Social. Sprout Social. This is one thing. This is something which needs to be very active, guys. So Sprout Social is very, very much there. And then there is also something called as Buffer. So Digital Marketing Institute. Right. This I think to start with, these are good, guys.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers digital marketing course in collaboration with iHub IIT Roorkee. Through this course, you will learn complete digital marketing from search engine optimization, search engine marketing to PPC, analytics, and social media marketing, and much more from the IIT faculty and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of digital marketing.
Now, before we talk about what is SEO, first we need to understand what is search engine, right? So what is a search engine? Search engine is Google is a search engine. Google literally has monopoly on search engines, right? Literally that's basically what it is. So what we are going to talk about right now is I'm just going to quickly discuss what is SEO overall, and then I'm going to talk about what a search engine actually means and how it functions. So all of us know that a search engine helps us get results based on what we are searching for. But how does it do that? But as we all know, in today's world, Google dominates the world of search, even with AI, even with OpenAI, even with what Bing is doing with OpenAI. Even then, Google has majority market share. On desktop, Bing has about 6.5% of market share, yes. But um, on mobile, Google is the one that dominates. And seriously speaking, uh, in today's day and age, almost I would say 70 to 80% of any website traffic comes from Google. Oh, sorry, comes from mobile. So that's big. That's a major market share. So that's what it is, right? It's essentially SEO is the practice of increasing. So what is SEO? So when it's the search engine, so what are we optimizing with that search engine? So search engine optimization or SEO is the practice of increasing the quantity and quality of traffic to your website through organic search results. For some of you, this may seem like what am I even talking about? But basically, what it means is having more people visit your website while ensuring that the people visit your website actually want to be there. So let's say if you have a physical shop and there are like 10 people coming into the shop. Now, out of those 10 people, if none of them want to make a purchase, that's a bad quality of traffic. But if those 10 people, at least two of them are willing to make a purchase and the rest of them are just interested in the product or services, that is a good quality product, right? So that is basically what quality and the quantity means. So you want to increase the number of people visiting your website while also ensuring that they want to take the action that you want them to take, right? So that's what is SEO. So as I mentioned, Google is having a big monopoly on it. And literally, Google is synonymous to search engine in today's day and world, right? Like, uh, basically, what happens is when someone wants to look up or find a website, they don't say like, okay, I'm going to go and search for it on a search engine. No one says that. People say, let me just Google it. It's a verb. It has literally become a verb. And the reason for that is because of how it functions and how it works. So now uh, I'm going to talk a little bit more about how Google is actually like one of the biggest monopoly in search engine and how it got there. But before that, let's try and understand how search engine in general works. So what is a search engine exactly? And this is true with every other search engines out there. So there's Google, there's Bing, there's Yandex, there's like all of these other search engines like DuckDuckGo, and yeah, like I think like there's a bunch of them, but a lot of them are actually using the same algorithm of Google and Bing. Like DuckDuckGo actually uses Bing and all. Anyways, regardless of talking about that, the first thing that we should understand is how does a search engine works exactly like Ninad asked. So let's get into that. So a search engine essentially has a process around it. And there are three different stages. So the first stage is that there's a crawler. Second is that there is an index. And third is there's an algorithm. Now, what does this mean? And Google is also one of the websites. So how does it know that Ninad's website exists, my website exists, Intellipaat's websites exist, or any different website in the world exists? The answer is there is something called as a crawler, right? So what is a crawler? A crawler is a bot. Like it is also referred to like a robot. It is also referred to a spider or a bot. But basically, that's what a crawler is. And what this crawler basically does is it follows links on the web and tries to find different websites and the different pages that exist on the website. And it does this around the clock. It doesn't stop. Every single second, it goes to millions of different pages and like basically visits it and saves a HTML version of it. So what is that HTML version? Think of it like a screenshot of the website. So it basically saves what it sees and creates a record of it. And once it creates a record, it calls it like that's like a database, and that is called as the index. So imagine this, right? Like imagine you are a photographer. Everyone, like most of us have a smartphone. We are taking like clicking so many pictures and all. Now what happens is as we are taking all of these images, etc., like it becomes very tough for us to make sure that, or at least go through them after, let's say, a month or a year or so forth. So what do? We create albums, and in each of those albums we create like, okay, this is what this means, this is what this is for. Maybe there's a separate album or a folder for screenshots, something for maybe a trip that you have, maybe multiple different trips into multiple different albums, right? Maybe there was an event, a wedding, an anniversary, birthdays. For each of those, we have different folders. And all of those folders would have the screenshots of or the images that we want, and that's basically what is indexed. So crawler does that. It goes to different websites, it snaps the HTML versions of it, and it creates like a huge database which is called as an index. Now this index is updated every time the crawler comes to your website. And every time it finds like, okay, there's a new revised version of it. So depending on how important Google considers your site and the amount of changes that you make, the crawler will come around more and more often. Now, there is obviously other factors as well, like how important your website is based on, let's say, authority, how many people are linking and all. But let's not get into that right now. At a basic level, it's the job of a crawler to create an index of everything that it captures, right? So that's what the crawler and an index is. So one small thing that I want to say is, like every search engine has their own crawler and their own bot. Bing has a different crawler, Google has a different crawler. For anyone who has heard about ChatGPT, there's a separate crawler of ChatGPT that they themselves have created as well. So every big company who wants to collect data or wants to identify if you have a website or not will have their own crawler. And their job is the same: going to a website, taking a snap, and then creating an index out of it. Now, so that's where the data comes in. That's where Google knows, like, okay, this website exists, and this website is one that could probably have the content that the users require. But how does it know, based on what a user is searching for, which link or which pages to actually show? The answer for that is the algorithm, right? Now, this is like a simple illustration before I get into algorithm, which shows like how a search engine spiders crawls to different websites, captures all of its pages. It takes notes of your title, keywords, description, navigate everything, learn about your website, consolidates into different folders, and then feeds that data back to the search engine, right? So this is how it works. And this is something that I've just explained right now, right? So the search engine sends the spider or the crawler, captures the data, collects it in an index, and then goes back to the search engine and like make sure it has the data. But when it comes to that index website, what it does is that now that it is ready to show it, it will use its algorithm to decide which pages it would like to show. Now, and that's not it. Like it also decides not just about the pages, but it also decides which links or the which websites it should show first, second, third, and so on and so forth. And the best part, it does it in real time almost. Right? Like whenever I don't know how many of you noticed it, but whenever we do a Google search, it will clearly say how long it took for them to get those results. It's basically in 0 point certain number of seconds. And the worst part is the way that algorithm works is a secret. So nobody actually knows how the algorithm determines which link should come first, which link should come second, which link should come third. No one knows that except for Google. So in that case, what are we even doing? What is even the work of an SEO? So what we as SEO do is we try to increase the success rate and the chances of our website being or becoming a part of those top websites. Like basically what happens is what the algorithm essentially does is it shows which links to show based on the keywords. Let me give you an example. So let me just open an incognito window, shoes online. So I am a user, I'm just searching for shoes online. So Google has already indexed like millions, billions of pages, right? So once I've made this search for shoes online, what does it do? It shows me websites where I can get shoes online. Now, how does it do this? It does this by using its algorithm. So it already has a database of all of these websites stored with it. What it basically does is based on my keyword, whatever I have typed over here as a user, it will show the websites that are most likely to be relevant and show what I want. Now, how does it decide which website to show first, which to second, which one for third, fourth, fifth, and all is something that its algorithm decides. And the worst part is that no one knows how that algorithm actually works. So, but yeah, it works because of the algorithm. Now, what it basically does is what I've mentioned. Then how do we optimize for this? And that is what SEO is all about. Now, has Google laid out some best practices towards it? Yes, it has. But at the same time, the way that you succeed in SEO is going to be very different based on how you work towards it. Now, think of it this way. It's very similar to think of it like maybe some of those advertisements, etc. When you actually show an ad, maybe a billboard ad or maybe a radio ad, uh, now based on that, do you know how many sales you're going to get? Not really. But what you will still do is based on the information that is available to you, you would try to identify what is giving you the highest percentage of success. And that is what you will try to implement. So SEO is nothing but a bunch of geniuses, right? And these geniuses, it's not like specific people, right? There's like so many different communities of SEOs. All of these people together over the course of however long Google has existed have kept working on different websites trying to identify what can potentially bring them a higher rank, what can potentially help them beat their competitor. So let's say if I'm working for Mintra, I would be like, okay, how do I make sure that I maintain this so that Liberty Shoes does not overtake me? If I work for Liberty Shoes, I would be working on identifying ways to beat Mintra and get that first spot. And how will I do that? I will do that based on a bunch of different tests and experiments that are likely to help me get there. And that's basically how it is. It's like literally a black box, and you're trying to work with that black box by inputting some data, feeding some data, or at least leveraging some of the secondary information or pieces of data that you have available based on tests that other people have run. And using those, you're trying to find the best way to succeed. What does it mean? It basically means if you have a website and if you're implementing some of these things, you have a higher chances of ranking up than without using it. So does it mean people who don't use SEO techniques can rank? Maybe, but that's very similar to saying someone who plays gully cricket will be the next Virat Kohli. So, how can someone who likes cricket, who's a child, uh, become or get into the professional cricketing field? They can do it by learning, by identifying different ways of actually achieving it, by going through certain things that are tried, practicing it, seeing the type of results that it brings, and then improving themselves. And that's basically what SEO is. So let's just imagine if you knew how the algorithm works. If the way to get the first spot is by making sure that you are like, maybe that's like a recipe, right? Maybe you know that, okay, by using X amount of this, Y amount of this, and Z amount of this, you will get number one rank. There are millions of website owners. Don't you think all of them will try to do the same? Then how will algorithm know which one to promote? So that's the reason Google keeps it a secret. Because if Google tells everyone how the algorithm works, everyone will know that, everyone will use the same thing, even if their website is of good quality or not, even if their website is actually helpful or not, everyone will do it. And by doing so, no one will actually work, or sorry, no one would actually get the rank, right? And that is the major reason why Google keeps it a secret. And that is the major reason for every one of us who wants to do SEO, we have to identify by testing and continuously experimenting on what can give us the results. That's basically what I want to say. Now, obviously, there are many factors that have been defined, many different methods over these courses of years. And that has created a structure. That structure what helps us understand two major aspects and things. So yeah, uh, that's what that's how search engine works. There's the crawling, indexation, and algorithm, right? But let's try and understand a little bit about Google, given that it's one of the, not one, it is the monopoly in search engine, right? Let's try and understand a little bit about Google. So over here, what is the mission of Google? Google's mission is to organize the world's information and make it universally accessible and useful. This is the mission of Google. Now, for us as SEOs, why is this important? It is important because if Google has a mission or a specific mission or agenda, we need to make sure that our website also aligns towards it, or at least is communicating with Google's algorithm towards it in a way which makes sure that our website is also of high importance for Google. And that's the reason it is important to know. So for them, their mission is to organize. So they want to, first thing is they want to organize. What do they want to organize? They want to organize information, every set of information that you are aware of, every set of information that you have on your website. Now, there's like so many different pieces of information. So they want to organize it. If they get information that is already properly organized in the language that they want, there is a high chance that they would prefer your website. Now, in addition to that, if you make it universally accessible and useful, what that means is making sure that the data is easy to access. So your website should be very simple. It should be easy. Whatever information it is that you're trying to share is something that the user is easily able to access it and is actually being helpful. It should not just be something that, let's say, if you're asking a specific question, like maybe how many blocks are there in a rubric cube, and there's a website which says the number of blocks in a rubric cube dash dash dash. You're like, okay, maybe this website has the information. You click on it, you go to the website, and it says, if you want this information, pay us 100 rupees. Is that actually accessible? No. Is that useful? You wouldn't know. But definitely it's not useful for the user. But if the website instead said, like, okay, the number of blocks in a rubric is whatever that number is, right? I think that's about, okay, I'm not going to get into that, but I think that's about 27. So if that's the answer, then if it says that, then isn't it well organized? Isn't it universally accessible and at the same time useful? Yes. And that's basically what Google is trying to say with this statement. So let's try and understand some of the fundamental questions to know what is the right approach for SEO. So the first question that you should be asking is, do you serve high quality content to the users? Is your content fast and easy to access on all devices? Is my website showing up on Google? Right. So is my local business showing up on Google? Is my website secure? Now, what are these questions? Some of these questions may seem like, okay, of course, this is how it should be. But the deeper we go into that, the deeper we will understand that there is so much more into it. What does high quality content even mean? Right? Like, okay, at surface, it feels like, okay, it should be a content which is of good quality. But what does it actually mean? Does it mean that it should have some amazing design? Does it mean that it should have good content? So in the sense, like maybe a lot of long content which has like thousands and thousands of words. Does it mean just like one sentence which gives the answer? What does high quality actually mean? So that is something that you have to decide based on the question that your user is asking. If the question is, let's say, how do you create a resume? Now, if that is your keyword, if that is a keyword of the user and you want to create like a good tutorial of how to create a resume, that will probably be a high quality content because you're essentially telling the steps that a user should take to create a resume. Now, similarly, if the keyword is how to create a resume, and you're like, this is a resume, you just copy it or you just make it based on what you feel is right. What does that even mean? Or maybe you all of a sudden write like a 5,000 words long essay around how to create a resume. Is that actually helpful? I'm not going to read like paragraphs and paragraphs of content, right? So, do I serve high quality content? That's basically what it means, right? Making sure that the content is relevant and it is simple and easy for users and it actually helps them solve their question or answer. Is my content fast and easy to access on all devices? What does this mean? It means making sure if your content is available on a website, that it is easily accessible on a phone, it is easily accessible on a desktop, and people can go through it very quickly and very fast. That's basically what it means. So your website should be technically strong. It should be in a server which is fast enough. And whenever someone is like loading the website, it should load very quickly. If it takes like 1 minute, 2 minutes, no one is going to wait for that. They're going to click back to go to a different website from Google, right? Now, is your website showing up on Google? Nandan was asking this. How does Google know? Yes, of course, there's a crawler, but how will they actually get to it? So, are you properly indexing it? Are you properly making sure that your website is visible or not? Is your website's sitemap submitted to Google or not? All of those things will make a difference if your website is actually showing up on Google or not. Maybe your website was banned for some reason, then of course it will not show up either, right? So making sure that your website shows up on Google is also an important factor. Even if you serve high quality content, which is fast and easy, if it is not showing up on Google, then what's SEO? And if it's a local business, of course, making sure that you have a business profile, Google business profile is important, and that it is showing up on Google as well, Google Maps, etc. And finally, ensuring that it is secure, that it is using HTTPS, that it is also like going through different parts of data, right? So that's essentially what it means. Let's try and understand a little bit more around it, right? Like, now, what do you need to optimize and how will you do it? Let's try and understand a little bit around that. So I mentioned, if you guys noticed certain things around the topic, right? But some of them must be like, what does it actually even mean? So there's, if you guys noticed, there was something that was highlighted in the very first slide about SEO. It talked about the quantity of traffic and the quality. So now let's try and understand what it actually means. So first thing is, it's all about your business. Now, what does it actually mean? Let's try and understand it from a different perspective. Now, imagine a school, and every one of us have been a teenager at one or the other point, right? Now, in a school settings, what happened is there are two different aspects which makes you popular. What are they? The first is what you are saying to others. So what are you talking about? What are you saying? Are you saying the cool and hip things that people care about? Awesome. That's good. That's the first step. But that alone will not help, right? Everyone can do that. So how do you actually become popular? You become popular by not just you yourself saying things, but by others in the school talking about you, saying that, oh, that's the person. That person is so good. That person is so good in doing this. Maybe that person is so good in sports. Just as an example, right? Now, when someone does this, what ends up happening? Everyone will start thinking that the person is actually important or you are important. Now, Google search kind of works in a similar way. And essentially, there are two parts to it. So the first is, what am I saying to Google? So what this means is what you as a website is communicating to Google search. And the second is, what do other websites say to Google search about you? Right? So that is the two segments. And that is what on page and off page is all about. Plain and simple. On page, it's on your page. Off page, it is off your page. It's not something that you can directly control. You can influence it, yes, but you cannot directly control it. So what am I saying to Google is on page. Basically, what your website is telling or communicating to Google is on page. And what every other website is telling about your website is off page. There are simple words that will help you understand both of these things. Yeah. So off page versus on page, right? So think of on page as relevance. So what does it mean? So on page is like controlling. Since you are in control of on page, what you can do is you can make sure that the content in on page is as relevant as possible, right? To your target audience. And when it comes to off page, it's all about authority. And as Deepti, you rightly mentioned, authority is very tough since you have no control over it, but you can still try to influence it a little bit. So how can that work? In a basic essence, on-page factors decide the ranking of your website. That these include technical issues like your website's code as well. We are not going to learn coding here, by the way, but I'm going to talk about some of the things that you should be aware of in terms of your website. And the textual issues like the structure of your site, the text, and the use of the words, and how it relays the relevance to the particular user. When it comes to off page, these factors include links from other websites, social media signals, other marketing activities outside of your control. So it's all about building authority, right? And that's basically the difference between the two. Let me explain, right? So basically in on page, there are two parts to on page. One is the content side, and the second is the technical side. So when it comes to the technical side, you typically focus on if the search engine can access your website, which is what search engine accessibility is. And second is if the user is able to access your website and properly get a good experience of it. So maybe the website is loading quickly, the website does not have a lot of errors, it is security compliant with using by using SSL, some of those things, right? These are technical SEO. So that's what search engine accessibility and user accessibility is all about. And this is a separate subset of on-page SEO. Now, that's just a technical aspect. But what is being made accessible? What is the main thing that is being made accessible? The thing that is being made accessible is the content, which is the content SEO part. It's the keywords and the content. So what you're basically doing is you're trying to find keywords that are relevant to your business and making sure that those relevant keywords are also like being met with highly relevant content. So that's what content SEO is all about combined together. It's about creating content that is highly relevant, of good quality, that high quality content thing that I talked about in some of the earlier slides. And to do that, you need keywords. So everything in SEO, by the way, revolves around keywords. If you don't know your keywords in SEO, you're probably, what are you even doing? So yeah, that's basically what it is. So subset, content, technical. In terms of content, you're looking at keyword and content itself, that is. In terms of technical, you're looking at accessibility for user and the crawlers or the robots. Primary focus I want is going to be towards keywords. So when it comes to keywords, what we need to keep in mind is, as I said, it is the core aspect of how you look at structuring your website, creating content for it, making sure that it is relevant, making sure it is accessible and all. It all starts from keywords. So keyword is one of the most important things. So let's talk about keywords, the building blocks of an effective SEO strategy. Okay. Yeah. So what are keywords? When you search for something, the phrase that you're using is a keyword, plain and simple. So just today, when I went on Google and I did this shoes online, this shoes online is a keyword. If I search for, let's say, SEO online, this is a keyword. SEO online is a keyword, right? So similarly, there are bunch of different keywords. We search for so many things online every single day. Who was Napoleon? Napoleon. I guess I'm getting. Oh, I got the spelling right. Nice. So yeah, that's a keyword. Who was Napoleon is a keyword, right? Now, what is this keyword? It's an informational keyword. Nice places to visit around Bangalore. I'm currently in Bangalore. This is a keyword, right? And this is what drives or creates or helps you create your SEO strategy. And why is that? So as you all know, SEO is a search engine. When people search for things, they look at different websites. And when they look at these websites, they would click on that website. And that is what you want people to do. You want people to visit your website. But if you are a travel website, would you want people to visit from keywords like this or keywords like shoes online, which is not even relevant, right? Like maybe you need shoes for traveling, but does that mean that's relevant for you? That's not at all relevant. If you're a travel agency or someone who provides, like maybe if you're Clear Trip or Make My Trip or something like that, in that case, you would want to make sure that people who are searching for similar keywords that are relevant to your website or the one visiting it. And to ensure that the first way or the best way that you start is with a keyword. So the keyword should be more relevant. Now, that keyword should be primarily relevant to your business. But basically, that is what a keyword is. That thing that people search for is the keyword. So let's try and understand a little bit more about keyword. What exactly does a keyword mean for someone who does SEO? So now, of course, this is when people search for a term or a phrase, they should find your page. A keyword, as you guys just saw, shoes online or shoes is like what? It's like just a couple of phrases. And a keyword could also be very high, places to travel to around Bangalore or something like that. And very similar to the example here, right? A keyword can be a single word like travel or a phrase like best travel destinations in Goa, right? Now, the number of words that are used make your keyword context, the context behind that keyword, less or more relevant. Why is that? So in this same example that you can see on the slide here, as you can see, a single keyword like travel. So when you're searching for travel and you're anywhere in India, what can that mean? It can mean anything. It can mean you want to travel to a specific destination in India, or maybe you want to travel outside India. It could mean that you just want to buy some tickets, or maybe you want to buy uh, some flight tickets, bus tickets, train tickets. Maybe you want to book a taxi, car. It could be anything, right? Or maybe you want to book a hotel. You maybe want to just research around it, just find out what are the good destinations or places to go. So because of that, the number of people, since there could be so many multiple thousands and thousands of meaning towards it, the people who are searching for that single word will also be very high in number. A keyword like this is called as a head keyword. It has a huge volume of people searching for it, although it is very less specific. It is very broad in nature. It could cover multiple things, but at the same time, the number of people searching for it is also very high. And then there are keywords like best travel destinations in Goa. Very specific. This is like, okay, I know what I want, and this is exactly what I want. Now, what happens? Not everyone wants to go to Goa. So from the people who type travel, if you consider, the number of people who want to go to Goa is less than that, right? And with that, the volume or the number of people who search for it compared to travel is also going to be very less. And the second thing is, it also mentions best travel destinations. There's a clear context. It is informational. They want specific information. They want to know what are good places to go in Goa. And at the same time, it is very long in size. Not everyone types so many words as well. Some people are just like, they just want best Goa. Maybe they'll find something. What is best Goa? What does it even mean? But you get it, right? Like because of how long it is, the number of people searching for it is also going to be low. And that is how people in SEO bifurcate keywords into different segments. This is primarily the head segment, mid segment, and the long segment. It's also called as head, mid tail, and long tail keyword, right? That's basically what it is. Okay, so let's try and get a little deeper into these three things, right? What is head, mid, and long tail? So a head keyword is the primary topic of the website. Think of it as that. So when you think of Amazon, what's the primary topic of Amazon? Shopping, e-commerce, shopping online. That's basically it, right? That's the main topic. and that's the head keyword for Amazon. So when you probably enter the keyword shopping, there's a high chance Amazon might show up. I don't know. I have to check. Let's check shopping. What shows up? Okay, so it shows up a bunch of places. Ah, okay. But yeah, see, Myntra has shown up. Okay, online shopping. Amazon shows up over here. But yeah, that's the head term, right? Buy, maybe buy is too out there. But essentially, it's the main topic of it. Amazon, I would say online shopping is perfect. Debelina, Ekta, Vibin, completely agree. Vikas, completely agree. But yeah, that's what it is, right? Like a shopping website online. So when it comes to most of the websites and blog, the head term is your primary topic of that website. Sriraj, completely agree. So let's say if it's a mom blog, it's going to be about children and family. If it's a food blog, it's going to be foods, restaurants, recipes, eating. If it's a Moz blog, for anyone who doesn't know what Moz is, it's an SEO website. Like it has a good SEO tool and all. And for them, it's going to be all about SEO. And in fact, they do rank for SEO related content, right? So that's what a head keyword is. It's the primary topic, which is very broad. When you consider shopping, that's like such a broad thing. Shopping can be any single thing, but Amazon comes to your mind because it actually has almost every single thing. Now we know travel is like a head keyword, right? Or as Avirup is saying, short tail keyword. Yes. But when it comes to mid-tail, it's more of an expansion of the head keyword. So travel packages online, those are mid keywords, right? So typically they have about 2-3 words, again, depending on the context. Sometimes, by the way, head terms can also have 1 to 2 words also, but mid typically has like 2 or 3 words in them. And it is broad, but not too broad, while not being too specific. So, for example, when you look at travel packages, it is broad. It is definitely not something which is like very specific, right? So, we've been kind of, I would say, given the search volume, I wouldn't call it mid, uh, because online shopping does have a lot of search volume. But yeah, maybe you can consider it as mid, maybe, depending upon different context, right? But it's all about what the main thing that you should consider is it's all about how it is relevant to your particular thing. So now when it comes to travel packages, the overall search volume for it will not be as high as travel. And at the same time, it would be not as low as something like, let's say, best travel destinations in Goa. It is going to be somewhere in middle. And even if your blog posts about it, you have to kind of optimize or make sure that you are ranking for it, right? So let's say if you there could be different variants of it. So for example, let's say Goa travel packages, Kashmir travel packages, etc. So all of these are mid-tail keywords, and these can form your main category. So if, let's say, your website is about travel, your main topic of the website is travel, your mid-tail would be the primary categories of your travel. So let's consider the same example of Amazon as well, right? If Amazon's head term is online shopping, so what would be a main category, one of the main categories for Amazon? What is the one thing that we go to Amazon for purchasing? Online clothes shopping, online electronic shopping, online phone shopping, online smartphone shopping, buy phone online, buy smartphone online, buy electronics online. What are these? These are mid-tail keywords. Yeah, so that's what mid-tail is all about. It's like something that is a derivative of your head keyword, So, okay, anyway, so this is what mid-tail is, right? And long tail, as all of you know, it's like best travel destinations for Kerala, how to book a travel package, more number of words, even lesser search volume. But the best part is long tail keywords are usually easier to rank for. And that is why long tail keywords are very important. So when it comes to long tail keywords, if your website is new, you can essentially find these keywords that still have some search volume so that you can quickly get started with it and still be able to maintain and get some form of traffic. Now, why should you do this? Why should you get just a little bit of traffic? The reason is, even if you get that little bit of traffic, that is just a start. As I mentioned earlier, SEO is a long-term process. So you can always start small and then build on top of it. Like once you are able to get traffic for the smaller search volume keywords with lower competition, then you aim for a bit higher, then higher, then higher, higher, before you're able to go for some of the bigger ones that there are big competition for as well. So that's basically why it is very important to understand these different segments. So yeah, so far that's what it is. Head, mid, long tail. Research, consideration, purchase. Your head is mostly used for research or information gathering. Mid tail is primarily for consideration of different things. And when people know that they want to make a specific purchase or when they want to make a specific transaction, most of the time you would see long tail keywords. So as you can see, at the end, I've also mentioned over here the loyalty and the brand part, right? And this is also considered as a head term. So what it means is Amazon is a head term which is tied to its loyalty. When you want to search for or when you want to go to Amazon's page, you would just type Amazon, the name of the brand. When you want to go to Flipkart, you would just type Flipkart. When you want to go to Big Billion Day Sale, you would type Big Billion Sale, as Leela mentioned, and that's a part of loyalty. That's also it's not directly related to head term, but that's a part of the loyalty segment. And when it comes to the customer journey, sometimes even those loyalty will help you get conversions because customers are specifically looking for you. When I want to go to Mintra's website, I will be typing Mintra, and if let's say Tata Click comes up, I will not go to Tata Click. I will still go to Mintra because that's the website that I want to go to. So sometimes, and this happens mostly for let's say established brands, that while head keywords are typically your let's say non-branded keywords like shoes online, travel, etc., brand keywords could also be head for those specific brands. So yeah, that's what the keyword or the different type of keywords look like. Keyword is something that users search for. You just try to analyze that search data. So that's where we come to the next part. How to choose the right keyword. I've been talking about keyword so much, but how do you even select it? Is travel the right keyword? It's kids toy the right keyword, as Arvind says. Uh, but like, how do you even choose it? This is a very big challenge, right? And uh, this is what keyword research is all about. Let's get into how do you even select those. How do you even select if it is going to be kids toys, or how do you select the keyword that you want to focus on? Now, there are three parameters for this. There's volume, there's relevance, and there's competition. Now, volume makes sense. Number of people searching for it. Relevance, of course, it should be relevant. But what about competition? How do you judge that? And that's quite tricky, frankly speaking. So let's sort of understand a little bit around this on how you should even go about selecting keywords. There are now one thing is there are tools out there, of course. Aviru completely agree. Google Ads is a pretty good tool, but it also sort of creates some confusion on how to get started because Google Ads wants to make money, right? So of course they want people to enter their billing information, etc. when you start their account, but that doesn't mean like you're going to get charged for it. Anyways, without getting into it, as I said, there are tools for it. There are tools by Google, like Google Keyword Planner, that you can use, which is a part of Google Ads. Yes, it's a free tool. It's pretty good. It's pretty powerful. And because it's Google's own tool, the search volume is also more relevant and much more accurate. Um, Now, when it comes to relevance, it's all about making sure that the keyword is actually relevant for your business. Like I said, uh, if you're a travel agent, shoes are probably not that relevant for your business. But travel is definitely relevant for your business. And the third thing is competition, right? So, uh, how tough is your competition? Who are your competition? And how difficult it is going to be for you to beat them. That's what it's about. And how do you get this information, right? It's a bit tough, but we thankfully do have some tools for it, right? So let's look into that. So what we are going to do right now is I'm going to explain a little bit about how you should be going about keyword selection, and even getting started with keywords in general. And then I'm going to show like a quick small demo about how you can basically go around with using different tools to get the keywords that you want. So volume is nothing but the number of people searching for a keyword. Relevance is relevant to your business, if it is relevant to your business or not. Competition is how difficult it is going to be for you to rank your website for that keyword. Volume is number of people searching for that. So typically, the volume number that you will see is in a single month, how many users are on average searching for a keyword. So let's say travel, for example, probably there's going to be lakhs of people who are searching for it every month. That's the volume, right? So how do you even get to with the business keyword selection? So when it comes to keyword selection, you need to make sure that it is the right mix. You need to mix the user intent and the business intent. So you may be the let's say if you're a travel agent, you may be having Ladakh packages. The user might be searching places to visit in Ladakh. But if you notice, there's a very distinct difference between that. While the business intent is Ladakh packages, the user intent is places to visit in Ladakh. The right mix over here is how to plan a budget trip to Ladakh, or let's say budget packages for Ladakh, or budget places to visit in Ladakh, right? So it's all about making sure if you want to select good keywords, those keywords needs to be a mix of the user intent and the business intent. But in some cases, you can also go with just the user intent as well to get some initial traction, right? So that's basically how you go about selecting the keywords. So as I was saying, that is how you look at keyword selection. So once you understand a little bit around that, what you should be doing is you should be looking at the user intent and the business intent, and then coming up with the right mix around it. So it should be something that users are searching for. It shouldn't be something that users are not searching for, right? So based on that, uh, let's look at this. So the first step is to come up with different ideas. So you should be asking questions like, what services do you offer? So basically put yourself into the customer shoes, right? So let's say if you are offering air transport, or if you are offering a specific Airbuses discount tickets or something like that, the user may not be searching for those. The user would be searching for something like cheap flights, discount flights, get discounts or flights or something like that, right? They will not be searching for Airbus. They will not be searching for your Air model, or let's say a specific thing. So that's the first thing that you should be doing. You should be putting yourself into the customer shoes so that you know and be very clear that, okay, this is probably what they want. Now, once you do that, you get something of uh, at least a starter keyword, right? So, like for example, in this example, cheap flights is your starter keywords if that is what you're selling. If let's say you're selling tables, so tables online, cheap tables, affordable tables, computer tables, those are your starter keywords. Now, once you have these starter keywords, you can use different keyword tools that are available to find the search volume of it. And then, based on the list of keywords that you get from it, you can then start to categorize those. What am I talking about? What are the keywords that I'm going to get? And that's the beauty of these tools. So you need, what are these tools? So there are multiple different tools, like the one that someone was mentioning earlier about Google Ads. Then there are also like other tools like Ahrefs, SEMrush, etc. I have the links available for it. I will be sharing those links with you guys. Don't worry. But what you can do is, by using these tools, once you input your starter keyword, you will get access to all the other keywords that are probably relevant or similar to your starter keywords that users are also searching for. And by getting all of those keywords, you can then try to identify or select the keywords that is going to be the most relevant, uh, that also has good volume and is probably low in competition as well, so that you can actually rank for it. Right. So that's basically how it works. And that's what we are going to do next. So I know next slide says like log into Google Ads and all and access keyword tool. I'm not going to do that directly right now, because I also understand that sometimes just onboarding or getting into Google Ads can be a bit difficult. Instead, I'm going to try to use one of the free tools available. So there are a bunch of different keyword tools, right? Like keywordtool.io, Uber Suggest. So I'm going to go with Uber Suggest for now. This is what I'm going to ask from you guys. Okay. Um, yeah, let's go with masala powder. I somehow am intrigued by it. So let's go with masala. That's it. And I'm going to select India here. By the way, location is also an important aspect. Based on the location, the search volume will definitely be different. So I'm just putting a keyword. So let's say I am doing SEO for MDH masale. Everyone knows the MDH Dadaji, right? So I'm doing SEO for them, and I want to find good keywords that I should select from. So I'm like, I just put the head keyword or the main product or the main topic, masala, over here with the location, because I want to advertise in India, and I'll click search. One thing is, Uber Suggest only has one free search if you're not logged in. Currently, I'm not logged in, so I have only one free search, sadly. And it's also a bit limited, but it is still pretty decent as it provides you some semblance of details. So let's look into that. So as you can see, using Uber Suggest free version. Now, the minute I search for it, okay, yeah, what you get is the first thing that you get is search volume. So people searching for masala, there is about 60,500 people in India who search for the keyword masala. And then there is something called as SEO difficulty. So this is your competition. What it means is from 0 to 100, it's like almost 50 at a difficulty. So let's say if 100 is like if you are Google or if you are Amazon or something like that, you can easily rank your keyword. But at 50, you need to have at least some traffic from SEO already. You should already have maybe thousands of traffic, at least 50,000, 1 lakh traffic per month from SEO to be able to get through this keyword at a difficulty of 50. If the SEO difficulty is lower, maybe around 10, 20, in that case, even if your website is new, you can still somehow manage that. So typically when your website is new, you should be looking for that. If your website is already getting traffic and good traction and is already ranking for some keywords, then probably you can go for higher difficulty keywords as well. Now, everything over here is subjective. Even this SEO difficulty thing that you're seeing is something that Uber suggests this tool is measuring. It is not an actual difficulty number. Google officially does not have a difficulty number of how difficult it's going to be. Every other tool out there will try to tell you that there is a difficulty, and every other tool will say a different difficulty number. Then why use it? Because this at least gives you some understanding how difficult it is going to be. So this is just to be able to quickly understand if you should even go for the particular keyword or not, and if you have the capability of going for that keyword or not. Paid difficulty, if you notice, there are two different difficulties, right? So SEO difficulty is 50, yes, but paid difficulty is 2. So paid difficulty is for Google search. Sorry, Google search ads. So if you're running Google ads, in that case, the difficulty for this is low, and probably you may end up paying something like this, SEM, absolutely. But we are not doing SEM. What we are doing is SEO. So why am I seeing the paid and SEO difficulty here? Why is it confusing me? The reason is because when you search for something online, you get both the results, the paid results as well as the organic results. While they are separate inventory, when I say inventory in the sense the paid result works differently and the organic results work differently, they still show up in the same page. And that's the reason you get the information for both of these things here, right? So now, okay, for this one keyword, I got to understand what the details are. But where are my other keywords? I'll just scroll down a little bit. And as you can see, there's something called as keyword ideas. So, okay, so looks like it has created some ideas. The first one is masala dosa. Of course, this is not what I'm looking for. There is masala chena. There is masala oats, masala puri, masala Everest. Okay. This is a little relevant. Masala bhindi, masala box is a little relevant, right? But then if I click on this, I don't think it will work. I'm a little afraid of clicking on this because there might be some pop-up that shows up. So that's why I'm not doing that right now. But you get the idea, right? This is the list of keywords that you would get, something similar to this. So this is like a very simple free version or free way of you can. Oh, you have done? Okay. I'm trusting you, Vibin. And it worked. Thank you. Okay, so looks like it has some nice suggestions, and it's like this is relevant, yes. Masala box, not chai, not this. And as you can see, what am I doing here? What is this? Relevant, not relevant? What am I doing? If you noticed, it's a combination of this. You're looking at the volume. It is currently sorted by volume, in fact, right? But at the same time, you're also looking at relevance. If I'm selling masalas like MDH, Masala Everest is kind of relevant for me. Masala Box is relevant for me, but not these specifically. Now, this might be relevant for me. Maybe if I'm selling like specific masala for that. But yeah, not very relevant, right? So what I'll do is next I will try to search for the specific masalas, right? So I would be looking at specific different things like maybe pav bhaji masala or let's say uh, paneer, butter paneer masala, yeah, ghee roast masala, any of those, right? So that's basically what I would do and try to see if I'm getting more relevant keywords. Sabzi masala. And what would happen with that is as I get these, now there's a question, what is PD, what is SD? So I would basically look at these. I would look at SD, which is the SEO difficulty. So that's what this says as well. And I would then, based on the SEO difficulty, decide like the volume, the SEO difficulty, and the relevance. I would decide if I want to pick this keyword or not. And that's basically how keyword selection works. Right? So you're not just selecting keywords based on something being relevant because that is not data driven. So what if, let's say, the keyword that you select is something that no one is searching for? So because of that, you should be selecting keywords based on the volume, the search volume, based on the SEO difficulty, and based on the relevance to the business. And that's what this says, how to choose the right keyword: volume, relevance, and keyword. Sorry, competition. First and foremost, Google is the monopoly of search engines. Literally, even today, when Bing is partnering with OpenAI and all of those things that it is doing, Bing uh, probably has some decent market share in desktop, but Google is still the majority player. Today, most of the websites get over 80% of their traffic from mobile phones. And Google has almost 98% of mobile phone traffic, right? Market share. And that's huge. Apart from that, on desktop, yes, the market share of Google is a bit lower, probably around 85%, but that's primarily because people end up using Edge by default, which has Bing as a default search engine, right? So that's the reason why majority of what I'm going to talk about in terms of SEO is going to be related to Google search. Now, does that mean other search engines does not get involved here? Not really. There are other search engines as well, but fundamentally, all of them work very similar to how Google search works. So anything that you're going to learn about Google search and SEO, you can apply it to other search engines as well, right? So now the first question is, how does a search engine actually work? Because if we want to optimize our results for search engine, we need to understand how it works. So there are three things that a search engine does. As you can see on the screen, the step one is crawling. So a search engine has a little robot, right? Little in the sense it's virtual and all, we cannot see it, etc. But there's like so many thousands of servers which host it and send that robot to your website. This bot can be called as a Google bot, a spider, a robot, a crawler. It could be any of those, but every search engine like Google would send their crawlers to your website. And by doing so, they are able to capture information about your website. So every time, so just like we take screenshots on our phone, right? Just like that, every time a crawler visits your website and then takes a screenshot of your website. And once it does that, it stores or it collects like a folder or file of it. and that is called as a database. So it basically creates like a huge data set about your website as it captures those snapshots. And once it does that, that database is called as indexing, right? So that's the step 2. So first it goes to your website, it looks at it, and then it captures the data of your website that it saw, and that is indexing. So crawling, indexing. And the third step of how a search engine works is algorithm. So yes, so they collect the data, they capture the data, but how do they use the data? They use the data when a user is searching for something. So for example, when I go on Google and when I type a specific keyword, there's an algorithm which checks the keyword that I'm typing in and then matches it with the database of index that is already collected. And based on that, it identifies what are the different web pages to show. Now, this algorithm also does a second step. One is obviously it matches with the relevant pages, but the second is it also identifies the sequencing of when to show which page. So let's say, for example, when I type shoes online, it would actually have this sequencing. As you can see, the sequencing that it decided is Myntra should be first, then Centro should be second, then Flipkart should be third, then Liberty should be fourth. So that's how does it happen? It happens because of an algorithm. And this algorithm, based on the search query or based on the keyword, this is a keyword, by the way. So based on these, it matches the indexed database that Google already has, which is like billions and billions of web pages. And based on that, it would show up these search results. That's basically how it works, right? And if I come a little down, okay, looks like I'm not able to see it over here, but Google used to have this small snippet which shows like how long it took to actually show the search results, which is really just a few milliseconds, right? That's possible because of how optimized the algorithm is. So anyways, that's how it works. And just FYI, this is called as the ranking, right? So Myntra has the first rank, Centro has the second rank, Flipkart has the third rank, Liberty has the fourth rank. So for this keyword, if someone asks what is the rank of Myntra, sorry, what is the rank of Flipkart, you can say the rank is third, right? If I ask you what is the rank of Myntra, what would you say? Yep, it is 1. Now, the thing is, a lot of people sometimes get confused about this, and this is very common. So Google wants to make it a bit confusing. Yes, Adidas is an organization, Tata Click is an organization, Rare Rabbit is one, Cult Sport is one, right? But uh, if you notice, this is sponsored. So what happens is, and this is very important for everyone to understand as well. So there are two different inventories in Google search. So the first inventory that you always see is going to be Google Ads inventory. So this, all the results that you see over here are from Google Ads inventory. And organic results, which is what we optimize for as a part of SEO, is below the Google Ads inventory, right? So keep that in mind that both of these are separate and both of these work differently. Google Ads works differently. The way that you rank for Google Ads works differently. The way that you rank for organic search is also different. And that is what we are going to talk about, right? So this is something that you should always keep in mind as we are going to look at some of the keyword tools. We would also notice that the way that the rankings work are different. Yeah, these are shopping ads, correct, Aviru. Okay, so that's what the algorithm is, right? Now, when it comes to the way that the algorithm works or the way that you can rank your product, the way that it works is like broadly, there are two different segments. And someone already mentioned this, but The two segments are what you can communicate to Google from your side, and the second segment is what others are telling about you. This is very similar to politics, for example, right? So in politics, when you are, let's say, fighting for an election or something like that, what do? You would promote yourself. You would try to talk good things about you. You would try to say what are the changes you're going to bring. You're going to probably write a manifest and publish that so that people understand, like, okay, these are the agenda or these are the things that you would do if you win. But what happens is, uh, people will not trust you directly, right? People will be like, why should I believe anything that this person says? And why should I even go to this person or vote for this person, etc. And the way that that person increases that is by gaining authority. How does the person gain authority? By having others talk about him. So typically, a politician, like for example, even when you hear about our current Prime Minister Narendra Singh Modi, right? He does not speak to you directly. There are other people who talk about him, because of which you believe in the things that he says much more. And that's the reason he gains authority. Same goes for any political leader, and same goes for SEO as well. So on page is you talking about good things, good quality stuff, and sharing good content, making sure that the things are relevant. Off page is about what others tell about you and how they talk about you, and if they are talking in a positive manner, how they are actually saying that, okay, if you are someone good or not, etc., etc. And all of those things helps bring up your authority, and that is off page. Uh, so that's basically off page, right? So on page is all about making sure that whatever you're doing is around relevance, making sure that if you want to target a specific keyword, you're more relevant towards it by providing high quality content, by providing relevant content, and ensuring that it is helpful. And authority is more about what other websites are telling about your website by the means of the type of backlinks that they provide. We are going to go deeper into what backlinks are, don't worry, and the type of context that those links have. And that's basically what's the difference between on page versus off page. And that's what relevance is. And that's what authority is in terms of SEO. The main important thing. So that's what we did last time, right? So what is the main important thing? The main important thing is the keyword. Why is keyword the most important thing? Because that is basically what people are searching for. Today, a single person in a single month can search for hundreds, if not thousands, of different things. Just go to your own history and you will see how many different things you have searched for. Every single search is like a keyword, right? And that is the reason. Now, every time you use a different keyword, you will find different results. So for you as an SEO expert, the main goal is identifying the right relevant keyword and making sure that you're showing relevant pages on that so that you can get good potential customers for your business, right? Now, for example, over here, when I type shoes online, you can see I got Mintra. Now, if I look at shoes online, it says there's about 5,400 searches in India for this. So that means in a single month, almost 5,000 people search for it. Now, out of these 5,000, let's say even if maybe 5% of them end up buying if they visit the first page, that's still like 200 plus sales, right? So that's the main thing. And all of these sales are for free. So because you're not paying for these, you're paying if you show up your ads or something like that, you would be paying for that. But for SEO, you're not paying for anything. And that's the reason the first thing or the first most important core of your SEO starts from keyword, because identifying the right keyword and making sure that you're able to rank for them is the most important aspect of your entire SEO strategy. The relevance comes from your keywords. The relevance comes from the type of keywords, how you're optimizing for it, what are the different pages you're optimizing for it, how you're working towards it, etc. All of it starts from the keywords, right? So, and that's where we ended up with keyword research. So in keyword research, the practice of identifying keywords that strike a balance between business relevance and user intent while ensuring it has enough search volume and competing ability. So we say, sir, similar platforms will use similar keywords, then how to rank them? Uh, yeah, so obviously, like for example, over here, right? Myntra, Flipkart, Centro, all three want to rank for it. Even Flipkart doesn't want to be at third position. It wants to be at the first. Centro also wants to be at the first position. But then why is Myntra over here? How do you rank over here? The answer is by making sure that, okay, I would say all three of these actually have good content, good relevant content. So the minute I type shoes online, in all of these three websites, I can buy shoes online. And the content also says the same thing. So why isn't Flipkart on the top? Why isn't Centro on the top? The reason is because the algorithm of Google thinks that most people want to buy shoes from Myntra. And that's the reason it shows over there. And how does Google know that? It knows that because of authority, right? So it's going to be a combination of multiple things. Now, if you notice, there are other aspects as well. Centro, for example, over here in Myntra, you can see the shop rating is like 4.7, and then it says a pricing, and then it also has some additional links, right? So these are you can basically call them as site links. And over here, Flipkart also has a shop rating. It also has some additional site links. And but if you notice, Centro doesn't have them. Then there is a good chance that if Centro also has these with their website, uh, they might get some preference in ranking. Will that be enough to outrank Myntra? No one knows that. Not even Google knows that, because that is how the algorithm works. It is completely neutral, right? But it is worth trying. And just like this, there are a lot of other smaller factors. There are like when I think about ranking factors of SEO, there's like hundreds of different ranking factors. Can all of them or implementing all of them help you rank? Not necessarily, but will implementing all of them uh, improve your chances of ranking? Definitely. And that's basically how it works. These are one of the ranking factors, yes, but that doesn't mean like it is going to rank because of that. So for example, if you notice over here, Myntra says, again, this is an assumption. Myntra says, buy shoes for men, women, kids online India, right? But over here, Centro also says shop latest footwear trend. There's no difference between the type of footwear. But over here, this one is just for men, like men's footwear. That's it. So maybe because there isn't a specific, I would say, a specific page that is just for footwear, which was able to rank for this keyword. That's the reason it is not ranking that well. It also has the link as men's footwear, while it does have shoes over here. So maybe if there is like a shoe related page that was showing up over here, that could have had a better chance. Yeah. Exactly. So that could be potentially the reason. Yeah, title is important, URL is important, description is important, the page's content is important, the rich snippets, all of these are rich snippets. These are important. Brand doesn't matter, Meenakshi, over here. Authority matters. Authority matters more, and your relevance matters more. As I said, it all starts with keyword research. So, shoes online. How do I know which keyword to work with? How does Myntra know that, okay, this is the keyword that it should work or optimize towards? How does Flipkart know that, okay, shoes online is a keyword to focus towards? Maybe Flipkart just did not want to optimize towards shoes online. Maybe they wanted to optimize towards men's footwear. And that's the reason this page shows up, right? So let's see what happens if I type men's footwear. And of course, Flipkart shows up, right? So maybe this is the keyword that they wanted to focus on more. And that's the reason this page shows up for this particular keyword. So that's the reason that keyword research is very important. And as you can see, this men's footwear does have about 33,000 people searching for this keyword every month. So definitely way higher, right? So that's the reason keyword research is more important. So what did I say in this sentence? The practice of identifying keywords that strike a balance between business relevance and user intent, right? So now business relevance in the sense they are selling shoes, but if you notice, the page is all about men's footwear. Is that related to the business? Yes, but footwear as an industry is a big thing. Typically, they are selling shoes, sneakers, etc. But it could be anything. And Flipkart itself is an e-commerce business. It's just like selling footwear online. So, uh, but as you can see, they are actually ranking or optimized for this keyword. So that's what it means. Like it's all about identifying a balance between the user intent. So the user intent may be searching for men's footwear. The business relevance is obviously making sure that people know that okay, men's footwear is available online, and the mix of these is a good keyword like these, and ensuring that these keywords have enough search volume. So obviously they would want to make sure that the search volume is good, decent enough, and the website itself has the ability to compete. What does this mean? So again, I'm going to take the example of cricket. If I'm playing gully cricket, do I have the ability to compete in IPL? The chances are no. It's even if I do, like what's going to happen? Definitely I'm not going to be able to compete over there, right? And the same thing applies over here. Like if I'm playing gully cricket, I should stick to that. If I'm maybe into state level or maybe even the region level, I should stick to that. And as I'm progressing, as I'm improving, I can aim higher. Yes. So that's what SEO is all about. And even the keyword research is all about. You need to identify a competition that you can actually beat. And once you are good at that, then you start to focus on higher levels keywords. Reach yourself over there, then next go higher. Reach yourself over there, go higher, reach yourself over there. And that's how it works. So overall, uh, yes, there is 33,000 volume over here, but there's a high chance since Flipkart, Myntra, AGO, etc. are ranking for this keyword, that means that the competition is going to be super tough, because every single company over here that you're seeing rank on the top is probably spending millions and millions of dollars or crores of rupees to make sure that they are there, and it's not as easy, right? So that's something that you should always consider. So how do you do that? The best way is by striking a balance of three metrics, which I'm going to talk about as a part of keyword research. But before that, something important to know are that there are three type of keywords. So if you notice, obviously the keyword that I use is just men's footwear over here, etc. Right? But keywords can be anything, especially in today's day and age with AI. Uh, People are like typing sentences in the keyword field to get the answer that they want. So for us, it is very important to segment them into different areas, and that's what this is. So there's the head, mid tail, and the long tail. Head keywords are typically one or two tokens, and overall, uh, uh, like a good example is travel, as you can see over here, right? This is very broad. Why? Because travel can have anything. It can have like from booking tickets to booking hotels to finding places, getting information, traveling for education, traveling for vacation, traveling for any single thing, right? And so it's very broad. It could obviously include websites, tickets, packages around the world. And obviously, with that, traveling accessories, absolutely. So it also has a very high volume, because the number of people searching for it will be very high. So what does that mean? So just consider this. If I just typed shoes, and if I just typed travel over here, let's see what kind of volume we see for volume we have for them. So these are single token terms. These are typically head terms. It's still loading. Yeah, so shoes, as you can see, the volume is 6,73,000, right? It's a head term, but obviously shoes can mean anything. And similarly, if I look at travel, it has 1,35,000, and of course, it can mean anything. So these are, as I said, head terms which typically have a very high volume. And along with that high volume, you will also see a lot of competition. So shoes, we see Myntra, we see Adidas, we see Flipkart, we see Neiman's. But yeah, there is enough competition. Travel, we see Google itself. There's Make My Trip. There's Wikipedia. There is WTTC, apparently. But you get it, right? Like it's a very high competition, and the people competing for it are crazy. So can you compete in the same range? If you have a good website which has a good authority, maybe, yeah. Then we have mid-tail. So mid-tail is it is little specific, but not very specific, but not broad, right? So mid-tail is essentially a few more details. So travel, instead of travel, it's like travel packages. Travel packages Goa travel packages. And obviously the search volume will be much lower. The competition will be like okay around, so let's say competition is typically measured from 0 to 100, and typically a high competition would have 70, 80, 90, 100 as a competition. Mid is something which would have a competition of somewhere between 40, 50, 60, somewhere around those ranges, right? And the search volume will also be conservative, somewhere in thousands. So yeah, like that's what a mid-tail typically has. And we can actually check that as well, right? So if I just type in Goa travel packages, it will load. I'll give it a time to load. But yeah, that's basically how it works. So we can see that Make My Trip, Yatra, Thomas Cook, etc. are ranking. There are specific pages that are ranking of theirs. It looks like India tour packages is ranking for some reason. And as we can see, the search volume is a much more modest than this one, right? So this is 1,35,000. This is much lower at 49,50,000. Then we have long tail. These are much more specific. These are like, okay, cheap travel packages for Goa. Very specific for travel packages, but also they have a lot lower volume. And because they have lower volume, the competition is also a little easier. So for example, this one, it looks like it has zero search volume. Obviously, it is going to be much easier. Okay, so this is the plugin or extension that I'm using. So in fact, every single individual will see a different ranking. So when I typed in men's footwear, I saw these results. There's a high chance, or I wouldn't say very high, but there is definitely a chance that you will see a different list or different ranking sequence. So that is very common because one, I'm logged in. So Google also uses my personal data to identify what I should be seeing. And does that mean what does that mean for you? So that basically means that the ranking that you personally see may be different than what someone else sees, but it will still be in the similar range. So that's basically how keyword research works and what are the different type of keywords. So there are different, let's say, keyword research parameters that you should be looking at. One is that it should be relevant to the business. Second is that there should be enough search volume. And third is that there should be a competition that you can actually beat. So Deepthi, initially, if your website that you're trying to rank does not have a lot of authority, or if it's a new website, aim for long tail keywords. If it's a website that already has some authority, it already gets some decent traffic from organic searches, you can go for mid-tail. And if it's a big brand, decent sized brand, locally also, if it is a good brand, you can also aim for the head terms. So these are the three parameters that you should be typically using: relevance to the business, search volume, and competition, right? Now, competition is, there are two types of competition. So there's organic and then there's paid. So when it comes to the Google ads, so by the way, you can also get keywords from Google Ads Keyword Planner. It's completely free to do so. You just need a Google Ads account for that. The challenge is, the competition in that is your paid search competition. What is paid search competition? So this is the paid search competition. So let me see if I have some. Let me try. Let me try. Hotels in Goa. Yes, I got a paid search result, right? So this result is not an SEO result. This is a paid search result. And the competition for this is going to be different and separate. This is going to be PPC competition or paid search competition. In Google Ads, you get the competition for this inventory. But the SEO competition or organic competition is typically the ones for these results. How do you know it is paid? You can know it by looking at the sponsored. So if it says it is sponsored, that means it is a Google Ads inventory, part of Google Ads inventory. I think we can see another. Okay, there isn't one. But yeah, that's basically how it works, right? So this is a separate inventory and this is a separate inventory. So now let's do the keyword research part. So what is Uber Suggest? Uber Suggest is a keyword research tool. There are a bunch of keyword research tools. So I'm going to show Uber Suggest because I like one simple feature of it, of how it shows like the PPC difficulty and SEO difficulty. And obviously it does not need an account for me to do one search per day. So let me just exhaust that one search for it right now. I'm going to go with men's footwear. And I want to search for India as a location. Yep, search. Okay. Men's footwear. What does it show? What does it show? Hmm. Okay, so it says that the search volume is 12,100. By the way, the search volume numbers, you will probably see a different number in different website. That's because all of them just estimate what the number could possibly be. If you want a exact number, uh, you will never get that. But the closest one is going to be Google Ads Keyword Planner, because that's closest to Google search, of course. So just keep that in mind. Does that mean the other tools are not helpful? No, they are helpful. It's just that the numbers will vary a little bit, and that's very common. So search volume, it says 12,000. Good. And SEO difficulty, it says 52. Paid difficulty, it says 100, right? And cost per click is again for paid. So I'm not going to go into this because that's not related to SEO. What is related to SEO is SEO difficulty. So what this means is from 0 to 100, it is like 52% difficult, or 52 difficulty. And this means if I have decent authority, if I have some decent backlinks, etc., which again I'll be discussing in one of the later sessions, if I have decent relevance, uh, I can rank or try to rank for this keyword, which is men's footwear in India, because the SEO difficulty is 52. So if I scroll down, I obviously get a few more suggestions, different keywords, etc. I can basically find more relevant keywords, etc. But the main thing is that I just wanted to show you this. So when you are trying to identify new keywords, the best way to start is by inputting, by using a keyword tool like this, and then adding the keyword. And once you have added the keyword, you will get a list of different keywords. So if I go to, let's say, keyword ideas, for example, I can see these are the list of keywords that it suggested to me. So men's footwear, there's Nike, men's shoes, white shoes, leather shoes, Jordan shoes, loafers, right? And it also tells me what is the amount of search volume for each of those, what is the paid difficulty, and what is the SEO difficulty, search difficulty. And this is the one that I'm going to focus on. So SEO difficulty, as I said, it's nothing but how difficult it would be for you to rank in organic search, right? So essentially, how difficult it would be for you to rank over here, or show your web page or website over here, right? So 52 means it is going to be mid-level difficulty. 15 means it is not going to be as difficult, but I highly doubt that, given that this is Nike. Um, Sometimes, again, are these numbers accurate? The answer is these are estimates. These are never accurate. So, but this will give you a good direction to go with and good keywords to select with. So you'll have to use your own judgment. You'll have to use your own general sense of it. But the three things that I mentioned was, one is business relevance. Second is going to be your search volume, and third is going to be the difficulty or the competition. So now, let's say my business is selling men's sneakers, right? And I sell sneakers of my own brand. I don't sell it off any other brand. Based on that, what are the keywords that I can select from here that will have lowest search difficulty and decent search volume, as well as be relevant for my business? These are the three parameters. So let's say my brand's name is nothing, and I'm selling men's sneakers of nothing brand. Now, with that, the website is also new, but I'm trying to find good keywords to go with. So in this list of keywords that you can see on the screen, is there any keyword? So the first question is which keyword I would select. Second is if there is any keyword at all that I can go with from this list. So let me scroll down and maybe see like if there are some better suggestions. Doesn't look like it. Nothing related to sneakers. So there's Zara men's sneakers, but again, that's a no, right? Nothing related to sneakers. Of course, it makes sense there's nothing related to sneakers because I've searched for men's footwear, right? The challenge is that again, I cannot do another search unless and until I sign up. So I'm just going to pull some neat little trick over here. Okay, so let me do another search. Let me do a search for men's sneakers, and then maybe I'll find some better keywords. Okay. India. Let's see what kind of keyword ideas I get. Okay. I guess I clicked on ideas too quick. Okay. So now, you would. So how did it start? If you guys noticed, I used men's footwear first. I did not get good ideas. I did not get any decent keyword ideas because I'm selling sneakers. I'm not selling while it is under the footwear category. My main thing is sneakers. So that does not work. So that's the reason I tried a different search. And when I did that, as you can see, I got a more relevant keyword. So business relevance, check. From this, the second thing is search volume. Every single keyword of that you see over here have thousands of search volume. Good, check. Search difficulty. All the keywords that you see, except for a few, have a good search difficulty. And since I'm a new website, probably men's sneakers under 1,000, which has like 14 search difficulty, is a good one to go with. And this is the one that I can probably go with as well. Right. So this is basically how you decide on these three elements. Okay. So we talked about these things, right? We talked about uh, how search engines work, how algorithm works, on page versus off page, components of SEO, keyword and content. Okay, so this is something like there are 4 components of on page SEO: keywords and content makes the content SEO. Search engine accessibility, user accessibility makes the technical SEO. So keywords, building blocks, we talked about head, mid, long tail. We talked about how you should be choosing the right keyword, basically based on volume, relevance, competition. how keyword selection works, putting yourself in the customer's shoes. And this is something that we did together using Ubersuggest. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk about how you can do it using Google Ads Keyword Planner. That's something that I want to show because this is one of the much more easier or scalable way to do it, uh, while also making sure that this does not cost you a lot of money. So I'll show that, but Ubersuggest, definitely you can use Ubersuggest as well. There are other tools like Keyword Tool, etc. Answer the Public, competition analysis, you can use SpyFu for that. But yeah, again, those are something that you can. But let's start with Google Ads Keyword Planner, right? Okay, so first thing it says is create your first campaign. Looks like there is no skip option here. Okay, I was able to skip it by clicking outside. That's good. Is there an option to skip this? Looks like no. Okay. Test 2. Let me just click. I'll just say, I'll pick one of the websites that I have, Carbon Lightning. You don't really need like a website. You can also use like your own phone number here if you want. Oh, interesting. They keep changing this flow. I'm going to skip everything. I'm going to skip this. Skip, leave campaign creation. Yeah, I'm going to leave these things as is. Continue. Okay, looks like I'll need to enter some payment details. But yeah, like after I enter the payment details, it's not like it is going to charge me anything. I can just enter that, I can just submit it, and then create a payments profile. I don't want to create one. Yeah, so you just enter the details, Mahesh. You have to enter the details. Looks like they want to make sure that people do enter the details. So you can just enter the details. But since you will have no active campaigns, you can just skip this entire thing. So like you will anyways not get charged. So that's the main thing. Just make sure there are 0 active campaigns, and that's it. I hope that helps for anyone else who's looking to create a Google Ads account. If the main purpose is keywords planner, then that's the way that you should go for it. Right. So once you create an account, it will look something like this. And in the left side, you will see tools. So just go to tools, then there is planning, and then there's keyword planner. Right. So repeating once again, once you get to this interface, actually, let me just make it a bit easier so that I can show the actual interface that you may see. So once you get to this interface, on the left hand side, go to tools, and within that, in planning, go to keywords planner, right? So I'm going to click keyword planner here. And something like this shows up. Now, this is what I'm going to use for my keyword research. Because again, as I said, this is like a free tool to use. You get a bunch of different keyword ideas, and the search volume is also much closer to what the actual search volume is going to be, since this is Google's own data. Now, the way that you could get started is you will click on discover new keywords. Right. And then the next thing is that it asks for an input of a keyword. Obviously, there are other things like start with a website, filter with a website, etc. But since assuming that we don't have a website or we are just starting a new website, etc., in that case, it is always good that you start with the keyword. Now, what is this? So this is going to be a starter keyword, just like you saw how I worked with Uber Suggest. In Uber Suggest, when I wanted to talk about men's sneakers and when I entered men's footwear, I got a completely different result. So the starter keyword or the first keyword is very important. The starter keyword should be the one, yeah, as small as possible, and at the same time, it should describe your business as closely as it can. So it's like a head keyword, but it is also describing your business in a way. When you do that, you will find more relevant keywords from it. So don't forget this. The starter keyword is very important aspect. So whenever you're starting with the keyword research, make sure that you have a good starter keyword. So now, what am I? What is my business? So my business, uh, ACs, fans. Okay, let's go with both of these. Maybe I'm an electronic showroom. So uh, my business is into selling these. Maybe I'm like a store, like a Chroma store or something like that. And I'm into a business of selling electronic items, primarily into helping with the rising temperatures. Right now, I know it's raining outside and all, but let's go with the rising temperatures of with ACs, fans, coolers, etc. So that's what I'm into, and I sell of all different brands. So I don't really care much, but that's my business. So it's something that probably I already have like a local business. I'm also starting into e-commerce now. So that's the context. Humid as well. Yeah, true. So with that said, let's get into some of the starter keywords. I maybe want to go with air conditioners as a starter keyword first. So let's go with that. And then we'll also like see if time permits, we'll try some others. So air conditioners, ACs by, let's say, AC online. Yeah, let's not go too specific. 5-star is good, agreed, but let's not go too specific. I'm just going to use one or two, maybe three, like I said, like these keywords. That's it. And you really, like, in the first search, you don't need a lot of them. You just need the core thing, the core keywords. And absolutely, Leela, I agree. So that's the reason it is very important that you go with the core. So top 5 brand, 5-star, etc. is very specific. I'm not going specific. I'm going a little broader. So think of these as your head terms. So it's the starter keywords. It should be relevant to your business while it is a head term, right? So that's what I'm going with. Inverter ACs, inverters. Yeah. But again, just going broad. Now, once I've entered this, I will probably get the different things that you guys are saying, like 1 ton, 25K, under 40K, 1.5 with 5-star inverter ACs. I'm probably going to get those keywords. Durable, budget friendly, I'm going to get those keywords. That's the beauty of it, right? This is what it does. It generates or provides you keyword suggestions. So let's see, let's get results. Okay. Of course, the number of searches rises during the summer, right? We can clearly see that trend over here. Right now, it is typically, I would say, a good time to buy is during winters because a lot of people have a lot of stock around it. But you get the point, right? Like, as you can see, it rises quite a bit over here, right? So as an SEO guy, as an SEO expert, as I said earlier, SEO is a long-term game. So for me to start in this month for the upcoming summer is probably the best case scenario because I have enough time to prepare and do something. So let's just do that. Let's try to identify a way to actually help rank during the summer periods, right? By the way, this thing that you see, this curve that you see, is called as seasonality. This is a very common concept in marketing. This is not just something related to SEO, PPC, etc. This is a very common concept in marketing, but this is a very good example of seasonality, right? So now if I scroll down a bit, I can see like these are the starter keywords that I provided, and these are the search volumes for the same. Then these are the keywords that it suggests. So these are additional keywords that it is suggesting to me. And overall, it says there are 1,728 keywords that it found. And these keywords combined have around, even during December, they have around 28 lakh search volume per month. So that means 28 lakh times people are searching for it in a single month. And during the peak period, almost 4.2 crore or 4 crore people are searching for it in May, right? So that's what it tells me. However, it has all types of keywords. Like it can have keywords that are probably not at all relevant for you. Some of you were mentioning 1.5 ton, 1 ton. It actually has those. The one good feature that I like about Google Ads Keyword Planner is the refine keywords function. So you can actually define these keywords very quickly using this, and that's what I'm going to do over here. So I'm going to go with only non-brand keywords. What does this mean? So keyword which does not have a brand name in it. Now, actually, I'm a AC seller. This doesn't matter to me. I want everything. These are fine. I don't want a retailer. I don't want Flipkart, Chroma, etc. I cannot use those. I probably not going to go with these brands, right? Yeah, so that looks good. These brands are okay. Maybe I'm selling some of these brands. Maybe I don't want to go with all of them. Maybe I just want to go with, let's say, Voltas, LG, maybe Samsung, Blue Star, right? Higher, O General, Hitachi. Yeah, so maybe these are the brands that I'm selling. Maybe, right? So brands are sorted. Products. I am selling only split AC, maybe window AC as well. Portable, I'm removing. Tower, I'm removing. Wall air conditioner. Uh, isn't that the normal air conditioner? Cassette AC. I don't know what this is. Floor standing AC. I don't want this. Don't want this. Don't want this. Right. So quickly, as you can see, from 1,700, now I'm left with 958. Nice. Let's go with this. Okay, all of these look good. Maybe I'm not selling 4 ton, 3 ton, 2 ton, right? And definitely not selling 5 ton. Maybe I just want to focus on 1 and 2 ton. Sorry, 1 and 1.5, right? So I'm going to go with that. 2022, nope. Used, I'm selling new. Outdoor, no. Solar, no. Shop is fine. Room air conditioner is fine. Appliances online is fine. Okay. So what am I left with? I'm left with 700 keywords. Good. So this is what refine keywords typically does. It helps you quickly refine the keywords based on some of the categories that it has identified. And once I'm done with this, as you can see, I don't need to go through the 1,000 keywords. I just have 700 left. So what do I do with this now? How do I use these? So let's just download these keywords. So once I've refined them, I'm just quickly going to select download, select CSV. So this is where we are going to start using Google Sheets, or basically spreadsheets. Actually, let me just export in Google Sheets. Why do I need a CSV? So I just did that, like download keywords. I selected Google Sheets. I just clicked download. That's it. Once I did that, it automatically like created a spreadsheet like this for me. Okay. So once you download, this is what the data looks like. Now, what do you do with all of this data? Right, of course. As you can see, there's like search volume, there's competition, but this competition is of no use. Why is that? So keep this in mind. I am highlighting it for you guys as well. Don't use this for SEO. This is PPC related. This is also PPC related, right? So these two are also not relevant. I'm actually going to mark it in this red. This feels like uh, this is like too vibrant, if that's a good word to use. But yeah, this is related to PPC. Now, organic impression, organic average position, this will show up only if your website is already linked with that, with the account, etc. And then you also get search volume by every month. So what search volume the keyword had in July, in August, September, etc. For the last 12 months. So this is something that you get, right? So once you get this, since there are three parameters that I want to use. One is the keywords relevance, second is the volume, and third is the competition. Since this competition is not relevant for me, I'm just going to focus on the keyword and the search volume. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, this is the raw data. This is where I'm going to work with keyword selection. Right. So the way that I'm going to do that is I'm going to select all the keywords here and paste it so that it is much more cleaner for me to work with. Now, some people just prefer to delete all the other columns, etc. But I'm keeping them so that it's there for your reference, right? Okay, I have the keywords, I have the search volume. Obviously, I don't have the competition. Let me add a filter. This is why, if anyone is wondering, the Excel is important, especially when it comes to working with all the data and all in SEO, not just SEO, in digital marketing in general. Okay, so I have the keywords, I've filtered them, I've formatted them a bit. Let me just do one thing right now. It is sorted based on some kind of a relevance, but I want to make sure that I'm focusing on keywords which have decent search volume as well. So I'm just going to do one thing. I'm going to sort this. Oh, okay. I'm going to sort this. Perfect. This one does not have any search volume. Anyways, I don't need it. Looks good. Sorted. Okay, so these are the keywords, top keywords. Now, yes, Deepthi, but I want to leave it as a reference. Okay, so now here's the thing. The three parameters that I mentioned. What were the three parameters? So what is a good space? I'll just write it over here. Keyword selection parameters. First is business relevance. Second is search volume. Third is competition. Now the question is, if I'm using Google Ads Keyword Planner and if I don't have access to some of the paid tools, how do I judge competition? I'm going to show you. There is a way, but for that you need to make sure that you are sorted with the first two. So now the question is, how do we do or proceed on this? So for business relevance, while we selected head terms to find these keywords, when we are actually selecting the keywords, we would want to make sure that these keywords are highly relevant to our goal. So there are typically two goals from SEO perspective. The first goal, again, based on the business, it depends, but typically there are two goals. The first goal is business identify keywords that help achieve specific goals. Let me do one thing. Let me actually put this over in a separate tab. Identify keywords that help achieve specific goals. For example, the first goal could be example goals could be, let's say, sales. So in case the business is related to selling ACs online, so you would want to make sure that you're identifying that are related to that. So yeah, that's what I'm going to type over here. Second is information. Why is this important? Because oftentimes using information based keywords, you can get people to your website. Does that help conversions? Not directly, but it does two things. It helps you increase the authority, because if people are visiting from SEO to your website, Google thinks your website is important, and thereby your authority goes up. I wouldn't say it goes up all of a sudden, it goes up slowly, step by step, right? So that's the reason, even if you're not into the information business like a news website, etc., providing information around your business related products or services will actually help improve your website's authority. And when your website's authority increases, there is a high chance that you will rank better for your sales related keywords as well. So that's the second goal. So information related keywords. So if you are selling ACs online, find keywords related to reviews, let's say, or it could be AC information, uh, technical details, services, service info, not services, because we don't offer services, right? Etc. To help improve SEO traffic and increase authority, right? So that's basically the goal with the business relevance, that while it should be relevant, it should be specific to a to a goal. If it is sales related, what you should do. If it is information related, what you should do. Search volume. Now, obviously, in this, the best or the highest search volume is what you should go for. But keep in mind about like if something has a very high search volume and it has a very low competition, there's a high chance that there's a reason behind it. If not, every single other website which already exists might have gotten it. So if you're a new website, you should probably be a little conservative. If you're an existing website which already has decent traffic, you can be a little bit higher also, that's okay. And if you're like the Flipkart or Myntra or Amazons of AC, go for it. Go for any single keyword that you want, because there's a high chance that you can actually get to that. So search volume, that's basically the parameters. New websites, go for long tail and conservative search volume. Like, now, the reason I'm saying conservative is because based on your business, you will see the numbers be very different. In consumer electronics, etc., like ACs, the search volumes will typically be very high. But if your business is into something very specific, maybe your business is into manufacturing the screwdrivers for a specific type of screw. Who even wants that? Who is going to search for that? The chances are the number of people who are going to search for it is going to be very low. But those people who are going to search for it, the low people, are actually going to place high orders. So maybe in that case, even if you're focusing on keywords with 50 search volume or even 100 search volume in a month, that's okay typically, because the entire industry does not have as much of a search volume and it's more B2B. Not exact match. This is more about like how you should consider the conservative part. Okay, so long tail, go conservative. For example, thank you, Geeta, in B2C of 500 to 5,000. Okay, then on the second side, you have websites with existing SEO traffic and some rankings. So for these, go for mid-tail and yeah, like mid search volume. For example, again, in B2C, it could be somewhere around 5,000 to even, let's say, 40,000 or 50,000. Right? And then third is big brands or established websites with good authority. Go for anything above 50K. Right. So this can act like a good benchmark. Now, are these benchmarks a good number? Not really, no. But this can help you in the start. As you figure out, as you gain more experience, based on the business, based on the context of the business, based on what it is into, the industry, the search volume, etc., you will have to decide for yourself what is a good search volume. But since everyone is over here starting for the first time, this is a good benchmark. So right now, there are certain assumptions that I'm going to make here. The assumption number one is that I have a new website, right? And the assumption number two is that my authority is nil. And the assumption number three is probably I can go with, since again, like this is based on this, right? So based on this, I should be going for long tail or conservative search volume keywords. So does that mean I can aim for these? Maybe, but not right now, because I don't have any authority. Now, if these assumptions were like, okay, I have a well-established website, etc., then it would change, but not right now. So with that, I'm going to scroll a bit, maybe check HVAC, Samsung air conditioner seems decent, but again, mid-tail, maybe something I can look at. AC conditioner installation near me. Interesting. I'm going to scroll a bit down, further down. Okay, this seems like a safe spot in terms of search volume. Let's see what kind of keywords that we have. Now let's go with these keywords, or at least like these keywords first, and see like if I can identify any decent keywords here. So AC company seems too vague to me. Okay. Home air conditioner. Can I select this as a keyword? Yeah. Yeah, perfect. So I'm going to select this. I'm marking it in green for now. Central air conditioner prices. I'm not into selling central air conditioner. I'm more into consumer market. I'm not selecting this. So I'm going to mark anything that I'm not selecting as, yep. So I'm probably now, as you guys remember, so I can see that there are some no's, short tail, I agree. But I have not done the second filter of competition yet. I'm just looking at search volume right now. So maybe in the competition filter, this home SE will get removed. But for now, I'm still going to select this. So I'm going to select this, right? And similarly, split air conditioner price. Which color, red or green? Absolutely, right? So this is basically what you would be doing when you're selecting the keywords. As you can see, there is business relevance, and at the same time, these also have decent search volume. So how many should we select? You should select as many as you want. Like, there is literally no limit. But to be honest, when you're starting off, having about 30 to I would say 30 is a conservative number. So 20 to 30 keywords is decent size for you to start, or at least start building something. Initially, again, like, since you're just practicing, even if you're selecting 5 as a practice, that's fine. But when you're doing this, 20 to 30 is a conservative number in a starting. And as you scale up, then obviously you work with way more. Typically with SEO, however, how do you actually work with those individual keywords? So there is a way that you actually do that, which I'm going to talk about in the next segment. So, okay, I've selected these, right? I'm going to select a few more very quickly. So cheap AC, I'm going to say yes. Best AC company. Uh, like, you can probably go with this, but there is like a personal element to this as well. So that's the reason I'm not going. Split AC price. Okay. General split AC. Since I'm a retailer, I'm still going to go with this. This looks good. This looks good. Right? Now, most of these are general keywords. What I'm going to do is I also want to find some keywords that are um, information based, information related. So let me just maybe check if there are any keywords that ooze out information. Yeah, looks like there isn't any pretty good one. Best AC, yes. AC key price. Okay, even these keywords can be used for information. Best, I'm going to go with the best one over here, right? Yeah, again, like, I can go with any number of these keywords, right, based on what I'm into, what I'm trying to sell, etc. And now I'm just going to sort this a little bit. Sort by color. These are the ones that I did not select, and these are the ones that I did select. Okay, so these are the ones that I've selected. Now I'm going to analyze the competition. So some of you are wondering, how am I going to do that without a paid tool? Luckily, there is a website which does allow us to do it. So again, this website itself is like a paid one, but it does allow us to check for each individual keyword what the competition typically looks like. So this is Ahrefs. It's a pretty good tool for SEO. They have some free like free SEO tools. Last I remember, there was keyword difficulty checker. Yes, this is the one, right? So I'm going to select India. India. By the way, this location is the search location. This is not the location that you are in. Just FYI. So basically, if you are focusing or targeting Indians, then you would go with India as a location. But if you are targeting US, then you should be selecting US as a location, right? So home air conditioner. So I'm just going to put this keyword here. I'm going to click check keyword. Okay, so it says the competition is 44. It looks like it's hard, right? And there's like Amazon, Flipkart, and Blue Star, etc. over here. So I'm just going to put that 44. Cheap air conditioner. I'm going to do a few more over here. This is the reason it's a bit tiring when you're doing it individually for each single keyword. But this is a free method of doing it. So this looks like it's 19, it's medium. Nice, good, that's good. Home AC. I'm just going to do like 2 or 3 more, and then I'm going to leave it. So don't worry, I'm not like, but as you can see, this is like a very easy way for you to get competition info of SEO for free. I'm going to do this last one. In a paid tool, you can get this result for like even thousands of keywords. Okay, split AC price. It's easy, 9. Nice. So this is how you can basically check it. I'm going to leave the link over here, as well as I'm going to leave it over here. 0 to 30 is good enough, but looks like I can go with all of these. So these are pretty good keywords for me to go with. And based on that, find selection status or something like that, whatever you prefer. I'm just using this for like ease. And I'm saying like, yes, selected for all of these, right? And that's basically how you do keyword selection. Once you're done with this, you can basically just copy it. Again, this is something that you can do based on whatever your preference is, but this makes it easier for me. So final selected keywords are these. And this is how you do keyword research. Yeah, I mean, this is good. Even home AC is nice. Cheap AC, split condition price, split AC price, pretty decent ones. Oh yeah, I forgot of this one. I want to check this one as well. This was going to be my information keyword. But yeah, while I'm checking this, quick check from you guys on what do you guys think? Oh wow, wonderful. Anyone who's selling in ACs, this is a keyword to go for. You will get good traffic.
What do you guys think though? Like, does this make sense? Is this easy? Difficult? Maybe, maybe not. Will you guys be able to do something like this?
So once you have selected the keywords, the process of working towards ranking for those keywords takes time. And because once you have implemented something, you will have to wait for a while before you start seeing results from it. So typically, before you start to rank, it takes about at least 6 months, even, or sometimes in some cases where the keywords are much more difficult, it could even take a year. So yes, it takes time. Okay, so that's how you work with different tools. Now, again, Uber Suggest is one. There's a bunch of different tools, right? There is keyword tool. So this is keywordtool.io. There is Answer the Public. I really like Answer the Public in the sense that it provides you different questions that people may ask, but it basically tells you like what are the different questions people are asking. This could be good for the FAQ section if you would create one. So the next thing is we have these relevant keywords. Yes, I also mentioned about what are the different things that you can do when you're selecting a keyword, but there is something that you should be aware of when it comes to keywords as well, which is intent. Typically, and this is something that most of the tools, third-party tools, etc., also leverage as a way to communicate with you about the intent of the different tools, etc. Different keywords, etc. And these are divided into 4 segments. What what does an intent mean? The intent of the keyword means what does the person want when they are searching for something. So when I'm searching for shoes online or buy shoes online, there's a clear intent that I want to purchase the shoe, right? That's the intent. And let's say if I am looking for reviews of a specific restaurant, what is the intent there? The intent is this: yes, I want to make a purchase or I want to visit the restaurant, but I'm still considering it. I'm not 100% sure yet. And as such, I want some more information before I complete the transaction, right? So similarly, there are like different intents. So the transactional intent is very clear. I want to make a purchase right now. Commercial intent is the reviews, etc., that I was talking about. So trying to learn more about something right before I make a purchase. So that's the main thing, right? Like commercial is more around before you make a purchase, if you're conducting a research. And that could include reviews, comparison, or let's say trying to find the top ACs, best 5 ACs or something like that, or best place to buy an AC, AC shops. All of those are commercial intent. Like you're not conducting a transaction right then and there. You're just trying to conduct a transaction by first finding where you would want to conduct or how you would want to conduct that. Then there is navigational keyword. So navigational keyword basically means that you are using that keyword to navigate to a specific website. A very good example of this is when you just go on Google and you're typing Facebook login. So for example, if you guys noticed, I wanted to go to Uber Suggest website, but what did I do? I did not go to neilpatel.com/Uber Suggest. What did I do? I just typed Uber Suggest in Google, and then I went to the website of Uber Suggest. So is it branded keyword? Yes, part of it is. So because I did not want to type the entire URL, I just searched for it. But in addition to that, you would also have keywords like Facebook login. This is a navigational keyword. You want to log into Facebook. Even if you rank for this keyword, and maybe you are like ranking somewhere here with this, that's not going to be useful, because even if it has like millions of people searching for this, people are still going to go to Facebook to log in, right? And that's the main thing about these navigational keywords. These can be quite tricky. These can have search volume, but that search volume is to navigate to a specific website. That's what navigational keywords are. And then there is the uh, crown of search volume, which is informational keywords. Informational keywords basically have a lot of search volume because people are looking for information. That's what Wikipedia is all about, providing information, right? And all of these blogs, all of these news websites, etc. What do? They provide information. So this does not have a commercial or transactional nature. So a keyword like this one that I was just showing, best AC 1.5 ton, is an informational keyword because I don't know which AC I want to buy. I maybe just simply know that, okay, I want to buy a 1.ton AC, 1.5 ton AC, and that's it. I don't know which is a good one, which is a good brand. I don't have that information. And once I enter this, probably I'll be able to get some information around that. Or let's say a very good informational keyword would be something like um, top travel destinations in wherever you want to go. Maybe you want to go to Goa. Maybe you want to go to best travel places in Goa, right? What do I get from this? I get information. I get, okay, 30 best places to visit, 52 best places to visit, 68 best places to visit. Yes, those are informational keywords. So adding an informational keyword to our website will pop up our website when search for that kind of information. Yes, Leela. Now, how does this help your website, or how does informational keyword help your website? The answer is when, so this is one of the signal that Google uses is what are the existing keywords that you're ranking for, and what are, in addition to that, what are the amount of people, or what are the amount of traffic that you're getting from Google already. Informational keywords are the best way to sort of work with those numbers, because oftentimes those commercial and transactional keywords are already being taken up by big brands, which becomes very difficult for you to fight. But to get there, a very simple way to do it is by providing information, which isn't something that a lot of people have a lot of, sorry, there's typically not a lot of competition for those. And since there is not much competition, it's easier for you to rank. If you're ranking, if you're getting traffic, your authority starts to goes up as well. So that's a positive sign for Google as well, right? So that's the main thing, and that's the main reason people do this. But the best part is uh, nowadays, even with these informational keywords, you can still make sales happen. Although the sales may not be that high in number, the conversion rate might not be that high in number. You can still make sales happen as people like go through the information. They can also make purchases, as you can see over here, right? So that's how you can work with informational keywords. But how do you identify these different intent? So let's just do that very quickly, right? So before I even go with the final selection of keywords, let's add something else over here. Let's just go with these keywords and try to identify the intent. I'm going to add another column here. So now, one thing is, when you're looking at keywords like these, it is very difficult to decide what is the right intent, right? Is it informational? Is it commercial, navigational, or transactional? It becomes very difficult to identify that. So instead of keeping it very subjective, the best method I personally found is ask Google. How do you ask Google about the keyword intent? It's very simple. Just search for it. Just search for the keyword. That is not search for intent. Search for the keyword, and I'll show you how that works. So let me just create this simple drop down over here. I'll say, so what was that? Informational, navigational, commercial. Okay. Now, what I'm going to do is to remove any ambiguity, I'm directly going to search for this keyword. Now, once I searched for it, the first thing that it did is it actually provided me options, and these are organic shopping results, by the way. So it provided me some organic shopping results. As I scroll down, it provided me pages of shopping websites. So, but in addition to that, it also has which type of AC is best for home, what is suited. So it looks like it is not completely transactional. Again, this is subjective. This is highly subjective, right? So as you can see, you could either go with commercial or transactional. Which is the right one? Frankly speaking, no one knows. But you can go. Then why are we even doing this? The reason we are doing this is so that it is easier for us to decide the type of content and the page that we want to create. And that's the reason keyword intent is important. So over here, it's very clear. I would personally go with commercial. I completely agree with Mahesh because there's definitely a transactional, like at least some intent for transaction, but Google does think that people also ask questions around it. So that tells me that this is more of a commercial intent than transactional in nature. So again, this is a bit subjective, but the primary use case of this is so that you can understand what type of content you would like to build. So when I search for home AC, I'm going to do the same thing. Search for this. And yeah, I would go with commercial again. And so on and so forth. So let's just go with this one. Yep, see, informational, right? So I'm going to go with informational over here. And this is basically how you go with this, right? Now, in this scenario, we don't have a navigational keyword, which is fine, but that's what I wanted to show you guys. And that's essentially how you decide the intent of the keyword. So split AC price, I'm going to consider that as transactional. Cheap AC, I'm going to consider that as maybe commercial. Split AC price, transactional, because it says price in that. And navigational is like, I don't think we have navigational keywords in this. But navigational is typically like, let's say, a Facebook login or Chroma store account, Google account, etc. Those are like navigational. Commercial is one step before transaction. Informational is clearly, so information is like you just want information, that's it. And sometimes information can go into transactional as well, but that's very less. The best way is, again, the best way to find out is just searching for it and seeing what type of results typically show up. And as you can see over here, the most of the results are information based. So it makes sense to mark it as information. So over here, you're letting Google decide instead of you just deciding on your own. And I'm going to finally put that over here. Okay. Now the final selected keywords also have keyword intent. So this is how I can decide that I can use this for informational, uh, uh, like informational intent.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers digital marketing course in collaboration with iHub IIT Roorkee. Through this course, you will learn complete digital marketing from search engine optimization, search engine marketing to PPC, analytics, and social media marketing, and much more from the IIT faculty and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of digital marketing.
We looked at Google Ads Keyword Planner, and I also talked, or at least mentioned, some of the other keyword tools that are there. But something I feel like was missing is how you can kind of do all of those things. So the primary reason I used Google Keywords Planner, Ahrefs, the free version or the free tool that Ahrefs provide, and in addition to that, I use that intent identification, manual intent identification, was so that we are able to clearly understand how you can do it without spending any money on the tools. Because uh, frankly speaking, as people who are just learning, like yourself, it becomes very tough to sort of shell out money for something that you're not even aware of, right? And that's the main reason. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to show a quick demo on how it works with a paid version of the tools as well, so that you can understand that usually when you're trying to do these things for free, it takes a lot of manual effort. But when these tools are provided by the companies or the businesses that you work with, uh, typically you would be able to do these things much faster, right? So that's the main reason. So I'm going to show it on SEMrush. This is a tool that like I have a like I primarily use its free version during the session, but I'm just going to show like a very simple one on how you can use the paid version of it as well. Yeah, like SEMrush, Aviru. What did we actually discuss yesterday? So far, we have gone through keyword research, understood what are different type of keywords, head, mid, long, and then research parameters. We looked at how you can do keyword research using Google Ads. And then based on the raw data that we got from Google Ads, we then identified certain keywords. We looked at what their competition could be by using the Ahrefs tool. We identified keyword intent. I know there's Lokesh saying like, can we go through the keyword intent really quickly? I'll do that. And then we finalized or selected the keywords that we want to work with, right? So now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to like use SEMrush real quick and show you. So 1 second, let me just log into that account. Okay, yeah. So this is SEMrush. What I'm going to basically do is um, yesterday I was doing the AC keywords research, right? So what was the seed term that I had entered? Let's see. I think it should be somewhere over here. Yeah. So these were the 3 seed terms that I used, right? So I'm going to start with air conditioners, just air conditioners. And let's see what it shows. air conditioners. I'm going to select India as a location, and that's what I wanted to sort of show. Yeah, now it has shown. Okay, so I have the search result as well, and now this is something interesting, right? So it also tells me in the top 10 results, so that we have Reliance Digital, we have Amazon, Flipkart, Voltas, Chroma, and all of these. And it has something called as domain AS. So what is domain AS? Domain AS is domain authority score. So this is rated from 0 to 100. And now, is this authority score the same as what Google considers? No, but this is something that will give us a guidance of what the authority of the website could probably be, right? And that's essentially the part of it. Now, from this, what we can understand is this particular keyword has a pretty tough competition. The domains have an authority score of almost 79. That's big. And now let's just try to see if I can get some keywords from this particular single keyword instead. Okay, so it also gives me the keyword difficulty. It says like it's 63, so 63%. So that's pretty difficult. And this is for organic results, right? And if you notice, it also tells me the intent. So according to this, it's commercial intent. The user wants to investigate brands or services. So what I'll do is I'll just click view all 54,000 keywords that it identified from this one keyword, the starter keyword, right? And once I do that, right. So, and let's take a look at this part. This is what I wanted to show. So what are the things that we actually got in the keyword research yesterday? We got the keywords, we got the search volume, we got the competition, and we got the keyword intent. What do we get here? So we get the keywords, we get the intent. So it, as you can see, some keywords are marked as two different intents. So now, obviously, these intents, as I said, are subjective, but these are the intent that it identified. And then we also get the search volume, and in addition to that, we also get the keyword difficulty, right? So for me, when I'm doing keyword research and I'm trying to find different keywords, a paid tool gives all of these information to me directly. I don't really need to like find each of them individually, independently. Like I got this from Keyword Planner, I got this from Ahref, I got this manually. I wouldn't need to do all of that by using a paid tool, and that's the difference. Now, is SEMrush costly? Yes, it is. It's I believe last I checked, it was around $120 for a single month, which is pretty high, pretty steep. But at the same time, it does provide enough value once you are starting to get paid for your work, and that's what matters over here, right? So over here, once I have this, I can directly just export this data and start working with the same. That's the best part about it. So this is just like a small glimpse that I wanted to give of how paid tools typically make it easier for you. And they have a price, but they have a justifiable price because of that. Okay, so in this scenario, all of these are search difficulty, like the normal SEO difficulty. Yeah, so competitive density is related to paid difficulty. So this one is paid difficulty, this one is SEO difficulty. So if I go to pricing, you can see like if I just look at monthly, oh, it's $140 per month now. So it's steep. Again, I'm saying it's steep. That's not a lie. But at the same time, that's the main reason I showed you how you can do it for free so that you can at least practice and understand these things. And later on, once you start getting work, probably the company or business you're working for can sponsor it, or basically your work itself can sponsor it. Because sometimes if your work is good enough and you have good clients, uh, the revenue that you make from it pretty much covers the cost. So I know like some of the SEO people who have been into it for almost 10-15 years, and they work with some of the top clients, right? And I'm not talking about some small shot, I'm talking about clients who make like millions and millions in revenue. And for them, they typically charge close to around $10,000 to $15,000 a month. So for them, these tools are pretty much nothing, chump change. And that's the reason these tools are also priced in such a way, because of the data and the value that they offer. So Uber Suggest is a pretty decent tool in terms of price. I think they have a much smaller price tag, probably around 19 or $20 per month, if I remember correctly. But then also the accuracy of it is a bit low, and there are also caps in the number of updates that you can do extra. So that's like a quick thing that I wanted to mention around SEO tools. The way that you determine intent is by trying to understand what they could potentially be looking for. And based on that, you can determine what type of content you would want to show to them, right? And that's the main purpose of it. So there are four typical intent and the four divisions of it. And the first is, of course, informational, where people are looking for just information. They are not looking to make a transaction, or there's no commercial intent as such. Second is navigational. This is where people just search for something because they want to navigate to a specific website. So it could be login, dashboard, or something like that, or just the brand name itself, wherein they know that they want to go to a specific website, but they just don't remember the URL. Then there's a commercial intent, which is just one step before making a transaction typically. So let's say if someone wants to buy something, before that they would want to do some quick research around something, right? And that's basically what the commercial intent is all about. And finally, after that, we have the transactional one, wherein they want to buy something, and that's the intent that they have. Now, the best thing about these intent types is that by identifying them, you can determine what type of content you should be creating for those keywords. So there was this question multiple times asked by every one of you, is that how do you use these keywords in the website? How do you implement these keywords in the website? Right? And that's where your SEO plan comes into the picture. So SEO plan is the next step after finishing your keyword research. And this is something that sort of bridges the gap between your content and keyword. Now, this is going to be something interesting, right? So, because this is something that I want all of you to focus on as well, as this essentially will determine how effective your keyword strategy is going to be. Is keyword research important? Yes. But once you have done the keyword research, how you use those keywords becomes more important as well, right? If you have a good idea, that's awesome. That's first step. That's an important step, but that's the first important step. The second step is to actually implement it and execute on that. And that's what I'm going to talk about over here. And for creating the content that is more relevant to the keyword, you're going to create a SEO plan, right? So let's try and understand how you can go and create an SEO plan yourself, right? So I have a template over here, right? I'm just going to open this. Okay, so this is the template. Now, over here, one thing that I primarily do is I also like sort of update the templates as needed. But anyways. So this one is the example. Yeah. Okay, so what is this template? Let's just talk about this template. Now, is this template how you should do it as well? Not really. This template is more of a suggestion. This is how I personally do it, but if you have a better way, go for it, right? So keep that in mind. It's not like, okay, this is exactly how I should do it because Vishal sir told me to do it like that. No, that's not how it works. Everyone has their own way of managing their keywords, planning their keywords, and the SEO around it. This is just how I do it, and I feel like this is quite simple. So yeah, like if this works for you, please go ahead. But this is what I'm going to use to explain as well, because the elements in this are important. So let's try and understand what's added in this template. So the first thing is the primary keyword, right? You can ignore this particular part. This is more for an example or just some details or description. I'm going to put it in a little grayish, too gray. This better, yeah. Okay, so primary keyword, you basically like what is your main keyword that you're going to focus on, the primary keyword. Are we supposed to use just one keyword for a page, or are we supposed to use multiple? So when it comes to a single piece of content or a single piece of page, you should have only one primary keyword. So a primary keyword is the key focus of that page. So a good example is men's footwear that we saw with Flipkart yesterday. Now, what we saw in that is its primary focus was men's footwear as a keyword. And the entire page and the content, etc., was wrapped around that keyword as a primary focus. But it probably also has content good enough for some of the secondary or synonymous keywords like footwear or footwear online, etc., or even shoes online. And those are typically considered as secondary keywords. Is it important to optimize your content for secondary keywords? It's not something that is super important, but if you do it, that's a good thing. And that is something that I'm also going to show, like how you can do that too. So you should have only one primary keyword, but you can have multiple secondary keywords based on how long your content is going to be. So only one primary keyword. Per page. And these are like related secondary keywords, can be many based on content, right? So this is how you can use different keywords. Now, when it comes to these secondary keywords, you can actually use some of the secondary keywords as primary keywords in separate pages too. And like, to not make it too complicated, that's also something that you can definitely do. But for now, let's just keep it very simple, that there should be only one primary keyword per page, and you can have multiple secondary keyword related secondary keywords based on the type of content that you have. So the primary keyword is your main focus of a page. Okay, so what are we actually trying to do here? The main thing is we are trying to take that keyword which we selected and create a page, a web page around it, a web page on a website for that keyword. That's the main thing that we are going to do. And to do that, you cannot have multiple keywords and just stuff all of them and see like, okay, maybe this works. That's not how it works. And that's the reason for every page, you should have one main focus keyword. And that's what this primary keyword is. So a primary keyword is the main focus of your page or the topic of your page, if you may. And where do you get these primary keywords? We just did the keyword research for that, right? So that's what the primary keyword is. Secondary keyword can be supportive keyword or more supported keywords. I will show examples of this, don't worry, but it's more like supporting keywords that you can use in addition to the primary keywords. But the way that you use it will obviously be very different. Once you have a primary keyword, the next thing is the content type. Now, why is this important? It is important because your content type will be different based on the type of keyword it is. If the keyword is something that has a high transactional or commercial value, probably you would want to use or focus that particular keyword towards a category page or a product page. But if it is mainly informational with a mix of commercial or something like that, a blog page would be much better, right? So the what is the type of content that you're looking to create around that keyword is also something which is very important, and that is something that will be decided based on the intent. I don't think I have mentioned the intent, keyword intent over here. Let me just do that. Yeah. So the keyword intent helps you decide and makes it easy on what type of content you would want to create as well. Secondary keywords, again, so these are basically supported keywords or additional keywords that you may want to also talk about in the content. Again, the example for this is coming. Then there is URL slug. So basically, let's say something like after your domain name, the website's name. So if your website's name is google.com, then what will be the link for the page? Is it going to be google.com slash, if the keyword is maybe hotels online, then probably the URL slug could be google.com slash hotels hyphen online, right? So this is nothing but this part of the page. I'm going to unlink this. Yeah. So this part of the URL is what the URL slug is, right? Uh, the subdirectory of the URL is what it is called. Then you have your page title. So page title is, so let me just open this actually. Let me just open shoes online as a search, and then I'll be able to show a comparison of this as well.
Right. So, no worries, Vipin. I'll explain that.
Okay. Let's just do a side-by-side comparison, right? So far, all of these things very clear: primary keyword, keyword intent, content type, secondary keywords. Let's talk about the next things. Let's talk about URL slug now. So URL slug is this part of the URL. So over here, the URL slug is shoes. Over here, the URL slug is men's hyphen footwear. Men. Uh, yeah, it does not have a URL slug because this is the main domain. But yeah, that's basically what the URL slug is, right? So basically the URL slug is whatever comes after the domain name. So myntra.com slash shoes, flipkart.com slash men's footwear, and then agio.com slash men. So that's basically, in this case, men is the URL slug. So that's what URL slug is all about. Name of the page, you can think of it this way, yeah, for sure. Name of the folder. To make sure that everything that you're trying to talk about or say is visible in the page title, you need to make sure that the length of that is within the 40 to 60 character limits. Especially now that we are so much focused on mobile, you have to be more careful about this, right? And once you have determined the page title, So this is the page URL. This is the page title. What is the next thing? The next thing is this. This is the description. So this is called as meta description, page meta description. So again, very similar. It's like shoes online, shop shoes online for men, women, etc. You can't be spoiled for choices when you are shopping for footwear online due to the extensive collections of brands like FootUp, right? Buy footwear for men, huge collection for men's footwear, and so forth. So basically, this is what the meta description is. This meta description is typically not visible on the website, but it is something that you pass on to the Google bot or the Google crawler. I'll show you how you can do that using WordPress later on, but this is something that is shared by every website. And you should make sure that the length of it is max to max 140 characters, not more than that. If not, it will again get truncated just like this with the 3 dots, right? So that's basically what the page meta description is all about. So these 3 things, the URL slug, the page title, and the page meta description are something that are related to your the content that you want to be shown on the Google search. Why is it called meta? That's because it is not something that you find on the page. It is available as metadata. Metadata is something that does not exist on the page, directly visible to the user, but it is available for the bots to see. So let me just show an example, right? So Myntra, for example, over here, and now I'm going to like move away from the split screen and go full screen back again. Okay, so what did we see over here? We see that the meta description is this. Let me just copy this, do a Control F and paste it here. Am I able to find this anywhere on the page? The answer is no. Then how did this show up? That's because it is not something that is visible to the users, but instead it is in the code. Don't get scared with what you're seeing on the screen. I'm just trying to show where it shows up. If you notice over here, what I'm highlighting, I'll just zoom into this a bit. Yeah, I think this is enough zoom in. This is the meta tag. So this is a part of HTML. And I'm trying to be very careful to not go very technical, but this is a meta tag. And this is the meta tag for description. And this is where the meta description is present. So this is something that is shared or typically used by the crawlers or Google bots, etc. And this is not something that is typically shown to the users who are visiting the website. This is just a way for making sure that the crawlers understand what the page is about. And that's what the meta description is. By the way, just FYI, technical SEO will have a little bit of understanding on how some of these things work. I will try my best to explain it the best I can. But yeah, like knowing a little bit of HTML or some of the context of HTML and the tags of HTML will help you a lot in doing SEO. HTML is free to learn. You can just go to W3 Schools for that. It's a pretty good website to learn HTML. But yeah, having some knowledge about that is definitely recommended. So page meta description, that's what meta description is. Now, these two, these are optional sections. This is something that I personally use when I want to as needed. But over here, you're just defining what is the primary purpose of the page or what you're trying to use it for, what is the USP that you want to share, etc. Over here, you may want to identify like what type of customer you're actually trying to attract. So if it is something like B2B, B2C, if it is a specific consumer, what you're actually trying to achieve from this page. So these two things is more for just keeping a record, making sure that you yourself are aware of it, not to forget it. And the most important part, is so that you are also able to share this with anyone else if you're working in a team. So let's say if there's a separate team that manages content or works on these execution, you can just share this and you can be sure that you have shared your way and vision on how you would like to implement the keywords. Then there is content outline. So once you have your plan, the next step is to create an outline of the content. I will show how and what this looks like. And then finally, the content itself. And then you can keep a track of if this was published, it was in draft state, it was in editing state, and when it was actually published. So that's basically what this SEO plan template is all about. So the purpose of the page is more about what you want to use the page for. So I actually have an example over here that I can talk about. So in this case, we will talking about travel deals, right? And the purpose of this page was to provide information on various travel deals around India and offer links to the same. That's it. So this is like a very simple way for you to remember what you are going to have in the page. Google Ads Keyword Planner typically has decent data in terms of search volume. So that's the reason I generally prefer this for search volume at least, so that I have better expectation. Okay, so this is what I'm going to do now. I'm going to make a copy of this. Right. And let's actually, let me just make a copy of this in this particular spreadsheet so that everything is in a single place, right? The SEO plan. Okay, so we have our keywords. Right, and we also have the intent. Now, in addition to this, I can probably also add something along the lines of the rest of the details, right? So why shy away from that? Competition, and I had the search volume. So these are the things that I already have. So I'm just going to copy and paste them over here. Perfect. So now, how do I actually go with this? So the first thing that I'm going to do is, let me also set some prioritization for this. So this is something that again depends on how you want to go with it. But for me, I want to make sure that I'm prioritizing it so that I know like which keyword I want to focus on first. So I want to focus on this one first because it has the least competition and it's informational. I can probably set up a blog with this. Next, this looks good. I can probably go with this one next and this as well. So both of these I can actually do together. Then there is the split AC price and this. Probably I can do both of these together as well. Synonyms at the end of the day. And this can be the fourth, right? So this is my priority. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to sort it based on this priority. Oh. Okay, perfect. So now that it is sorted, this is the first one that I want to sort of use for my keyword. Now I'm going to decide all of these things. So there's a very simple way of doing it, and on how you decide it, but there are certain rules around it as well. And that's basically what I'm going to sort of talk about over here. Okay, so in terms of content type over here, I want to make sure that I'm working with a blog. Since these are transactional, probably something like a landing page or like a product page is something that I can work with, but I'm going to stick to a landing page over here. Cheap air conditioner. So this one also I can probably go with like a landing page, category page, product page, whatever that is, right? So essentially I'm trying to define or determine a good content type. And finally, home AC, while it has commercial intent, I think I can probably just have like a blog over here or some kind of an information. So this is where I'm like, this is a bit subjective, but I'm basically defining what type of content I want to create. And in terms of secondary keywords, what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and identify if there are any specific secondary keywords that I can use in addition to this primary keyword. So these would a very simple way for me to do that is actually just search for this keyword and see like what are the other keywords I can find. So let me just do that really quickly. I'm going to use Google Ads Keyword Planner for this once again. Just get some quick list from that, right? Um,
I know today it's getting a bit technical, right? Some of you are like, what is even happening? I hope that's not true. But this is how it works. This is where the actual work starts.
the searches depend on search volume. So if there are like there's like enough search volume, then it doesn't really matter. Okay, so this was the main thing, and then uh, okay, so let's see if there is any specific secondary keywords that we can actually use. So best AC 1.5 ton looks like best split AC is something that we can definitely leverage, right? Probably let's see, 1.5 ton 5-star inverter. So inverter related ACs or something like that, somewhere around that. Window AC, of course, right? So these, if you notice, all of these are related keywords that are similar to it, similar to the existing one. So what do I have here? I have different types of 1.5 split ACs, and then I also have inverter or the star rating or the power rating of the ACs, right? So from the secondary keywords, what I can get is I can get some of the details around um, uh, let's say different formats of it, different types, different things. So I can talk about all of these different segments and see, since these secondary keywords also have I would say decent size of search volume, like 4,400, 14,800, and then like this one has 4,400 as well. It's pretty nice. So I can probably go with these, but yeah, these are okay. So competition, Leela, don't forget this is paid competition. You don't consider this. But anyways, this is secondary keywords. That's the reason I'm not focusing too much on competition. My primary keyword is what will determine if I'm going to work with this or not. And secondary keywords is something that helps me understand, sorry, it helps me target some of the additional keywords, right? So these are not going to be my primary focus anyways. So I'm not really worried about the competition. If I get some traffic from it, great. If I don't, that's fine. As long as I'm getting traffic from this keywords, I'm completely fine. So that's the main thing. And with that, the next step is to identify a URL slug. So let's say, actually, this is where I'm going to start using ChatGPT.
Just a minute.
Right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say I'm an electronics seller in India, and I sell electronics online. Suggest some domain names. Let's see. I'm going to just quickly decide something. Okay, there's 2 for 6. Oh, interesting. Okay, I'm going to go with 5. Gadget Bazaar. Let's go with this. This is again something that is just a nice way for us to like look at it. And I'm also going to be like Gadget Bazaar keywords. We just created a brand name. Nice. Is it an actual website? Oh, it's an actual website apparently. Doesn't matter. Okay, so Gadget Bazaar is the website, right? So in this scenario, I'm just going to decide what the URL slug is going to be. I want to make sure that the primary keyword is kind of there. So let's see, gadgetbazaar.in slash, I can just go best AC, or I can just be like best 1.5 turn AC. 0.5, I'm not very sure if a dot in URL works. I don't think it's supposed to. So I'm just going to skip that. And best 1.5 AC, right? So something along the lines, right? So essentially you're trying to make sure that you're properly communicating or leveraging the particular URL. So let me just see. I don't think you can use a dot. So that's there. So 1.5 AC, that's fine. I can actually do that. Yeah, I'm going to go with what Aviroop says. Best 1 and half ton AC online. AC, I'm just going to keep it to that, right? But it is also supposed to be something simple and smaller. This is not very small. Let's see. I'm going to ask ChatGPT about it. I'm doing SEO for this keyword. Can you suggest a URL slug? Yeah, this is fine. Let's just go with that. Best 1.5 ton AC. So I know I've like switched over the ton over here, but that's fine, right? So that's going to be my URL slug, directly the keyword in the URL slug. Now, as for page title, page meta description, but the main thing that I want to make sure is ensure that the primary keyword is at start of the title. Ensure that meta description contains the primary keyword. Right? So these are the 2 things that you need to take care of. So with that, let us ask ChatGPT once again. Create page title and page meta description while ensuring they are within 50 and 140 characters respectively. The page title, the page is going to be an information blog, and the primary keyword should be at the start of the page title. Yep, pretty good, I'd say. So by the way, I'm also showing a little bit around how you can work with prompt engineering. As you can see, I was pretty detailed in what I want. Discover the best 1.5 ton ACs for your home with our topics, efficient cooling and energy saving options reviewed. Perfect. I love this. Right. And yeah, I have my page title. I have my page meta description. It's not huge. So it's supposed to be between 40 and 60. So that's fine. To the web. Okay. To the web. See, this is a navigational keyword. To the web pixel checker. Word counter is different. So this is more of a pixel check. In pixel, you're checking like how much space it is taking. Okay, you need to enter. Okay, I can also enter the page title and meta description. Let me just do that. Yep, looks good. Right, so that's basically like, okay, I'm just going to close this. Why did it load this? But yeah, that's like something that you can definitely do. And it also shows like a quick demo of the typical mobile and typical desktop result. That's pretty nice. So purpose of the page, as I said, it's very clear. I want to provide information. So offer in-depth information about 1.5 ton ACs to potential buyers. The primary focus is B2C, general consumers. Okay, so looks pretty good, right? Like now I have some semblance of what I want to do with the keyword, right? That's basically how you go with it. So there was a request for like an example of secondary keywords for some of these. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to fill all of these by using ChatGPT itself. So let's see what kind of suggestion it gives, and maybe so that way it is much more quicker as well. And maybe then we can like I can quickly fix it, right? So for the below data, similar to the first keyword, can you fill in the rest?
Okay, let's see. Interesting. Share some secondary keywords as well. Yeah, pretty good actually. As long as they have search volume, I'm fine with that. Now, obviously, I can check for the search volume for these, but I think this is pretty good. So let me just quickly. Yeah, it is fast. Now, is this how you should do it? Not really. I mean, you can do it, but at the same time, you should make sure that you're validating things. And this is something that a lot of people don't do. A lot of people, they just don't validate. Yeah, as I was saying, what I did is, since I have the first set of data, I just told ChatGPT, can you follow the similar format and fill in the rest of the data? And it just did that for me.
I just pasted normally. I did not like I just pasted normally, like normal copy paste. ChatGPT is intelligent enough to sort of do it. Okay, so let me just copy this, and then maybe we can quickly review it and then finalize our SEO plan. Okay, so there was also the secondary keywords, right? Let me just quickly take these. I just pasted normally. So this is like Control C, Control V. Okay, if you want, I can paste it again, not a problem. So this is interesting. But anyway, so I just copied it, Control C, and then I just went here, Control V, that's it. So this is how I pasted the data. Okay, cool. Ekta, were you able to understand how I pasted it? Okay, in the Excel, so I just copied the table. Um, so this is my habit of pasting in values by removing formatting. But basically, if I just copy this normally, and if I just paste it, as you can see, it would come like this. So I would just have to remove the wrap and all of those things. So uh, to avoid doing that, I just use a shortcut, which is like, if you want me to tell you, I'll tell you. It is Alt ES, like, and then I just select the format by doing this. Table on ChatGPT, Ekta, I think I just mentioned right now. Are you still confused on that? I just selected the table that I want. I copied that table and then I pasted it over here. So like, for example, this is the table, selected it, copied it, came here, pasted it, and that's it. That's basically how when then I sent it. Okay. So yeah, I have some of the secondary keywords I suggested. But yeah, similar to that, I'll just select some of the secondary keywords like these, right? Like split AC price list, etc. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to, for now, I'm not going to go too much into formatting. I'm just going to paste them as is. But yeah, that's essentially how you can get those. For the prompt, I'll show that. This is the prompt that I wrote. Now it already had the context of the previous one. So for the below data similar to the first keyword, can you fill in the rest? That's all I said, and then I pasted the value. That's it. I can do that. Okay, let me just do that. And yeah, so basically, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on that, but yeah, basically this is how it works, right? Like you have all of these list of keywords that you can potentially use in your content. Now, how are we actually supposed to use all of this data, create the content outline, etc.? That's the main thing. So that's what we are going to figure out with content outline and then creation of the content. So I'm going to as a next step, I'm actually going to use a lot of chat GPT, by the way. While I could do it manually, I want to make sure that you guys are also well equipped with how to work with AI tools like these and how you can create content that is actually SEO friendly as well while using these. So there are a few things to keep in mind, but overall, that's something that I'm going to talk about as a next thing. And the next step is content outline. So content outline, I'm going to put it over here. And what is the content outline? Content outline is nothing but your structure of the content. This is not the content itself, but an outline of the content. Now, some of you may be wondering, why do you need a content outline? This is something that is actually very important because what happens is when you create an outline of the content, think of it as how you are planning the entire content itself. So this is not where you're writing on. So look at it this way. You may have visited websites that have thousands of words of content. I don't think I remember the website, but there are also websites which post content which are like 10,000 or 15,000 word length. And that's massive. That's like almost good enough to create like a short story, right? But I'm not saying like that is what you should be doing here. Instead, it is more about identifying when you're creating a content which has like, let's say 2,000 words or 3,000 words, a structure or an outline helps you make it much easier in how you want to go with it and what are the things that you want to talk about. Because in the process of creating content, we often get a little bit lost uh, because we wouldn't have a clarity of how many words is good enough. Maybe we would forget some of the other parts, etc. So having that structure, having that outline makes it much easy, not only in terms of creation of the content, but also in terms of planning and making sure that it is SEO friendly. That is the entire reason we need a content outline, right? Because look at it this way: we have primary keyword, we have secondary keyword, we have page title, we have things like keyword density, we have things like the where the keyword should be present, how we should be using it, what are the different links, different sources, leveraging FAQs, and I just uttered a bunch of words that that's like too many things, right? So how do you take care of that? You take care of that by creating a good content outline, and that's what we are going to do. So in a content outline, these are some of the things that you kind of take a look at. The optimization checklist. This is something that we also sort of leverage with both the content outline as well as the content itself. I will explain all of this. This is nothing but how you go from the journey or the on-page journey, right? So that's basically what it is. Let's do that. So let's get started with the best AC 1.5 ton. Let's start with this keyword. Okay, so obviously I do have a template for what a content outline should typically look like. Let me just open that. Okay, so this is an example of a content outline. Now over here, if you notice the main keyword, again, let's just go through what a content outline typically looks like, and then we'll create our own. Okay, so this is an example of a content outline. We have the main technical keyword, main keyword or primary keyword. So I'll just call it primary keyword instead of main keyword so that it's not confusing. Okay, so primary keyword. So let's assume that the primary keyword is technical SEO. The secondary keywords, again, keywords that are related to this that expand on this a little bit. Technical SEO, technical SEO checklist. What is technical SEO? Technical SEO tool. Types of technical SEO. Technical SEO factors. Okay. This is the URL slug. So since this is a blog, this has like a blog slug. Again, if you're publishing blogs and if you want to segregate it, you can do that. Page title. So page title contains technical SEO. Looks good. A meta description, 140 characters long, including the main keyword. Okay, so it does not have that right now. Word count. Now, word count is something that you can determine based on the competition of the keyword. A good benchmark is to make sure that it's at least as big as your the competition, right? So the one who's ranking at least one or two or something like that. And this is determined based on keyword competition. So how do you determine this? So let's say if I do a quick Google search of this technical SEO. Okay, so for technical SEO, as we can see, these are the pages that are ranking. This page, it says there are like 7,000 words. Oh my God. Okay, that's truly an ultimate guide, I believe. This one is 3,000 words. This is 3,000 again, 3,000. They are typically going for 3,000. This is by Google. This is 8,000 by Backlinko, right? So that means if I want to rank myself, I need to make sure that my content is at least at par with that. I should have at least 3,000 to 5,000 words. And looks like HubSpot actually has this content with a lot of words. So that's basically one of the examples of a long form content, I would say, right? So based on this, I should actually update this from 1,500 to 2,000 to maybe 3,000 to 5,000 or 4,000 even, right? So again, like this is based on your competition, because if you want to beat your competition, you need to be at least at par with them. I'm not saying like word count is a way to compete. So all of a sudden, if let's say someone has 1,000 words, if you put a 10,000 word article, all of a sudden you'll rank number one. That's not how it works. But this is just like a benchmark that you should at least have enough content for. That's all it is. It's not like, okay, this is a benchmark for 10xing or getting like 1 lakh words of content or something like that. Never do that. As long as you're within the same range, you're okay. Right? So determine based on keyword competition. So 3,000, 4,000, something like that. This is a single page, right? And this is a good example of a long form content, right? Just look at the amount of content it has. You're saying the ultimate guide to technical SEO, the technical SEO, it looks fine, right? Oh, page title and this. Okay, in the example. No, it looks same. Technical SEO, technical SEO. Vibin, yeah, there is an extension. I use this extension, the keyword surfer extension. It's not super accurate, but it is still pretty good. So it provides me decent direction for free, and I don't really need to like open the web pages. So that's the reason I use it. Keyword Surfer is something that I've included in this tools and resources over somewhere over here. Can you please suggest some of the extensions that could be beneficial? All of the extension etc. are listed over here. Feel free to go for it. Keyword Surfer, Detailed SEO, Moz SEO, all of these are extensions. Go for it. Add them. Hopefully, it does not slow down your browser like it did mine. Okay. So yeah, like the page title, meta description, word count. Now, I have mentioned the SEO optimization checklist over here once again, just as a reference. But that does not mean that you have to do that as well. It's just something that uh, you can do. So, what is the checklist? Now, primary keyword usage. You should be using the primary keyword in the URL, in the title tag, preferably at the start, at least once in the first 150 words of your content, in the H1 and H2 tags. For anyone who's asking what H1 and H2 is, I will explain this. But this is basically your the biggest, most headline, and H2 is like a bit smaller than that. Heading, yes, heading. Thank you, Hina. Then we have the title enhancements. So you can also use title enhancements if you want, like in 2023, how to best guide, review, something like that. Um, but it's only when it is applicable. It's not something that you should be using everywhere. In fact, let me just change this 2023 to 2024. Yeah. Image optimization. So primary keyword is good. Title enhancement, fine. Image optimization. So in the content, if you just have words, it's going to be pretty boring. So over here also, for example, this is a very long form of content. It actually gets pretty boring, but at the same time, this is very helpful and useful. But I'm not seeing any images, surprisingly. Oh, we have an image over here. So something like this, right? So this is an image. Now, for those images, you should use a descriptive image name and alt tag. What is this? Let's check this out. So this particular image, right? I'll just open this image in a new tab. And I can see this image, the name of the image in the URL, you can see this. Technical SEO guide _3. So this is a very descriptive image name. So they have very clearly laid out that this is related to technical SEO guide, right? And the second thing is the description or the alt tag of the image. What is an alt tag? I don't know if they have used it over here. Let me just quickly check. Again, don't get scared when I'm doing these things. Oh, they also have an image over here. Nice. Yeah, okay. So this is the alt tag that they have. Let me try to get to it. This is the image. Yeah. So over here in HTML, if you notice, this is the URL of the image. And then there is something called as alt equals to, and they have mentioned the alternate text for this image. Alternate text is typically used by the crawlers and by accessibility tools to know what the image is all about. So this is like a description of the image itself. So technical SEO checklist hierarchy, that's the alternate text. So by reading this, you will know what the image is about. And that's the main purpose of the alternate text. Right. So whenever you're adding an image, it is important to have a descriptive image name and the alternate text along with that. And whatever number of images you use, let's say if you're using 2, 3, 4 images, at least one, just one of those images should have the primary keyword in them, along and the alt tag as well, in the image name and the alt tag. So this is the part of image optimization. Now, there was a pretty interesting question talking about videos. In fact, just like images, you can actually add videos as well. The name of the video, the title of the video, and the alt text of the video can be much more related with your keyword. And in addition to that, what a lot of people also do is just like this content outline, when you're creating videos, also you can plan it in the similar fashion. Yes. But at the same time, you can also add a video and add a transcript of that video below that if you just have video content, and that itself will help you create different type of form of content as well. So again, not going too like deviating from the main topic here, but that is also something that can be done if anyone is interested into video content primarily. Alternate text is nothing but a way for us to communicate with the bots, to tell them in communicate with the bots about what the images actually contain. So over here, the communication that the bot gets is a technical SEO checklist hierarchy. So using this, the bots will know that this image is a checklist hierarchy, or basically related to technical SEO and some kind of a hierarchy for that. So that's basically what this is. And this alt tag or this alt text is a way for us to communicate that with the bots. So, but yeah, that's basically what the alt tag is. Now, keyword variety. So, what is this? Basically, when it comes to, I think I should put this keyword density over here. Okay. So, what is keyword density? Now, this is the keyword density is nothing but how many times you would like to repeat the keyword in the content. Imagine this: if you are repeating the keyword, uh, like if the content is like 1,000 words, and in those 1,000 words you have repeated your keyword like 100 times, that's clearly keyword stuffing. You're like literally putting so many keywords into it in hopes of ranking for that. Google can easily catch that, and the minute it catches that, there's a high chance that it will block your page and not rank it at all. But that does not mean the keyword should not be there. You should still have the keyword. You should still have some percentage of the words as keyword. So the keyword density, typically if you have it between 0.5 to 2% is a good number. So what that means is, let's say if you have a content which is around 2,000, or let's just put it as 1,000, right? You have 1,000 word content. In 1,000 words, you should probably have your keyword mentioned at least 5 to 10 times. Even if you have it around 15 times, that's okay. If it is, let's say, a lot longer than that, having it 5 times or 10 times is fine. If it is, let's say, a 500 word content, then again, same, 5 times is good enough. So that's the main thing. Like, you should not repeat the keyword a lot. That's what the keyword density is. The keyword should not be the major part of your content. Why will it block? Does it violate any of its policy? The answer is it basically understands that you're trying to game the system. I think this was almost 15, 20 years back, if I remember. At that time, a lot of websites were trying to do this. In some cases, the entire content, at least 50% of the content was the keyword just repeated. Or some of the websites, what they would do is they would have the keyword repeated multiple times and in white color with the background as white. So the user could not see it. And but for the bots, they would be like, okay, yeah, the keyword is repeated so many times. And that's what keyword stuffing is, as Girish mentioned. So what happens with that is, like initially at those times, again, this is like 2 decades before, uh, Google was actually ranking them, and that became like a very decent way of quickly gaming the system, black hat, and ranking your website and all. And Google saw this and it stopped it. And it stopped it by making sure that the algorithm did not consider it it did not consider those pages, and in some cases it would also de-index those pages. De-indexation is as equal to as blocking, because that means that they no longer want to store your page data. So that's the reason it is very important to have like a smaller keyword density. Now, there is another thing that you can also do, and which is keyword variety. What that means is you should also include some synonyms or LSI keywords. So there is a tool like LSI Graph, or you can just ask ChatGPT about LSI keywords. So yeah, latent semantic indexing. So these are words or phrases that are related to the main keyword or topic. What's a good example of this? So a good example is shoes and footwear. Both of those mean the same thing, but essentially the word are different. So footwear is something that people wear. Now, obviously, shoes is a part of the footwear. In footwear, you will also have sandals and clogs, etc. But that's essentially a part of your LSI and synonyms, right? Like, what are the different words, etc., that you can use, so that it is much when people are also using those different words, you're also able to rank for those. That's the main context behind it. So it is good to have a variety in terms of synonyms and use of LSI keywords. So LSI graph is one that you can actually use to sort of get some of these. And then the linking practices. Okay, I know that's the reason there's a checklist, right? It's not just content, there's so many things. So we have the primary keyword, we have the title, image, keyword itself, how we are going to use the keyword, and then the linking practices. What is this? In addition to having the particular content, you would want to make sure on how you're linking or using links on that particular content. So a quick example is this one. So this is a link. What is this? This is an internal link. What does that mean? So if I go to this link, or if I click on this link, it will take me to a different page of HubSpot itself. Similarly, this is also internal link. This is also internal link, internal. I don't know if they have an external link. They have, yes. And then this one, right? So source, they are saying this is an external link. So why is this an external link? Because this is going to an external or a different website. Now that's essentially what is the difference between internal and external link. So the main thing that you should keep in mind is whenever you're working with any content, there are two types of link. One is external and another is internal. In external link, you should have, or you should make sure that there are descriptive anchors. Now, in this case, you don't really need like a proper description because this is just the source of the image. But let's say if you are saying that, okay, you got or you sourced something from a university page or something like that, just make sure that there is like a decent description in the text of the link. FYI, this text is called as anchor text. More about that later. And internal link. So this is nothing but these are links that goes around your website. So for example, this is an internal link. Technical SEO start by conducting this audit, right? On page SEO, this is an internal link. Now, if you notice, on page SEO is a good secondary keyword over here as well. But at the same time, this is also going to the on page SEO tutorial that HubSpot has, which talks more about like how you should do it, and essentially like uses on-page SEO as a primary what do you call it? Primary keyword over here, I believe. At least I guess it does. But yeah, this is an internal link, right? And having a mixture of both internal and external link is very important when it comes to your particular on-page SEO. And finally, we are at secondary keywords. Okay, so there's a bunch of things. Before I get to secondary keywords, I'll just quickly go to that. Okay, so this is like a checklist, Vipin. So if you're asking like how the density works, this is like a checklist. Now, in density, you're essentially trying to make sure that your primary keyword is at least mentioned. Let's say if your content is in 1,000 words, you would want to make sure that your primary keyword is mentioned at least 5 times or 10 times, somewhere around that. That's essentially what it is. So as long as you have that, you're good to go. That's all that matters. So in addition to and that's essentially about the density. In terms of variety, whenever there is scope, wherever there is scope, you can definitely use different variety of keyword as well. So these are optimization checklist based on applicability, based on where these things are applicable and how it is going to make things more helpful. You will have to take a decision. It's not like, okay, just because I have put it in the checklist, you have to follow it by default. That's not how optimization works. It's quite subjective, because at the end of the day, you want to make sure that the content is helpful, genuinely helpful to the users. Think of it from the perspective of the users and the Google bot. Let's now get into content outline. So this is again an example. We are still going to build this, but this is like a quick example of an outline, right? So introduction, this is where you are going to explain like a quick introduction about what the content is going to be. Keep it short, but at least have something around that. And then like from here, you start with your secondary keywords or different type of content. So use H2s to divide your content into different subsections. So what is technical SEO is one, technical SEO to-dos. Then these are like further list within that: complete technical SEO checklist, essential SEO tools, and like these are like subsections, right? Subsection of the content, so that it is like a very quick outline. Now this is not the actual content, as you can see. This is just describing what the content is supposed to be. Why is this important and why is this needed? So this makes it easier for you to then create the content that you want, and that's the main purpose of this. There is another example somewhere that I have of, yeah, this one: travel deals content outline. Let me just use this. Okay, so this is another example. Travel deals is the primary keyword. These are secondary keyword: online travel deal, best travel deal, holiday deals, flight and hotel deals, right? So this is the URL slug, title, meta description, word count determined based on keyword competition. And now this is the content outline: introduction, then H2, H2 basically travel deals and how to find them. H2 over here is discover India's top travel destinations, right? So as you can see, very different from what this content outline has. But at the same time, this is just like a quick outline of how you can structure your content. So over here, like top travel destinations, some suggestions around that, types of travel deals, upcoming holiday deals, secrets to snagging best travel deals, so on and so forth, right? So this is how you can like, this is what a content outline typically looks like. So let's create one of our own right now. This is actually a pretty good example, to be honest. The HubSpot one. W3 Schools. This is a pretty good website for learning HTML. So yeah, over here, if you notice, audit fundamentals is the first subsection. This is the H2, the second H2, the third H2, the fourth H2, right? So there's like a quick outline that they have mentioned over here. Clickability checklist. Within this, they have H3s, right? And then they have the content for these H3s. So that's like a quick example, I would say, of how they would create the outline first, then the content comes in later. So let's just create a quick outline, right? I'm just creating a quick copy. And this one is for Gadget Bazaar. I actually like the domain name, gadgetbazaar.in. Interesting. You can definitely tweak it, Avirup. It's not mandatory to have it be the same. You can definitely tweak it. Okay, so let's start with this one. Best 1.5 ton AC. So I'm building a content outline for best AC. We had selected some secondary keywords. I'm just going to paste this over here. Yeah, so these are just some examples that I selected. I don't necessarily need to just go with these. Right. Page title. Some of you may be wondering, why am I doing double work? But this is the content outline, so it is important to have it in a single space. Okay, so word count to be determined based on keyword competition. Let's just take a quick look. Okay, so let's take a look. Hindustan Times has 4,900. This has 2,500. Around 5,000 over here. So I think a good ballpark would be close to around 3,000 words. Yeah, that's a hefty one. But yeah, looks like everyone is upping their game in the number of characters. Now, based on these checklists, I want to create a content outline. Now, as I mentioned, I'm going to take a help of ChatGPT over here. So this is what I'm going to do. I want you to create a content outline for best AC 1.5 ton. Provide me with various H2s and H3s within those where applicable with the context of India and consumers looking to make a purchase or decide which one is best. Okay, let's see what it gives. Pretty interesting stuff. Okay, I like it. I like it. But is this good enough? How do you decide that? That's something that is important to do. So let's do that. So we already searched for this keyword. Let's look at the websites that are already ranking for it. I'm going to go with Hindustan Times over here, Gadget 360. Let's see, Live Mint. This is good enough. right? So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to just take a quick look at the topics or the subsections that they are covering and see if there is something missing from the ones that ChatGPT suggested so that I can also cover those. So it has direct list. It talks about what are buyers saying on Amazon, why choose this product, specifications. Okay, so what do we have? Why choose this? Best, okay, brand name, model, pros and cons, price. I think this is pretty good. Key features to look for: high efficiency, inverter noise level, air quality. Yep. Budget friendly options. I think this is also going to be something pretty good. Installation, maintenance, customer reviews, testimonial. Looks good. I think more or less we have covered a lot of these things. What are buyers saying on Amazon? Why choose this product? Um, yeah, looks like that's pretty much what they have over here. Surprisingly, they are ranking pretty well, but that's fair. Okay, so they literally just have a list of products over here, nothing I can take from. Yeah, so it tells you like H1, how many H1, H2, H3, H4, etc. it has. So detailed SEO, the extension link is present in the tools and resources of the session notes. Okay, so over here, again, it's like it's pretty much a copy paste of Hindustan Times. Oh my God. Okay. So yeah, I think I get the gist of it. And I feel like what ChatGPT shared is pretty good. So I'm basically just going to use this, but I'm going to edit this a bit. So let me just do that. Let me just paste this over here. Oh, yeah. So again, it's not a very good formatting, but ignore that for now. Introduction is missing, but that's okay. I can always add that. H3, explain what this is. Yeah, I think this is pretty good as an outline, to be honest. I can probably add some options with all of these. Mention some of the brand names. In terms of the secondary keywords that I had, best split AC 1.5 ton. I think there should be something related to split that. Okay, so nothing related to split, is it? Noise level, air quality, types of AC, I think that is missing in this. Types of AC is missing. So I can basically add that as a H2. So this would be window versus um, right. So typically like these are the three that they are there. I can talk about those. But yeah, that's pretty much it. So once I have some semblance of understanding for this, I can just make sure that I have a clear understanding of okay what the content outline could be. And once I'm satisfied with this, the next step is obviously adding this link back to my SEO plan over here. So I'll just add the URL over here. And my outline is ready, right? So now how do I go from outline to content? I'll talk about that shortly, but that's basically what I would do with the content outline. And yeah, like I pretty much just quickly use ChatGPT for this. Some of you may be wondering, like, isn't that going to pretty much provide the similar type of content to others and all? You should be reviewing the content outline. Again, there's a strong reason for creating outline and not the content directly. I could have asked ChatGPT to create the content, but I did not do that because I first want to make sure what I'm actually going to write about. And now here's what I'm going to do, right? To create this content, I'm basically going to go step by step. Now, if I just told ChatGPT to create the content, what it would have done is it would have created a content with maybe 500 words or something like that. And that's not what I want. My competition has 3,000 to 4,000 words. I will be nothing when I do that. So to actually beat my competition, what I would do is I would ask ChatGPT to write about each section individually and then go from there. So the next prompt I would say, okay, let's write a quick introduction, keep it within 0 to 100 words, and talk about like a quick introduction about what we are going to talk about. And then I'm going to ask it to write this one for me, like what explanation of what this means, what are the room sizes, benefits, etc. After that, based on these, if there are specific models that are top that I can identify, I will just share that and I will ask it to write the features. Now, the question is, will Google not detect AI content and restrict it? So this is where the differentiation comes in on how you use AI for doing this. In today's day and age, if you write content yourself, that's perfectly fine. But you will end up spending a lot of time in creating content while your competition will just use AI. And if you use AI, there's going to be duplicate content, there's going to be AI content, there's going to be restrictions, there's going to be plagiarism, as Mahesh mentions. So, how do you make the better of these two worlds? The answer is by ensuring that you're leveraging AI while making sure that the prompts that you're using is personalized and customized for your own type of content with little modification. Yes. So, how are we going to do that? Uh, think of it in this way. When we look at different websites, we all of a sudden in our mind get a tone. Let forget about website for a minute, right? Look at any videos, look at any people who are mentioning something on a video. The way that they talk about it, the way that they add the tone to it, etc., is very different. So when I talk about, let's say, someone like uh, let's say Carrie Minati, you would know that he's someone who's going to essentially talk in a certain way, wherein like he's just shouting a lot and being quite expressive and being like, okay, or something like that, right? And then if I, let's say, talk about someone like Technical Guruji, that person, he's going to be very different. The way that he talks is going to be very different. There's a tone, there's a way that he would say certain things. You can actually do the same thing with your content. Now, what about AI content then? So Google is not against AI content. What Google is against is plagiarism, duplication, as well as blatant disregard to being helpful. That is what Google is against. So how do you deal with that? How do you work with that? The best way to deal with that is by making sure that you're providing content that is useful. You can actually generate useful content using AI. And in addition to that, making sure that there is a sense of personalization along with that content. So there is something that Google has for all of these things. There are certain parameters that Google uses, and that is what we are going to do with the particular content creation as well. But yeah, that's basically how you differentiate, distinguish, and make sure that you're getting the best in terms of content while also being efficient. So, but yeah, essentially, this is what content outline looks like. So the next part is, what about the content? How exactly do you proceed with the content? We did talk a little bit about it in terms of content outline, but the next thing that I want to talk about is content creation itself. So let's try and understand some of the things around content creation, and essentially how you can also leverage AI or Gen AI along with that. So we have seen that Google's mission is to organize world's information, right? So this is something that we all know, make it universally accessible, useful, and whatnot. So from this, one thing that we understand is that we have to provide the best possible information for the keyword that we have selected. So whatever the keyword is, we have to provide the best information possible or the best content possible. So a good content has to be clear and precise. So these are some of the things that you should keep in mind. Even when you're using Gen AI, these are some of the very important things. It has to be clear and precise for both readers and search engines. So this is a very important factor, right? So a lot of times we forget that the content that we are writing is for two different types of audiences. One is your human readers, people like us, you, me, everyone else, right? All of us reading the content. And second is the search engine. Funny enough, because they are the ones who will decide what is the rank or what is the position we are going to get. If the search engine will not understand the content, then that's a failure. And if the readers will not understand the content, then also it's a failure, because both of these are actually interconnected. So second is, you should also make sure that you're reducing bounce rate. So what is bounce rate? Bounce rate, now, while Google has mentioned that this is not one of the ranking factors or primary ranking factors, I'll talk about ranking factors later. But essentially, a bounce rate is something wherein someone has visited your page and then they did not visit any other page or left your page after just a few seconds. And that's a very common thing. Oftentimes we visit a page, and if we are not getting the information that we want, we are like, okay, I'll visit the second page that shows up in the Google search result, because we have so many options and choices, right? We don't want to just visit one page and get the information if that information is not available. So it is very important to reduce the bounce rate. So you're just like going to the website and going back again, going to the website, going back again. So that's like you're bouncing back, and that's what is called as a bounce rate. So let's say if the percentage of people who have visited your website and then bounced off is maybe 20%, that is fine. That means out of 100, only 20 people bounced off, which is an acceptable number. But if out of 100, 90 people bounced off, that's alarming. That tells you that, okay, that's not a good number. And that is something that you should definitely work towards to make sure that you're reducing that. And that's what it means to reduce the bounce rate. Third is increased trust. So SEO should also enable us to increase trust. It's not just about putting the data or content out there, but it should be trustworthy content. How can you do that? There are multiple ways of doing it. You can definitely try to make sure that you're using sources that are well vetted. You can also provide links to the sources. You can also talk about where you got specific data points, right? And then there is like essentially something that gets attention and backlinks. So this is what off-page SEO is about. But this should be something that people actually genuinely like enough that they are also sharing with others. And at the same time, because they are sharing with others, it is also generating backlinks, right? So that's essentially what happens with good content. What exactly is bounce rate, right? So bounce rate is, let's say when I go to Google, there are 5 different results. I went to the first website. I did not find what I was looking for. So maybe I wanted a recipe for idli. And when I went to the website, it was talking about dosa. I'm like, okay, I don't want this. So I go to the second website. So for the first website, I have bounced off it. And that means like, and now if let's say out of 100 people, 20 of them are doing the same thing, that means the bounce rate is 20%. If 90 are doing the same thing, that means the bounce rate is 90%. And how do you reduce bounce rate? There are multiple ways. One way is to make loading time faster. Second is to make sure that the content is much more relevant. As it says, good content has these following effects, right? So making sure that it is more relevant, it is clear, precise, it is offering the information that people want. It is not filled with multiple pop-ups, etc. It is not filled with advertising like a lot of news channels or news websites today are, right? So that's the main thing. That's how you reduce bounce rate. Google Eat. So what does it mean to have quality content? So this is something that you may have heard me say quite often. You should have good quality content. Anytime you're looking at SEO, they will say good quality content. But what does good quality content actually mean? So for that, Google has laid out something called as EEAT, experience, expertise, authoritativeness, which together brings trust. So now the way that Google scores this is a bit different. Now, does this mean like this is a ranking factor? No, this is not a ranking factor, but this is a guideline provided by Google to their quality raters. I have a link or URL to the exact document, which also shows this thing. And this is like an official Google document, right? But over there, you can check how they want their quality raters to review or validate a website. And this is a pretty good metric to look at. The reason for that is because this is not a metric by itself, right? But this is a pretty good guideline to go with, because this will help you ensure that whatever content you're creating is of high quality. Now, what does that mean? So this is an excerpt directly taken from the document, right? So what does all of these mean? So when it comes to experience and expertise, this is of the person creating the content. Keep in mind, this is much more closer or much more relevant for blogs. This is not relevant for the product pages. For product pages, as long as you have details and definitions of the companies, etc., that will help. But when it comes to the blog part, making sure that the experience and expertise of the person who is creating the content is also mentioned over there, or there is some level of trustworthiness around it. And then the authoritativeness and trustworthiness of the creator of the content itself, and the website is also taken care of. What does all of this mean? I have a checklist for you, so don't worry about it. But basically, what this means is that experience and expertise of the person is something that should be there. And at the same time, the website, it should, through its content, show that it has good authoritativeness and trustworthiness. So typically, this is what the document shows. As you can see, by combining authoritativeness, experience, and expertise, you create trust. So this is the source of that. This link has like, this is always updated. So if they have made some change, so see, it is last updated on March 5th, 2024. You will notice like all the different things that it talks about in terms of the quality of the content, right? And how quality rating overall works. So read it at your own pace or whenever you want. And in this, if you notice, there will be the mention of eat, right? And it talks about what each of these mean. But let's like, for example, online stores, product reviews, etc., for the trust, experience, expertise, authoritativeness, etc., right? So it mentions all of this. So you can definitely go through it. But I've also created like a quick checklist for all of you to like ensure that you are good with Eat as well. So this is the checklist for Google Eat, right? So now, is this checklist exactly what you should be doing? The answer is that it depends, right? So this is a checklist. This is more like a general checklist. You have to follow them based on what is applicable. And obviously, not everything is applicable everywhere, right? So you can keep that accordingly. So essentially, what this is all about is on your website, you need to make sure that you have an About Us page, a team page, and an author page. What are these three? About Us page, everyone, whenever you go to a company page or a website, a page where they are talking about their company, their business, or whatever their website is all about, right? They would also in that same page mention or show details of people who are actually contributing or working in the same company. So it could be the CEOs, etc. Or if it is just like a blogging website, you can just have details about you and yourself, right? So that's basically what is expected here. And when it comes to author page, this is nothing but a page of the person who is writing the content and all the set of different contents that the person has written. I will show an example of this as well. So this is a website that I had created as a test. Uh, and I've basically tried to follow the Eat things, right? Like Google Eat guidelines. So over here, this is the author page that I'm talking about. So just something that has like a quick description about you, who you are, and all the topics that you have written. So this is what an author page is all about. Now, collaborate with known people. So essentially, make sure that if there are people that you know or who are highly good in terms of a specific field that you're writing about, mentioning them or having them linked or collaborating with them for writing some of the content will also improve the authoritativeness and the trustworthiness of the content that you're writing. It would also make sure that to highlight to Google that the content is vetted by an actual expert. Keep your content clear and straight to the point, of course. This is something that I already talked about. Add your personal opinion or scenario to the content. Now, this is where experience comes in. So, expertise, authoritativeness, trustworthiness, that's there. But experience part of the EAT is more about not just telling about something but also adding your own experience so that like let's say users who are visiting your website can relate to what you're talking about. Make sure that the content is regularly updated, of course, so that people know that whatever you have written is updated accordingly. Link to high quality sources. So you should also provide external links to websites like, let's say, government websites, research papers, etc. Or even the high, like big news media outlets also works in this case, but these should be high quality sources for something that you're citing. Um, Consider multiple viewpoints, not just like a single viewpoint, but essentially talk about it from different perspectives, different people, etc. And obviously manage and maintain your brand's online reputation. So this is essentially how you make sure that Google can trust your website. So that's a little bit of what I have tried over here. I wouldn't say it have successfully done it, but a quick example over here I'll show in this particular post. What do solar panels do, understanding their function and how they work, right? Okay, so in this case, if you notice, there's like a bunch of different content, but I've also added sources. So US Department of Energy, National Renewable Energy Laboratory, International Energy Agency, like these are some high quality sources from where I have gotten the content. So that helps increase the trustworthiness of what I'm talking about. There's a lot of different data, there's a lot of different information available over here. And I'm mentioning like where I actually got them from, right? So that's essentially what Google Eat is and how you can like work with the quality. of the content, or that's like a quick highlight of the content part, or the quality content. Next, let's understand what are the types of content. So this is something that I kind of uh, talked about a little bit, but typically for each keyword, you need to decide what type of content you're building. The most popular content are usually, let's say, product pages or blog posts, etc. But there are also glossaries, slideshows, directories, videos, etc. Video, the most popular one is your YouTube, for example, right? Like there's like a bunch of videos over there. So videos, a good example is YouTube, but what are glossaries? I'll show you a pretty good example of a glossary, right? This is what a glossary looks like. So it's like Darwin Box as a HR software. So HR glossary for HR terms. So what they basically have is a bunch of different HR terms, and then for each of those, they have an individual page. So absenteeism policy is a part of HR, and they have like a meaning and definition around it. Now, there is something around this that Google has also released, which is called as thin content. So what that means is when the page has very little content, just like this one, and this glossary has been one of the ways that a lot of websites sort of try to create a bunch of different pages to rank themselves. But obviously, it isn't it like now Google has sort of caught on to that, and that's the reason now you will see glossary pages which isn't with thin content anymore. So for example, appointment letter over here, as you can see, this is not thin content. What is the thin content? Thin content means content which is very less in size. This is a very good example of that. And then normal content is something like this, which has decent amount of content written for the same, with examples and all of these things, right? So that's what a glossary is all about, and that is what like a glossary content is all about. It's like a blog post, but it's just defining different content or different part of things. So let's say if you are into HR software or something like that, you can have a glossary for HR related things. If you are into masalas like Kudwa is, then probably you can have a glossary related to different types of masalas, or a different type of ingredients, or different meanings of different ingredients as well, right? So just an example, but that's essentially what it is. Like a product catalog, not exactly, more like a definition and a meaning, more like a dictionary, if you will, for that particular industry. So just like these, right? So it's not something that has to be a part of your actual menu, but you can just like have something over here. So I'm sure they have like a glossary link over here. So HR glossary, right? So you can have it as a part of your resources, and then you can have all of those links. So within HR glossary, as you can see, the uh, glossary items comes up. Yeah, the terms, HR glossary terms. So agile HR, absenteeism policy, appraisal, each of these are like, as you can see, there are so many different type of terms, right? Wage drift, wellness program, work-life balance, workspace, bullying, etc. All of these are the primary keywords over here, and that's what you talk about. Under resources over here also, we will have the glossary. Every website has a glossary page, not really, but it helps to create multiple pages. And when you have multiple different pages, the chances of you ranking for some of those or having those pages get organic traffic increases, thereby helping your website gain authority. So it's one of the way. In fact, there was a name for this method, ski slope method, if I'm not wrong. So it's a strategy, a SEO strategy that is used by a lot of websites, especially SaaS software websites or B2B websites, which just want to have pages for different type of things. So yeah, that's like what glossaries are. So that's how like these are the different type of content, and you're not limited to just blog posts or pages, right? You can determine what type of content you want to build uh, based on the keyword that you have and the intent that you want to service. That's a little bit on the content side. what content means, but let's try and understand how you would actually fit that content on the website and what exactly the site structure. What does a site structure mean? So let's just take an example. I hope all of you have filed your ITR if you have any income and paid Nirmala Tai her part. Right. So this is clear tax. This is a pretty big, massive website. So let's take a look at this, right? So this is a website which has multiple different products. So if I hover over the product, I can see they have products for like individual, independent products. So that includes GST, accounts payable, vendor management, ITC, so income tax related, TDS, invoicing. They have product suites for finance. They have consumer products like ITR filing, tax consultation. Then in resources, they have case studies, newsletter. They have guides, blogs, webinars, events, FAQs, etc. In company, they have about us, support, career, and all. Right. So it's as you can see from just these three parts, I can browse the entire website, even though they have like thousands and thousands of pages. ClearTax literally has thousands of pages. If you go on Google and if you type anything related to tax, you're going to get ClearTax website. That's how big it is. So if I just go on website and if I type, let's say, something around the lines of section IE in ITR3, right? What did I get? I got ClearTax because of how massive their website is. They have multiple thousands of pages talking about every small little thing around income tax or taxation, finance, etc. And given that, and given so many pages, even then, if I visit their homepage, their structure is very clear. I have the products, I have individual products, product suites, I have resources, I have, like, let's say, things to read, learn from, I have details about the company. That's it. Right. So I don't have like a cluster of like, okay, we have thousands of pages, we don't know where what is. That's not how it is. And this is why a site structure is important. Another pretty good example is websites like, let's say, the content websites, etc. So, or courses websites. What's a popular course website? Udemy is a popular course website. Let's go to that. So if I go to udemy.com, for example, now Udemy has, if I'm not wrong, it has millions of courses. But even then, there are categories. So for development, there's like web development, data science, etc. And then they are showing like the popular topics. For photography and video, there are like different topics that I can look at as well. And it's pretty much sorted, right? Like I don't need to really go and search for specific thing because I know like where I should be looking at. And same goes for websites like Amazon as well. Like they have literally millions and millions of pages, but still, if I go to this all and if I look at the categories, it's very clearly defined. So for a website as massive as Amazon, if they are able to categorize their website in such a simple way for me as a consumer to quickly browse through or get what I want, then why not every other website, right? Even the ones that are as small as just starting out. So that's the main thing. And that's the reason structure is important. So I'm sure they do have a good or huge team who continuously update it. But at the same time, it is the responsibility of an SEO to ensure that these things are managed and these things are prioritized accordingly. So that's what it means to have a good site structure. So yeah, like as I just showed you the example, homepage, category, and different pages or subcategories on different pages under those subcategories, right? So that's basically what it is supposed to be. It shouldn't be a random collection of pages, but something that is structured properly. Now, importance of a good site structure. Obviously, as I said, it significantly impacts the user experience. So users experience improves, makes navigation easy, allows visitors to find the products or information they are looking for, creates a good experience. Look at all of those websites that I just showed as an example. It makes it so easy for me to find what I'm looking for. And the same goes for search engines as well. So it's not just about the users, but search engines too, wherein they can understand your website better. And also, if you're making changes to your website, they will know in a better way as well. So that's why it is important. Now, while having a good structure is important, the second thing to keep in mind is internal linking. And that's what I'm talking about a little bit over here. So, what is internal link? Internal linking is where, in addition to having that structure, you're also linking different content on your website uh, all across other pages, relevant pages. So let's say if you have two posts, so the post one is linking to second post is linking to third, and so on and so forth. And in some cases, post one can link to all of these, post four can link to all of these as well, and crisscross, right? Just imagine how it works with thousands of pages or millions of pages. Wikipedia, right? Wikipedia is a wonderful example of internal linking. And let me show you why. Let's just go to wikipedia.org. Now, as you can see, Wikipedia, you can find almost anything that you want, right? So let's just see, maybe dog breeds. I want to learn about different dog breeds. So there is dog breed. Perfect. There's a content for that. Let's go to that. So dog breed. So it talks about what is dog breed. So it says a dog breed is a particular type of dog that was purposefully bred by humans to perform specific tasks and further details. But if you notice, it has certain words highlighted in blue, like this one, dog, and this one, artificial selection, phenotype, coat color, right? And then it also has breed standard. And as I'm hovering on it, it also has this nice little feature where it also shows me some quick snippet about what that link essentially has: crossbreeds, mixed breeds, natural breeds, right? And as I'm scrolling through this, you can see there are so many internal links available. So what are these internal links? What will happen if I click on these links? So if I click on artificial selection, for example, it opens another page on Wikipedia, which talks about what is selective breeding, or redirected from artificial selection, right? So what exactly is this? This is nothing but how internal linking works. So you are providing context or information about different topics that you're mentioning in your content, if its pages are available. Why is this important, or how is this helpful? So think of it from the perspective of a Google bot. For a Google bot, what happens is, if it comes to your page and it sees that on that page there are links to some of the other internal pages, the chances of it visiting those other pages will increase. If it visits those other pages, the chances of it indexing those pages will also increase. Now, this is not a concern with most of the smaller website. If you have a website which has like maybe 10, 20 pages, probably it's not a big concern for you. But if your website has hundreds of pages, in that case, it is very important to have a good internal linking structure so that the crawler can actually establish a good connection between multiple different pages of your website, and thereby increase your chances of getting indexed faster. If you're making changes or updates to your website, getting those updates published faster, and essentially making sure that your website is presented in a proper fashion and improve its success rate. So that is the main point of internal linking. So in this case, even as a user, if I hover on this, it's actually not providing a bad experience for me, right? I'm like, okay, it is explaining certain terms and things to me which I may not have understanding about. But what if every single thing was linked, and then if I have to click on it and understand that, okay, it is not even talking about what I want. Now that is bad, and that is a very poor user experience. So that is something that you should avoid. Essentially, think of yourself as a user, put yourself in the user's shoes. Even though there are so many links here, I'm okay with it because I can get its information very quickly. But let's take a look at another website. Let's take a look at Money Control. I have often seen a lot of links that it has. But typically, what happens is, uh, let's say if all of these had a bunch of links to Wall Street, Don Lemon, Elon Musk, etc., and if it did not provide me information, instead I had to click on it, that's a pretty bad experience for me. Now, and that is something that you should avoid. But instead, let's say if it had, like, it currently has what, like maybe 300 words or 500 words, not a lot. Oh my God, so many pop-ups. So not a lot of words, right? So in this case, if it has maybe 3 to 5 internal links, I would be fine with that. Unless and until it was providing me information as I hovered on it as well. Now, that is another piece of coding that would be required as well. So assuming you're not looking at doing that, uh, keeping for something like this, keeping it at 3 to 5 internal links should be good enough. But as long as it is relevant, you can definitely add more. Overall, while ensuring that the user who is visiting does not have a poor or bad experience. That's the main limit, I would say. Right now, I am on Wikipedia page. I just came back to Wikipedia page. So that's what internal linking is, right? Now, in addition to having this site structure, the next thing that I'm basically going to talk about is something which is optimizing on-page components. So there are different on-page components. I've sort of already discussed this, so I'm just going to quickly like glide through them. But in addition to having those internal links, it is also important to make sure that you're optimizing your content. It is very important to have those other on-page components optimized as well. The checklist is already available in the session notes, but the titles tag should, or the title of the page should have your keyword, and putting it in the front or the first words will have more weight. Make sure that the URLs are SEO friendly. Having the keyword in the URL and making it simple is definitely good. And obviously, all URLs should be unique. No two URLs should be the same. H1 tag, there should be only one per page. This I've already mentioned earlier, but I'll mention again. And make sure it includes your keyword. Typically, your page title itself would be the H1 tag. Experiment with different modifiers like the year, the best, guide, reviews, etc. If you're working with blog content and all, use multimedia in your blog post like images, screenshots, videos, etc. Make use of H2s and H3s. Optimize your image. Make sure that you're tagging your image with the keyword-rich alt text. Um, like obviously, it may not help with rankings, but it will help you rank traffic from Google image search, which is also helpful in increasing authority. Use keyword at the beginning of the post in the first 100 words. Outbound links, ensure that you're including at least 2 high authority or related authority sites, outbound links. Internal links, make sure you're adding at least 2 to 3 internal links. And then finally, social sharing buttons are like, I would say they aren't as important, but it is good to have those. Outbound links are basically links that are external. So not of your website, but of other websites. So for popular blogs, news websites, educational websites, government websites, etc. If you are sourcing content from some of those and all, you can have those outbound link. One of the example that I mentioned was, in fact, Wikipedia itself is a good example. At the bottom, if you go of any Wikipedia page, you will see all of these references. So these are sources, and all of these are external websites. So Merriam-Webster, like the New York Times, and then there's like this one, other books. There are like other different books that it was sourced from, other websites it was sourced from, right? So all of these are sources. So each of these, so let's say if I want to go to this breed, so this is an external link for Wikipedia because Merriam-Webster is not Wikipedia's website. So this is what it means for it to be an outbound link, right? So that's basically some of the things that you should be taking care of as a part of on-page optimization. Now, we know what the website structure should ideally look like. We know what are the things that you should include in the content, but what about the content itself? I have been sort of touching this topic a little bit, playing around with it, but I haven't really gone into it. Okay, so SEO copywriting. I have been, as I said, like I have been touching around this, but I haven't really gone deep into it. And that's what I'll do right now. So, what exactly is SEO copywriting? Why am I talking about copywriting here? Why am I not saying content creation? Why am I saying copywriting? There's a big difference. So as I mentioned earlier, and this is a question that a lot of you have asked as well, is how do you ensure that even if you're using AI to generate content, your content is plagiarism free, and it does not have any issues in terms of being like a copy pasted content or something like that. And at the same time, it is something that is genuinely helpful. The way that you sort of do that is not just by creating content, but instead by creating content that is uniquely yours. So there are multiple ways of doing it. The first thing is to clearly understand the tone of your brand or the website. What is the tone that you're trying to set? So, what is a good example of tone? What does that actually mean? In terms of a tone, think of it this way: the minute I say that I want to look at some content of maybe on the website of Narendra Modi, just as an example, right? The minute I talk about Narendra Modi, any single thing that he would say, there's a specific tone that we have for him, right? That he would probably, first of all, use Hindi to communicate, and he would talk about anything in a specific manner. Now, if he was talking about SEO, for example, now I'm very bad at impersonation, so please have a laugh at your own accord. But probably he would be saying something along the lines of "दोस्तों, SEO ऐसे नहीं होता है," or something like that. Mitro, yes, that's so. Like I said, I'm very bad at these things, right? So, uh, but there's a specific tone to him, to how Narendra Modi would speak. But on the other hand of the spectrum, um, people, I feel like you might know who Carrie Minati is, right? That YouTube guy, like that young YouTuber who's gotten the most subscribers, I think, in India right now, or at least towards somewhere around that. And the tone that he would use is so different. If you give the same topic to Narendra Modi versus Carrie Minati, you can imagine the conversation and the way that they would say. He would say, Narendra Modi would say it in one way, and Carrie Minati would say it in a different way. And the difference over here is the tone. So even when you're writing content for SEO, it's all about that segregation. and identifying what is a tone that is uniquely yours, so that even when you're writing that content or creating that content, it will be something that is actually genuinely yours. There are literally hundreds, if not thousands, of ways that you can talk about different things and different topics. So, and given the type of different topics that exist, there is a very high chance that you will actually face any issues or any challenges in the plagiarism check. And that's where the copywriting comes in, like a brand identity. So that brand identity in terms of the tone for your content is what it's all about. So I'm not going to go too deep into the tone. That tone is something that you have to identify yourself for the content that you're creating based on the brand that you're working for. If it is a personal brand, you can create that tone based on what or how you wish to communicate. If it is a specific brand or a business, then you can define how that brand should be communicating as well, right? So, but apart from that, let's try and understand from the SEO perspective what copywriting or SEO copywriting actually means and how it can influence your content itself. So, this is a very good example. I personally love this. So on the left hand side, you can see this is a content that is written for search engines. So your focus keyword is lose weight fast. So it says if you want to lose weight fast, you need to cut calories. Cutting out dessert can be tough, but it's important if you want to lose weight fast. And if you're looking to lose weight fast, here are 5 tips. For me as a user, if I read this, I'm like, what is happening? I will probably exit the website right then and there. But for a search engine, the search engine or the bot or the Google bot, what it will see is it says lose weight fast, lose weight fast, lose weight fast. So probably it's a good website, right? And that's why what it will do is it will try to show this to a few users. Now, all of a sudden, what happens is users who go to this website, and because they are like me, maybe they will be like, what is this? What is even happening? And they will bounce off it. The ranking, maybe it was good at one point of time, but it starts to go down again. And that's basically what happens here. On the other hand, if you're writing content for human, so want to drop those excess pounds, look no further than the tips in this post. Here's where you learn how to reduce caloric intake, burn excess calories, and more. Sounds human, looks interesting. For me as a human, looks good. But if you notice, nowhere does it actually talk about losing weight fast. So while it is good for me as a user, it's probably not good for the Google bot. And creating the balance between these two is what it means for content optimization or creating SEO optimized content. So you don't need to use those keywords multiple times. As long as you are able to use that keyword even a few times while maintaining the keyword density, and as well as ensuring that your content is talking about that specific topic, you are good. So for in this same thing, as you can see, want to drop those excess pounds, look no further than the tips in the post. Here's where you learn how to eat healthier, burn excess calories, and lose weight fast. That's basically what an optimized content looks like, because not only is it written for the human users like all of us, but it's also written and ensures that it's also talking about the robot. Now, why is this important? Now, this is related to bounce rate a little bit, but you basically don't want people dropping off your website, right? Because the entire purpose of ranking on SEO is so that people visit your website and then spend time on your website. You're not creating a website so that people just come to it and go off. And that's where bounce rate comes into the picture. So Google uses bounce rate where people leave your page after spending a few seconds as a ranking factor. To avoid this, There are some methods that I'm going to talk about as a part of copywriting. But as you can see, under 10 seconds, typically your ranking starts to sink. But above 10 seconds, the more time that the user spends on your website, the higher your website rank would go. Nowadays, most of the good websites, on average, I see that their average time spent, again, depending on the website. If it's a content based website, typically 2 to 3 minutes is very normal on average. So that means there are some users who also spend 10 minutes, 30 minutes. There are some users who spend only a few minutes or even a few seconds. But the average is that. Now, I'm definitely not considering the social medias that are available on your phone and all. That's like next level. And that's anyways not something that should be your goal either. But it's all about trying to maximize the average time that a user would spend on your website. The first thing about your content is it is very important to make sure that your content is properly structured as shown on this over here, right? Like if you have a bunch of different part of content, making sure that there is like a table of content or something like that, so that it is easy for people to quickly go through the different segments of the content that you have as well. So it is important to make sure that the content is properly structured as shown on the right side. A good way of finding structures for different topics is look at courses or course pages and how they answer so many questions. So this is an example that I had added of Code Academy. And as you can see over here, it is very like simple. It shows like what are the overall syllabus, how it has added like different pieces of content and all, right? But overall, there is like a pretty good structure for something so massive. So if I just go to maybe, okay, yeah, I think I'm not able to do that right now. But anyways, basically what I want to show is like how structuring your content is pretty important. Impact if a user is spending less or more time on our website, does it help in discoverability? Not exactly. This is something that Google is tracking about your website, right? So Google also tracks how much time a user actually spends, because if a user is exiting your website, the chances are they are going back to Google, and that tells Google that so imagine this, imagine that you are ranking for a keyword like dog breeds. We just looked at dog breeds, right? So now if I go on Google and if I type dog breeds, right, and if I scroll down a bit, there are uh, these two websites, AKC and Pedigree. Now what happens is, for me as a user, I went to AKC's website and I did not like the content. And then because of that, I came back to Google and I went to Pedigree's website. I liked the content, I stayed there. So if this is the same thing that, let's say now, maybe the number of people who search for dog breeds in a month is 100. And if all 100 people are doing the same thing, wherein they are going to this, they are spending very less time and then going back and then going to Pedigree. That tells Google that Google is not able to provide the necessary information. And the one at the top, AKC, is probably not a good website because Pedigree is the one that everyone is going to and then not coming back. So that way, Google will then rank Pedigree on the top and then lower the rank of AKC. So this is why this is like a very oversimplified example, but this is essentially how the time that a user spends on your website affects the ranking. So I talked about structuring a little bit, right? Like it is very important to structure your content properly. So for example, over here also, what is stocks, understanding stocks, etc. This is like a well-defined structure. So if I want to visit or go to any of these sections, I can do that. Now, the second thing is, now this is a tactic, right? This is a tactic that I personally like, but you can also use a tactic similar to this. So this is called as bucket brigades. Bucket brigade is a old copywriting tactics. There are multiple copywriting tactics. You can just ask ChatGPT about that. Uh, Copywriting tactics for sales letters, for example, and it'll like give you a list. Let's actually do that. I think I have ChatGPT open right now. What are top copywriting tactics for sales? Yeah. Let me just give it an example. This is where you like keep modifying or changing the prompts, like bucket brigades. So these are some of the different tactics, right? Like bucket brigades, AIDA, pass, social proof, scarcity and urgency, powerful headlines, storytelling, benefits over features. So there are multiple different tactics. You can go with a tactic that you want or you feel good with. There are like they have it has shown 14, but there are like a lot more other tactics that you can work with. So I'm going to talk about bucket brigade because personally I prefer this, but like you can go with the one that you feel could work well for you. So now, as for bucket brigades, let's look at this. So, for example, over here, bucket brigades, what is this? It's an old school copywriting tactic that were originally designed for sales letters. All you need to do is find a spot in your content where someone might hit their browser's back button. What does this mean? So, imagine now, as you might have seen, when you're writing content, you would be writing like thousands of words. When there are so many words, for someone to keep scrolling through all of them, it takes a lot of time and effort. And there are a lot of chances that after one or two paragraphs, they would just click back. So you need to identify what those segments or sections are. Um, and this could be based on, and this could actually be very subjective, right? It's not necessarily like after every paragraph you have to add it, but it is something that you should definitely look into. And based on that, uh, in those segments, you can add a bucket brigade. So some of the examples are now these are like short copies to help people stick to the content or stay around for a longer period. So some of these examples are here's the deal. Now, what's the bottom line? You might be wondering, or something like these over here as well, right? It releases feel good chemicals. Communication is simpler, right? So these are the things, like as you can see, I have actually highlighted this. Probably I highlighted it too well. It feels like it looks like almost a part of the headline. But as you can see, this is a bucket brigade. After two paragraphs, it has a bucket brigade so that people can stay connected. This is a continuous content. There is like there isn't like a proper break in a content over here, but this is like a continuous stream of content. The same second chemical is this. So why is it that we are so quick, etc.? Overall, it's all about making sure that people are staying connected with the content and you are expanding the amount of time that they might spend on your website. So that's the main purpose of bucket brigades. So there are some example articles that I've linked over here. I don't know if these are still live. Oh yeah, it is. Apparently it was updated recently as well. And if we look at it, why we overthink, take action now. If you're overthinking an idea and all, like this was not necessary, but it helps people who are just quickly scrolling. And that's what I'm going to do right now. If I scroll down a bit, okay, there's some quotes and I keep scrolling, direct your attention elsewhere. I'm not even reading this. So what does this mean? I will read this probably. If I scroll down further, stop talking about it. Maybe I should read this, right? And that's essentially the part of it. These are not exactly headlines, but instead these are more of something that would help users still stick to the content. So this is one of the methods. Then similarly, there is APP, agree, promise, preview. So in this, you're essentially agreeing with a viewpoint that someone has, and then you're promising more details around it. And finally, you're also previewing what you have with some of the insights. So over here, for example, the content is music improves well-being and quality of life, research suggests. So it says this is where it is agreeing. So let's say if someone came to it, they want to know that, okay, music actually improves well-being. They are talking about a review of 26 students finds benefits of music on mental health are similar to those of exercise and weight loss. Okay, that means it agrees with me. I agree that, okay, well-being of people improve with music, and it has a review around that. Awesome. So music, wrote the late Oliver Sacks, has a unique power to express inner states or feelings. Music can pierce the heart directly. It needs no meditation. Looks promising. A review of this, conducted across several countries, has found that music may provide a clinically significant boost to mental health. Okay, so let's try and understand. So the context over here is from this particular paragraph, I get the context that, okay, if I scroll down, there's a high chance that I will be able to get insights into this particular review. And this is like a quick preview of the content itself. So that is essentially like, these are just some examples, but as you saw, there's like a bunch of different ways that you can work with different things. AIDA formula: attention, grab the reader's attention with a compelling headline. Interest, provide interesting information. Desire, highlight benefits. Action, end with a strong call to action. And this is a very common theme that you would also notice with a bunch of different content today. Pass, social proof, scarcity, urgency, all of these, right? Like you can work with the one that you feel or think is the best. But this is also something that you can use for creating content. Now, what does that actually look like? Let's try that out. So I'm now going to go back into content creation, right? Gadget Bazaar. And I'm going to go back to creating the content for this one, best 1.5 ton AC. Okay, so let me actually, it is, but it's not that good of an example. Yeah, this is something that I added as a screenshot as well. So yeah, over here, this isn't a long content either, but as you can see, the psychology behind social media. There's some content, some more content, and some more content. This is when you don't use bucket brigading. It's boring. So I'd be like, okay, what even is this? Should I even read this? What is this supposed to be? But now add those bucket brigades back. There's a high chance that I might actually read it. It releases feel good chemical. What does this mean? It's interesting. It's something that makes me read at least the first couple of sentences. Communications is simpler. Yes. Okay. How is that simpler? Self-fulfillment. Nice. So that's the main thing about bucket brigade. It adds elements in the content at the specific pages or spaces where people might just skip your content. And that's the main part of bucket brigade. Now, the best part is using AI, right? So that's, again, this is one of the form of copywriting. And these are so subtle that like you don't really see it because of how subtle it is. And that's how it is supposed to be as well. For a user, it should not be like, okay, what is happening? The user should be able to go through the content normally, right? So now I'll show you some quick example. Create a 100 is too small, 200 word content around white sneakers while using bucket brigades method. Okay. Yeah, so this is the bucket brigade method, right? Now, what I'll do is do the same, but with AIDA method instead of bucket brigade. Yeah, so if you notice over here, it's more conversational. Why everyone needs a pair of white sneakers, versatility at best, comfort meets style. Ever wonder why white sneakers are so popular? Easy maintenance, think white sneakers are hard to maintain, affordable luxury. Okay. Over here, the must have shoes for every wardrobe. Okay. Why are they must have? White sneakers are the ultimate fashion staple. Okay. Why white sneakers stand out? So it's like talking more about it, creating a desire around it, the perfect blend of style and comfort. So that's what white sneakers are. Action, elevate your style today. Ready to transform your wardrobe? Do this, right? So it's just a style of writing. As I said, both of them are talking about the same thing, but in a different way. And both of them are unique content individually. It's all about using different methods, or it's all about using different ways of copywriting so that your content can be uniquely yours. Now, in addition to this, there are a few other things that you can also use to make the content actually uniquely yours. And that's what I'm going to show with this example. But let me just show you what it would look like with this. Okay, so I'm going to open this content outline. And let me also open the earlier. Okay, perfect. So this is what ChatGPT told us previously. Okay, so let's do this, right? What I'm going to do is, since it has already created this outline for me, and it has some previous context of what I was trying to do. So what I'm going to tell is, I want to write. So let's do it. Let's write content for this content outline. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, let's start with this one. I want you to create content that is uh, engaging, uses the bucket brigade sales copywriting style, and um, uses the tone and voice of PhD. Let's just do Elon Musk. Tone and voice of Elon Musk. Let's just go crazy, right? So in addition to this, what else can we say? Yeah, let's just try with this. Let's enter. Just look at this, understanding AC tonnage. All right, let cut to the chase. What does this mean? Why should you care? In the world of air conditioner, tonnage refers to the cooling capacity. Simply put, a 1.5 ton AC can remove this of heat from your room in an hour. Think of it as a cooling superhero with the power to make even the hottest Indian summers feel like a breezy autumn day. Nice. So that's the thing, right? Like you can go nuts with this. Like there's so many different things. Now, obviously, if you notice, it while it is nice, probably I would want it to be a little bit more descriptive, right? So for example, when it says understanding tonnage, explanation of what it means. Now, so maybe if I want, I can also ask it to explain this better. So let's say ideal room size for this, which is good. I want it to also compare or provide examples along with that. It has provided a nice example, but maybe like an example, comparative example, I can do that. Or I can like ask it to do multiple different things, right? And then once I have set that, what I can basically do is I can be like, okay, great, uh, to the next topic now. And that's what it would do. So the next topic was top 5 best 1.5 ton ACs in India. What was that? As you can see here, it already has the context around it. Top 5 best 1.5 ton ACs in India. So this is the content. And what has it written? Let's see. So now obviously in this there isn't like much to do with the tone and all, but it still tries its best. Probably not something that I would go with. Maybe I can change this a bit, but that's the main thing, right? Like you can work with it, play around with it, change the tones, change the prompts, and try to make it in a way that one, you're not just asking it like, okay, now that you have created outline, create the content for me. The chances are it will not create that great of a content. And two is, even if it did create the content, it would be very short and you will not be able to properly edit or work with it as well. So yeah, that's basically how this works. And as you are doing this, as you're reiterating and iterating and working with this, you will be able to come up with a proper tone. And the best part is you can actually ask it to give you the prompt that you should be using for the next set of content. So for example, if I want to, if I were to start a new chat and wanted you to create content from just the keyword as an input in addition to the other things mentioned above, what would the ideal prompt look like? And that's it. I have my prompt ready. It says provide a content outline, detail for each section, use a tone and voice similar to this, makes the content is this. So I'll just copy this prompt, use it in another one, and I'm mostly sorted. Probably I'll have to edit this again, but you get the point, right? Like this is how you reiterate and work with the prompt engineering side so that you are essentially trying to automate as big of a chunk of your work as possible in terms of content creation. But yeah, that's basically what I wanted to talk about. The most exciting part I feel is a demo on WordPress. I will just do a quick understanding of how WordPress actually works. Is this important for you as someone who is going to do SEO? I would say it's not very important, but it is something that is something that you should be aware of as well. So WordPress, before I get into WordPress, I want to first talk a little bit about uh, how a website works. Because oftentimes what happens is there are a lot of things in SEO that we do wherein we just need some basic understanding of how a website works. And sometimes I feel like that is what is missing. So let's just talk about that really quickly, right? So oftentimes people are like, okay, I need to use WordPress, that's the only way. Some people are like, there should be like a custom website. there's something called as CMS, as Mahesh says. And then some people are like, no, I'll just create like a custom platform of my own. Maybe I'll use some of the languages like PHP, Laravel, and maybe I'll build something of my own, etc. Right? Like when it comes to a website, there are all sorts of different types or ways that you can get a website up and running. And as someone who would be looking at SEO, you will need to at least have that basic understanding of it, so that when the time comes that you need to implement something on the website, you will be aware of it, right? So that is something that I'm going to talk about really quickly. So how does a website work? Now, think of it as a parallel to real world. What does this mean? Now, let's look at real world, and maybe let's look at a website over here. Now, in the real world, what happens is if you want to visit a place, how do you go to that place? Do you go to it by identifying what is the latitude and longitude degrees of it, and then you visit that place? Or do you just go on Google Maps or something and type in an address and then you go to the place? So there are two things. So there are two things you're doing when it comes to actually going to a place. You would be doing two things, not just one. One is you're actually identifying the place by using a name, and second is by doing so, then you're visiting those coordinates. So on Google Map also, when you go on Google Map, it will actually tell you for any location what are the Google Maps coordinates. So if I, for example, say Amazon headquarters, right? It says some Seattle or something like that. This is where the headquarters is. Now, if I go to maps, what happens? It loads up the map of Seattle, and maybe I'll just click for this Space Needle on Seattle. Now, the minute I did this, so typically what happens is all of these locations are dependent or based upon the latitudes and longitudes. These degrees, etc., that you see are based on the latitudes and longitudes, right? But that is not what we use. So even when it comes to a website, there are two parts to it. One is going to be the name of the place, and second is going to be where the place is actually located. And that is essentially how a website also works. So in the real world, you would have the name of the place and the location of the place. Now, can you shift the name of the place to a different location? Yes, you can. And the same thing happens with a website as well. Can you change the name while retaining the same location? Yes, you can. And that's also something that happens with the website. So similar to this, what website has is called as domain name, and it has something called as hosting or server hosting. Right. So the name of the place in the real world is nothing but the domain name on the website world, or you can call it like webs world if you want. And in terms of the location of the place, that's nothing but where the files of the website are located. Because at the end of the day, every single thing that we see online or even on the laptops, desktops, mobile phones, etc., all of those are nothing but ones and zeros or bunch of different files that are that we access through the internet. And that's basically how a website works. So let's say when you go to a website like maybe Amazon.com, what is happening is while I'm going to Amazon.com, every single thing that I see here, all of these buttons, all of these characters, all of these different like clothing items or whatever these are images and files that are probably stored in some server somewhere across India, US, or wherever the server's location is. Now, I'm not typing in the address of that server. I'm not typing in the IP address of that server, like, okay, 136.1 dot something or whatever that IP address is. I'm typing amazon.com, the domain name. So typically what happens is, in the web world or in the website, these two are usually sold separately, because domain name is something that you buy separately, and where you want to host your files is something that you buy separately, and then you join both of these or link both of these together by something called as DNS. You combine both domain name and server hosting by using something called as DNS, domain name server, right? And that's basically how a website function and how both of these are linked. Now, to keep it simple, obviously there are services where you don't need to worry about all of these things. And WordPress.com, etc., are some of those services. Events, Shopify, if you've heard of it, Squarespace, even GoDaddy offers some of these services, right? Like if you go to GoDaddy, Bluehost, etc., you don't need to buy these things separately. While they do offer you to buy these separately, you don't need to. You can definitely like buy like a package, a web hosting package, which includes the domain name as well. HostGator is another one. Absolutely. So all of these they offer it as a package because they understand if someone wants a domain name, they want a server hosting. If they want a server hosting, they probably need a domain name. And you don't really need to worry about all of these. But sometimes what happens is you need to have an understanding of why these are different. And that's what I wanted to explain. So when it comes to, right, so let's try and understand then how is a website actually created. There are three types of websites typically. So the first one is manual setup. Second is automated. And third is fully automated, right? Now, obviously, this is like a broad oversimplification, but we don't need to know more than this, right? So even if you get an understanding of what this is, you're good to go as someone who is going to practice SEO. So let's try and understand a little bit about what these three things are. Now, in manual setup, typically you will need to buy domain and hosting yourself and manage everything. So when it comes to domain name, you buy it from wherever you feel like. When it comes to server hosting, you buy it from some other place, or maybe you use like a cloud server or something like that to get the ball rolling, etc. Right? And that's basically what you would end up doing. So a quick example of this would be, let's say, if you're using AWS, Google Cloud, etc. Then in the semi-automated, what you're doing is you're buying domain yourself. And hosting that will be managed for you. So essentially, hosting separately, and hosting is managed for you. So a good example of something like this is some of the services, right? And finally, fully automated, they do everything for you from domain to hosting, but costs are higher. And obviously, you will have lower control. A good example of this is Squarespace, Shopify, or even WordPress.com. right? So this is basically what the difference is. Now, as you can see, I'm talking about fully automated and WordPress.com, but there is also a semi-automated version of WordPress. And that is basically what I want to talk about. So where is WordPress in all of this? The answer to this question is there are two versions of WordPress. There's not one. So the semi-automated version is something that you get from WordPress.org, and the fully automated version is something that you get from WordPress.com. Now, why is this a difference? Why is it like this? Some of you may be wondering. This is so that WordPress can be a solution for both people who want to customize what they want for themselves. And at the same time, it can also be a solution for people who don't want to bother with it. I'm also going to talk about .org part only, but I'm still going to just show both of these. So WordPress.com is a fully like done for you, fully automated solution for you. And obviously you can get started with this for free. But they also have like if you want to get your own domain name or your business name, then you have to pay for it, etc. So there is this free plan. I think they have an explanation of what that free plan includes somewhere. Yeah, it's just like direct setup. Or what you can do is you can go with like a paid plan wherein this includes a free domain name for 1 year. Like all their paid plans includes the free domain for 1 year, which is pretty nice. And then obviously like there are other limitations on different things like DNS, SSL. There is ads. WordPress has ads as well, word ads. Apparently, this is something that they launched recently. Oh, yeah. I wasn't aware of word ads actually. Interesting. Okay, so they have this word ads as well. They have like site logs, in-app and analytics, and all of these different things, right? In this entrepreneur, they also include WooCommerce if you want to do shopping, etc. Now, the thing is, this is pretty like good if you don't have any or if you don't want to bother with going into the .org one, and if you just want to directly start using a service, you can do it. Is Elementor available in .com? I am not sure of that. I think they do have plugins capacity, but I don't know if Elementor is a part of it. Frankly, it's been a while since I've used .com or Vidu. And then there's a .org. So .org, what happens is this is more open source, as it says. And you typically, if you click Get WordPress, it will ask you to download a zip file and set it up. Or you just, like they also provide some recommended hostings that you can go and sign up with as well. So what is better? Essentially, it depends on how deeper you want to get into it. For most of the simple use cases, .com is decent enough. But if you do want good control over the things that you want to do and you don't want limitations, typically this is also cheaper when you're using it with some of these services. In that case, .org is better. So what does this look like? This Carbon Lightning website that I was showing earlier is something that is built on .org. So this is the website. This is Carbon Lightning. This is a website that I have created using WordPress, right? And it's like a very simple website. Frankly speaking, it's not like high design or anything. It's like a very simple website. I think I'm using Elementor on this. But yeah, like that's what it is using. It has some posts from last year that I've made. And yeah, that's basically what it is. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to access its admin panel. So to do that, I'll just type in wp-admin. And it would ask for my login, but since I'm already logged in, it just loads the dashboard. There's a bunch of things over here, but I don't really need to worry about these. Apparently, they have meetups in Bangalore. Okay, good to know. Then over here in the left side, there's like all the different options that I have. But if I want to create content or post content like blogs and all, I should be going to posts. So this is where I would be creating my blog content, etc. If I want to create pages like about us page, contact us page, a landing page or something like that, I would be going to pages. So if I go to pages right now, yeah, you would notice that there's like a privacy policy page, the home page that I have, an about us page that I've set up, and a contact us page, right? So this is where you would be setting up your pages. And in the posts, this is where I have all my blogging posts, etc., like in-depth solar panel review, what do solar panels do, understanding their function, and all of these, some of these things that I had published. In addition to this, I also have some other plugins, etc., installed, and that is something that I can access from here. So what are plugins? Just like in our phone, we will have mobile apps, right? So what are the apps that you typically find on a phone? You would have things like your camera app, your SMS app, your a phone call app. You would also have Gmail, Google Maps. You would have WhatsApp, Facebook, Instagram, some of these apps, right? So just like a phone has apps and you can install those apps from your Play Store or let's say App Store, etc. Even WordPress has apps and those apps are called as plugins. So using these plugins, you can add or remove functionalities within your website. And there are like a lot of different things that you can do with this. Just like you can do with apps on your phone, literally you can from creating music to you can edit photos, you can edit videos, you can talk to people, do video calls, you can like play games. There are like so many different things that you can do from your phone because of these apps. The plugins also do the same thing. Using different plugins, obviously some plugins will be paid, some plugins will be free, some plugins will be freemium, wherein some part of it is free, other part of it is not, like software. Absolutely, Mahesh. So that is how plugins work. So Ganana, this is like .org. Setting up the website is free, but I did pay for the domain name as well as I paid for the web hosting that I'm using. So similar to that, I have a bunch of plugins installed here. Now I'm not going to go too deep into the plugins, but if any of you are interested, I can probably share the list of plugins that I am using over here. I'll probably do that during the break time. Yep. So I have like a bunch of plugins. I have Elementor that I'm using for website builder. These days I have transitioned into Generate Press. I prefer that more, but yeah, Elementor is also pretty good, pretty fluid. Then I'm using like a contact form. I'm using Lightspeed Cage to improve the speed. I'll talk about this later. I'm using Metapixel for tracking. I'm also using this as well. Authors plugin. There's like schema plugin. This I'll be talking about as a part of technical SEO. And a bunch of other things based on my requirement, right? But that's typically what I have over here. So now, when it comes to these plugins, as you can see, I'm using Elementor. So let me just show you how using these things, I can make things happen. So one primary plugin that I want to talk about, and this is important for SEO, is Yoast SEO. So this is something that we will definitely be using as a part of both our on-page content optimization as well as with some of the technical SEO elements as well. So I'll be talking more about this. Now, there are other plugins as well. for WordPress. There is all-in-one SEO, there is rank math, there's like a bunch of other SEO plugins. Personally, like all of these are fine. You can go with any plugin that you want. They all of those plugins will also have a premium version, but this is like a test setup. So even the free version is mostly fine for most of the requirements. So Yoast is good for multiple things. I'll be talking about it. But yeah, this is something that I'm going to show as well in the post. So what does Yoast do? Obviously, it has its own section wherein you can work with the different settings and all of these things. But I'm not going to go into that right now. Instead, first, I want to show you what it does for your content. So for example, in this, you can see there is this content, and over here, these are Yoast SEO scores, etc. So it says this content score SEO score is green, which means it is good. It shows the readability score of this content as green as well. So that means this is good as well. Then the key phrase. So this is the primary keyword that I'm using over here. And it also mentions the same to me. Now, what I can do is if I just click on edit, I can see more information about why it is green and what are the different checks that it has done. So let's just take a look at the content and try to understand what's actually happening here and how I'm using Yoast. So this is the content. At the very top over here, what we have is the main title or the H1 of the content, right? And yeah, so at the very top, we will have the title. This also acts as a H1 for the content. And as I mentioned earlier, there can only be one H1. And solar panel reviews is the primary keyword. Now, as I scroll down, you can see like, okay, this content, it talks basically about solar panels, solar energy. And this is an internal link that I have for solar energy category over here. As I scroll down, there's an image. Now in the image, I have done some optimization to the image too. In the alternative text, I have mentioned my like keyword, primary keyword as well. And as well as when it comes to the name of the image, I think I have said the name of the image is something. Let me just take a quick look. Yeah, image name is solar panel reviews, right? So in both the image name as well as the alternative text, solar panel reviews is there. And this is like a quick description of the image. As I scroll down, there's like the headline 2. This is the H2, as you can see over here. I can select or change the headings. This is the paragraph. And yeah, more content around factors to consider, some more images. Even this image has like an alternative text, right? And then as I scroll down, there's like another H2 with more text, another H2 with more text, and so on and so forth. And then over here, I have links to external websites like SunPower, LG's website. I have linked to Panasonic's website, etc. And finally, like a quick conclusion. Now, as I scroll down with this particular content, I have done all of those checklist part. And as you can see, because of all of that, the SEO score is good. And along with that, it also tells me what this would look like in the search appearance in mobile as well as on desktop. So I can get an understanding of what this would look like if it shows up on Google. In addition to that, it also helps me change or edit the title for SEO. So this basically becomes your page title as well. And you remember, right? Like in the SEO plan, we were creating the page title. So this page title basically goes over here as a part of your SEO title. Then this URL slug will go over here in the URL slug part. So URL slug is different. URL slug is your URL itself, the link of your page or the post. And then meta description. So from here, you can just take your meta description, put it over here. And it will also tell you if they are exceeding the character limits, etc., and what it would look like in different results. right? Now, another good thing about this is it also shows this SEO analysis. So if you expand on it, it will tell you what are the things that it looked at, what are the things it checked. So if any of these things you have not done, it will also tell you like these are some of the things that you should be looking into. So now, does it mean that everything applies everywhere? It completely depends, and it is a bit subjective, as I mentioned earlier. But this is a good checklist to have, and that is what this plugin is doing for you. And as you scroll down, you also have an option for cornerstone content. So if this content is like the primary content, which is quite long, which is then linking to other pieces of content, you can check this. If not, you can ignore this also. And in terms of advanced, this is something that I'll be talking about later. Don't worry. I'll be talking a little bit around this in terms of canonical URL, etc., in terms of technical SEO. But yeah, it also has options for that. So overall, that's basically how it works. In addition to that, it also has like a score for readability, etc. What type of voice you're using, if that's good or not. It sort of looks into those. I wouldn't really put a lot of mind into this one. SEO score is much more important. But does it mean if your SEO score is green, you are going to rank first? No. It is just a checklist. This is not a ranking method. SEO, Yoast SEO will not make you rank, but it will help ensure that you are taking care of all the things that you need to. And that's the main purpose of it. Don't just rely on Yoast SEO and be like, okay, it will take care of my ranking. That's not how it works. It will just help you go through the checklist. And then you are the one who has to make the decision on what are the things that you should be looking into. So that's like a quick, I would say, a demo on what this looks like or how this works. And if I click view post, you can also see this is what the actual post looks like with the URL and all of these details. It also has this author box that I was talking about. And yeah, that's basically how you can post content on WordPress. So exciting stuff. Technical SEO. What is technical SEO? Some of you may be wondering, of course. Now, when it comes to on-page SEO, like I mentioned in the earlier slide, it is divided into two parts. One is the content part, and second is the technical part. Yeah, over here, as I mentioned in this, that when it comes to the keywords and the content, that's mostly on the content SEO segment, wherein your primary goal is the content itself and how you're sharing that with the users as well as the search crawler, right? But the technical SEO is going to look at two aspects, two primary aspects. One is the search engine accessibility. So, how easy it is for the crawler to find your website, if it is finding the content on your website or not, if it is finding the right content on your website or not, if it is able to read the content properly or not, if it is able to show the right elements of the content on the search engine results page or not, right? In addition to that, you're also going to look at improving the experience of the users themselves. So that is what technical SEO is all about. And there is a big reason why it is called as technical SEO, because it is highly technical, right? So don't worry too much if you guys feel like, what am I even talking about? Because as you guys practice these things, as you guys look into learning more SEO and doing these things, you yourself will be able to figure out and work through these. But as long as you are able to understand some of the concepts that I'm talking about, that is good enough. right? So with that, okay, so this is also set up, all good. With that, let's get started on the technical SEO part. So the agenda for technical SEO is we are going to talk about Google Search Console, what exactly this is and how it can be set up. We're going to talk about crawling, which includes robots.txt and sitemaps. We are going to talk about indexing, which also includes canonicalization, redirects, and rich snippets or schema. Uh, we are also going to talk about page experience, which includes the speed, mobile friendliness, and security. Some of the top uh, uh, aspects that Google looks at when it comes to the experience overall. Right. So that's what we are going to focus on as a part of technical SEO. So Google Search Console, what is Google Search Console? Um, the top search engines of the world, Google is the top one. Then there is the Bing, there is Yandex in Russia, there is what is the China one called Baidu, I think, right? So these top search engines of the world, I don't know about the rest, but these do offer a search console or a webmaster or like a dashboard for you to understand how your website is interacting with their search engines. That is the main purpose of this. So Bing has its webmaster. Yandex also has its webmaster. I don't know what Baidu has. I don't remember what it has, frankly speaking. It's been a while since I've even looked at Baidu. But Google has Search Console. Previously, Search Console used to be called as Google Webmaster. Then they renamed it as Google Search Console. So what exactly do these tools or dashboards do? Let's go to the website to understand itself from there itself, right? So Google Search Console. Okay, so this is basically the homepage of Search Console, and it tells you information to help improve your performance on Google search. That's the main purpose of it. So it has a bunch of information available for you on how your website or what your website looks like on the Search Console, and if there is anything you can do to fix or improve that. So you can optimize your content with search analytics. And this analytics is very different from what you will be able to see on Google Analytics. I'll be showing what that is as well. You can get an understanding of the content that is being shown on Google and how you can also get your content placed on Google as well. You can fix issues or get alerts on the issues that Google sees on your website and fix those, and also basically get a good understanding of how Google's spider bot or whatever is crawling your website actually sees your web pages. So they have also some nice training videos if you want to go through those. It's pretty good. More like a summarized version, but still they are pretty good and comprehensive for anyone to get started with. And it also talks about core web vitals, rich results. Both of these are something that we are going to talk around as well. AMP you can pretty much ignore. This is no longer one of the important aspect. Even Google is no longer supporting it. So unless and until, like, you can actually forget about this. This isn't as important anymore. So these are the two things that we are going to talk about, right? So yeah, with that, let's get started. So this is Search Console. The minute I'm already logged into Google, so it just uses those credentials. What I'm going to do is, it has a couple of websites here. So when it comes to Google Search Console, if you don't have a website added already, the first thing that it will tell you is to add a website. And this is something that will pop up. So it has two options. One is you can add a specific domain directly, or if you want to add only a specific part of the domain, you can also add that over here. So this one, as it shows, it requires DNS verification, and this one, it has multiple verification methods. So what is the difference between the two? This one is more around a specific domain itself. So google.com, entire google.com will get validated. But this is more of, let's say, search.google.com, or something like, let's say, business.facebook.com or something like that. So it's more like a subdomain, or something along the lines of a specific area or segment only. That's basically what would get validated here. So if you are using free WordPress, so for example, if you're using WordPress.com and you have set up a free account, probably you will have a free domain from the WordPress, right? Something like, let's say, maybe you have set it up as your name.wordpress.com or something like that. And if you want to track how that looks like on Google search, through Google Search Console, then you would be using the URL prefix option. But if you have full control over the domain or the website, you would be going with the domain option. Now, as you noticed, it says it requires DNS verification, which is quite true. So what this means is, if you're using this option and if you're entering your domain name, you will have to validate your domain, or if you are the owner of the website, through the DNS. Now, if you have WordPress, there is a much more easier way of doing this. You don't really need to do this. Instead, what you can do is you can simply just use, let me just close this. Instead, in WordPress, there is a plugin called as Gkit. This is an official plugin from Google. So this is like G Site Kit. Site Kit by Google, right? So this is a plugin through which you can install all the primary tools of Google in a single click, literally. So through this, you can enable Search Console, analytics. If you have AdSense, you can link that. You can get page speed insights. You can also link your tag manager. So all of these Google tools you can directly integrate from here. And the best part about this is, if you're using WordPress, you don't even need to do all of this. You can directly from G Site Kit or Google Site Kit, you can directly just enable your search console and it will validate it very quickly. So this way, your website would easily get validated, and you wouldn't even need to do the DNS verification. And I'll just show you what that looks like. SiteKit settings. So over here, you can see Search Console is connected, Analytics is connected. It also tells me the tags, etc. And then the page speed insights also. Like if I want to, I can take a look at that. And if I want, I can also connect other services as well. So it looks like now it has also added Google Ads tracking as well. Interesting, right? And if I go to the dashboard, over here, I will get all the details about what the traffic, etc. looks like. Oh, looks like I had 20 visitors. But yeah, anyways, so there's like some traffic, etc. that it talks about, impressions and all. This is pretty much a dead website, but I guess it still gets some search queries and all. Anyways, so that's that. And yeah, like it basically helps you get that validation done very quickly. So that's the main purpose of it. So let's say if I put in test.com over here, it will tell you like what are the settings that you would need to do on your DNS record. And based on the name server provider, you can also like it will also provide you the tutorial on how you can do it as well. And looks like they also have, yeah, but yeah, that's pretty much how it works, right? So that is how you set it up. And once you set it up, let me just show with this one. And remove this. I'll remove this also. So once it is properly set up, this is something that you would be able to see. So this is one of the websites called as petrebels.com, and their primary market is in the European region. Now, as you can see, this is like an overview, right? And in this overview, it gives you details around performance, like how many clicks you got from Google. You also get a detail on how many pages were indexed and how many pages were not indexed. So this website has like 2,700 pages indexed. So that means Google's crawler identified like these are the pages that are worth indexing. There is like video page indexing, these many no videos indexed. So okay, so apparently there's some videos that did not get indexed. It also tells you about core web vitals. We will be talking more about this. We'll be talking more about indexing as well. Don't worry. It also has shopping trend. If you're an e-commerce website and you have linked your merchant center, etc., it tells you if the product snippets are valid or not, if the merchant set listings are valid or not. Looks like there are some invalid listings that can be improved. And then overall enhancement. So review snippets, site links, profile page, FAQs, breadcrumbs, etc. So it gives you like a good overview about your website from the technical standpoint. What are the things that you should be doing as a part of technical SEO? So content, once you are done with content, once you have published a bunch of content, it's all about technical SEO as a next step to ensure that technically Google is able to actually see the content. And you do that by using this particular dashboard. And all of these slides are going to basically talk about the same things. So connect your website. I just talked about this. You go to Google Search Console, log in through your account, add a property, select the verification method, and set it up. You would have your performance looking something like this. Let's actually go through the performance as well. In this, obviously SiteKit is better if you have WordPress. If you don't have WordPress, then it is much better to add property and update the DNS like I talked about earlier. The difference is that over here, you're just validating the ownership. The data is anyways being collected and processed by Google itself. You're not placing any pixel on your website for this. Okay, so this is what the performance overview overall looks like, right? In performance, you have impressions, you have clicks, you have CTR, click-through rate. That means like out of these many impressions, how many people actually clicked on your website? And then you have your average position. Now, if you notice something interesting over here, advertisements show impressions because they want to show how many people saw your ad. Tell me, what does impressions in search results or organic search results mean? Seen and left, but it has a different meaning in organic search. What it means is not bounce. No, no. So an impression is, so let's say when I am searching for shoes online, I just gave one impression to all the 3 top websites that you see over here. I have seen Mintra's website, I have seen Neiman's website, I have seen AGO's website. So all 3 of these websites got one impression from me just now. That is an impression. If I scroll down, Flipkart got another one. Metro Shoes got another one. Skechers got another one. Tata Click got another one. I did not click on that. Exactly. I've just glanced at it. Now, the reason the performance of Search Console is important is because this impression is something that happens on Google's website. Google Analytics starts only once someone is visiting your website, not before that. Over here, I'm not visiting any of these websites, but uh, this data is still being tracked and available in your search console. And that's the main thing, because this data is proprietary to Google search itself. And that's the reason they share it over here. Like they share it only after you have validated your ownership. So this impressions data that you're seeing is something that you will only get from search console. Same goes for the CTR and average position as well. These are the three numbers that you will never find in Google Analytics. So this performance that you're seeing is uniquely its own. Only after the clicks you will be able to track that in analytics, like from these clicks, how many actually ended up on the website and what they are doing. So now, as you can see, that is why the performance or the search console performance and the analytics that it provides is so valuable. You're getting data points from Google directly on how users are seeing your content on Google's website. And this tells you, like, for example, what were the queries that people were searching for, right? And from that queries, how many of them actually clicked on your website after seeing your particular results. And if I go to pages, it tells me like what are the pages that actually got the most clicks, what are the countries from which I got the most traffic, the devices. So device, obviously mobile is always at the top. How my website appeared. So looks like product snippets and merchant listing are the top ways that my website appeared. And at the end of the day, by date also, if I want, I can get the information. So it tells me overall how the traffic from Google search came to me. And based on all of this information, I can also determine what are some of the things that I should be looking at or fixing. So that's basically what the performance aspect looks like, right? But let's try and understand a little bit more around some of the things. So that's Search Console. I just gave a quick glance about it, but we are going to come back to it because, as you notice, there are other aspects in this as well. There is indexing, there is experience, etc. So let's, before I get into it, let's try and understand a little bit around different aspects and elements that you should be looking at and what technical SEO actually means, right? So let's start with this. So what is technical SEO? Technical SEO is the process of optimizing your website to help search engines like Google find, crawl, understand, and index your pages. The goal is to be found and improve your rankings. And frankly speaking, in today's day and age, with so much content being created, technical SEO is one of the most essential elements of SEO, at least when it comes to bigger scale. A good example of that is websites which have, uh, let's say, lakhs of pages. And there are websites which have lakhs of pages, right? Uh, for all of them, just making sure that their pages are being indexed properly is good enough for them to get a lot of traffic from search engines. So what essentially happens is, let's say if you have 10 lakh pages, and if you have 10 lakh pages, that means obviously you have content that is spread across all of those pages. And that also means you're probably talking about many different things. So the chances of your website showing up in search result increases a lot more, as long as the content is also very different in each of those pages. And a lot of websites do have that caliber. Especially in today's day and age with AI, it is very common to have thousands of pages being created in just a couple of weeks, in fact. And that's the level of speed that websites have picked up by using all of these different tools and sources. So, with all of that, technical SEO becomes one of the most important aspects, because even if you have all of those lakhs and lakhs of pages, if Google is not able to find them, how are you even going to rank? And if Google does find them, then there's a high chance that you may end up ranking for some of the long tail keywords that you couldn't have even imagined about. And obviously, with that, you will start to see a good increase in traffic. So, a very good example I can in fact take is of the company that I currently work for. We have, if I'm not wrong, we have around 25 million pages. In fact, the number of pages keep increasing every day, and that's not a small number. So we really don't work a lot on the backlinks, etc. The primary focus of the SEO team is technical SEO. That's it. And all they do is they try to make sure that the pages are crawlable, the pages are indexed properly, and it has a good score on the core web vitals. That's all. By doing so, in the last few years, and using all of those pages, SEO for the website has become so big and so massive that it actually is a significant percentage in the overall revenue for the company. And obviously, 25 million is not a small number, right? Yes, Vipin, in a single website. So that's the thing. Now, obviously, this is a company at a big scale. I'm not going to say that every single one of you is going to manage websites at that scale, but that's just like a small example of how these things work at scale as well, and why technical SEO is a separate entity of its own, even though it comes under the part of your on-page SEO, because of the emphasis and how important this entire segment is. So I'm going to just talk about some of the basic elements around this. These are not basic in the sense like something that you should care of, but basic in the sense some of the fundamental aspects of what technical SEO actually means, and what are the things that you should be doing to improve the same. Now, when it comes to technical SEO, it's all about what are the different fundamental aspects of search engine and how you can sort of influence that. There were three things that I mentioned about how a search engine works, right? Crawling, indexing, and algorithm. Algorithm is something that we can never control. Even Google says that it's a black box. I don't know how true that is, but they for them also majority of it is a black box, in the sense like they have no control over how it actually functions. They can just they cannot influence the outcome, but they can definitely influence the inputs and how they are fed to the algorithm. So the two things that we can definitely control, or at least slightly try to control, are crawling and indexation. So once you have content from your on-page SEO, what you are essentially trying to do is you're trying to work with identifying what are the things that you can get crawled. And second is, once the website is crawled, how you can influence the indexation part of it as well. So that is what we are going to discuss. So when it comes to crawling, there are two uh, I would say fundamental ways of how you can sort of influence or control what gets crawled. So normally, if you're not providing any control or anything, it will crawl anything or everything, or sometimes even nothing. But at the end of the day, by using these two things, one is a robots.txt file, and second is a sitemap.xml file. By using these two things, a robots.txt and a sitemap, you can at least try to influence the way that a search engine would crawl your website. So let's try and understand what these two are. So crawling is where search engines grab content from pages and use the links on them to find even more pages, right? So that's why we have internal and external links. And there are many ways to control what gets crawled on your website. Some of those are robots.txt and sitemap. So robots.txt is a file that tells search engine where they can go and can't go on your website. So robots.txt is a public file. What that means is anyone can access it for any website. So even if you want to see the robots.txt for amazon.com or mintra.com or any website that you want, you can do that as well. Because it's a public file, because they want all the bots to see that file. And I will give you a quick demo on this as well. Don't worry. But that's what robots.txt file is. And it has information on the pages or areas of the website where robots are allowed to go and not allowed to go. By default, before visiting your website, the first thing that they do is they read robots.txt file. And from there, they understand what areas of the website they are allowed to visit. It's a text file. It's not in HTML. It's plain, normal Notepad text file. And the second is a sitemap, right? So sitemap, what is a sitemap? A sitemap is an XML file. XML is a file format, just like .txt is a file format. XML is also a file format. And this file essentially contains all your important content of the website. So a sitemap would have all of the important links or the pages of your website. And this is something that you would want to share with the crawlers or robots or the bots, etc., so that they only focus on those areas of your website as well. So we will dig deeper into this to understand more about it. Don't worry. But that's like the quick overview about it. So as I said, it's like a simple text file that tells Google not to crawl a page or part of your site. So that's basically what it says. Like if you have areas on your website that you don't want Google to crawl, you can mention that in the robots.txt file. And it always has the same URL. So the URL slug of it will always be robots.txt. And so, for example, if your website is example.com, then the URL of that will be example.com/robots.txt. So blocking the crawler on certain pages does not mean, so this is important to note, when you're saying that robots should not visit a specific page or the URL, that does not mean the URL might not show up in the search result. Sometimes it may happen that it may find its way through the search results because maybe someone has added that link somewhere, but it will include it, but it will just not know what is inside that page, right? So that is basically what it does. It does not know what is inside that URL. So the chances of you ever finding it on the search engine will be almost nil, but in some cases it might happen. So a quick example of what the file contains is this. The first thing a robots.txt file will have is user agent. So user agent, what is this? Over here, for now, every search engine has its own robot, and Google has its own bot, Bing has its own bot, and at the same time, Yandex, etc., also has its own bot. In addition to that, OpenAI, because they also crawl websites, right? So OpenAI also has its own bot. Your SEMrush, Ahrefs, etc., also has its own bots. Similar to that, there are literally thousands of bots on the internet. If I'm not wrong, it's probably more than that. going to multiple different websites for their own purpose. So what you can do over here is in the user agent, you can define which bots you want to block or allow for certain things. And if you want to do it for all the bots by default, you can just use star. Star means every bot. So you are saying user agent star, then you're saying disallow this page. So what you're saying is the user agent should not be visiting this page, but you're allowing it to visit admin Ajax for whatever reason maybe. And then if you want, you can also tell it like your sitemap is available over here. So that's basically what the robots.txt file contains. So we'll take a look at some of the examples for this as well. Amazon.in/robots.txt, Myntra.com/robots.txt. Okay. So user agent this, and then Amazon has so many pages, right? So what it is doing is it is saying it is disallowing all of these. So cart page, product availability, rate the item, some other internal things that they have, customer reviews, customer review media upload, images, etc. It is allowing wishlist universal. So wishlist is disallowed by default, but if it is a public wishlist, it is allowing those. The same goes over here. Then registry, it is disallowing all of these. It allows HI, I don't know what that is. And yeah, then see over here, it is for all the user agents, but over here, they are specifying a specific user agent. They don't want eTau spider to look at anything at all. So for that reason, it says disallow /. That's it. Disallow means it is hiding that from the bot, from this bot, or from from every bot. So this is how you're speaking to the Google crawlers and all the other crawlers or all the other robots, right? So when it says disallow, that means the bots will not go to these pages. For this also, it says disallow. For Twitter bot, they have another set of disallows, right? Amazon ad bot, GPT bot. So this is Chat GPT or OpenAI. So they are disallowed everything for the OpenAI. And then CC bot, I don't know what this is, but yeah, disallowed everything as well. So if there is disallow /, this means they don't want them to visit any part of the website. The entire website is disallowed. This is not the default in website. I will show what the default looks like. Disallowed is done by you. So basically, if a page is disallowed, it will not be indexed. So you will obviously not see any metrics for those. So that means that it will not show up on Google search. It will not show up on a search console, of course, because of that. Let's take a look at Myntra's, right? So in Myntra, if you notice, they are allowing the main website for all the agents. And then they are disallowing a bunch of other e-commerce related things like size chart, filters, CAPTCHA, cart, checkout address, login, etc. Apparently, they are also disallowing Zara. Maybe the brand said like, I don't want you to index any of our products on Google, right? And a bunch of other things are allowed, disallowed, proxy. And then they have also provided the link to the sitemap. So Google or any other bots can also take a look at the sitemaps as well. You don't really need to add an allow specifically. Usually, if you have not updated robots.txt, by default, everything is allowed. But robots.txt is primarily used to disallow areas or segments. So I'll show you a very simple one, Carbon Lightning, right? This is my website, the test website that I had set up. Let's take a look at what the robots.txt of this looks. That's it. Nothing else. It just says user agent, disallow WP admin. This is the sitemap. That's it. Because I literally don't have anything, right? So I'm like, okay, I just don't want it to index the WP admin URL of my website. But apart from that, it can index everything else. So in Yoast SEO, you go to tools, right? If you want to set it up using Yoast SEO, you go to tools. And then within this, you will see file editor. So just click on that file editor. And over here, you can just make changes that you want. So if I want to remove this Yoast SEO block or something, and then maybe I also want it to disallow, let's say, maybe I wanted to disallow orders. I don't have any orders page, but yeah, I'll just click save changes, and that's it. So my Carbon Lightning's robot.txt is now updated. Okay, why is it not updated? Maybe I'll need to clear the cache. Yep, let's refresh. Let me just open it in incognito. Okay, so for some reason Yoast SEO is not updating it, but I can anyways do it from my file hosting, right? So I can always go to my file hosting and update this text file, and that's it. So it's nothing but a text file at the end of the day. You're just telling it from this text file what to do and what not to do. Okay, so yeah, so that is one way to control what you can show, or what if there are pages that you want to block, how you can block those. So why block a crawler? This is something that you guys have been asking. So some of the sites or the pages on the site serve a purpose, but that purpose isn't ranking in search engine. So like the cart, admin, login pages, thank you page, newsletter subscription, etc. Your main purpose for those are not ranking. And second thing that you want to make sure is if your site is small, you don't really need to care about it. But if your site is big as the ones that I was mentioning about earlier, you definitely want to make sure that the crawler is only looking at the important pages on your website and not everything, because there is a concept of crawl budget. So at the end of the day, every time Google or any of these bots crawl your website, they uh, their servers are also taking a load because of it, because every time the bot is crawling your website, it is taking a note of that website and the details around it, and every time that happens, a part of it is saved on their servers. So to reduce that load and optimize it, what Google will do is it will try to optimize the crawling as much as possible and as much value it adds. So as a part of that, what it would end up doing is it would um, assign a specific budget to every website on how much time a crawler should be spending on every website. Now, we don't know what that budget is. No one knows that. That's a theoretical budget that even Google does not know for every website, because there are millions of websites. So, but this is only something that you would come across once your overall website has, let's say, lakhs and lakhs of pages. And in such a scenario, you would want to make sure that you're only prioritizing the pages that are most important. Okay, so yeah, that's the main thing about robots.txt, right? Now, moving on, I think I talked about this. So if you want to create, just go to Yoast SEO, go to tools, create the robots.txt file, and it will do that for you. So what is sitemap.xml? So generally found under /sitemap.xml or sitemap underscore index.xml or whatever that is. Usually if the URL is different, robots.txt would mention it. So for example, for Carbon Lightning, this is the sitemap.xml that I have, right? For a lot of Shopify websites, probably it would be a bit different, and so on and so forth. So what is this sitemap.xml? So sitemap.xml, as I mentioned, it is the collection of all the important pages that you have that you want Google to index, right? So in robots.txt, you are just working with the crawlers here. But in sitemap, in addition to the crawler, you're also working or identifying what are the pages or important pages that you definitely want indexed. So yes, sitemap.xml is for the crawler. And in robots.txt, you're blocking pages. In sitemap, you're telling it these are the important pages, focus on only these pages. And the best part about the sitemap file is you can also submit it in the search console. And by submitting it, you can track if the crawler has indexed all the important pages or not, and what is the status of it. So let's try and understand that a little bit. So this is the sitemap.xml that is generated by Yoast SEO. Now, typically the sitemap, the XML file has things in a different fashion, but this is like a clean way for you to see like, okay, what are the different pages, etc. Right? So over here, for example, it says that Carbon Lightning has 7 sitemaps. For me, the most important sitemap is actually the post sitemap, because in the post is where all my blog content is, and then page sitemap, because that is where all my like pages are listed, privacy policy, contact us, etc. In addition to that, author sitemap is also something that is kind of important for me, because it has the list of all the authors. For Google Eat purposes, this is something that I should probably look into. So within the post sitemap, what I have is I have details of all the links that that I have published. So I have these 5 blogs that I've published: introduction, battery demand, power comparison, panel reviews, what do solar panels do, etc. It also tells the within the sitemap, it also says like how many images, etc. are there, and so on and so forth. So it makes it super easy for Google or their crawlers to know exactly what are the details available. Exactly. So for Google bot, this is used to navigate the website, right? So I'm going to go to this page that Vibin had shared earlier. I think it also has a sitemap that I can probably use as another example of how it works on Shopify. So over here, this is the actual format of what do you call it, the sitemap. And as you can see over here also, it lists like, okay, this is the sitemap pages. These are the collection pages, and these are the blog pages. So if I want to find all the blogs, I can just visit this page. And then it has the first URL. What is the frequency of change? I have the second URL. So this basically it has this one. For some reason, this has its own URL. I don't think this is supposed to happen, but yeah, interesting. Then there is this one as well. How to choose the right perfume for you, which is also added, but looks like this is also part of the same URL. Anyway, so these are the URLs that are available here. Then when it comes to page also, it has like the page pages or the contact pages sitemap listed over here, right? So this is what the sitemap typically looks like. Now, once you have the sitemap URL, what you can basically do is in the Google Search Console, you can just go to the sitemap section, and over here you can just enter the URL of that sitemap. So for pet travels, for example, sitemaps are already entered, and this is like the German, French, English, and the Dutch sitemaps. And with all of these sitemaps, it also tells you, as you can see, how many pages were discovered. So if I click on this, for example, it tells me what are all the different sitemaps that it detected within this single one. And if I look at, let's say, a product sitemap, for example, it tells me how many it discovered. So if I want to see if all of these were indexed or not, I can just click see page indexing. Okay, for some reason it's not working from here, but you get the point, right? Like I can also see the page indexing from here, maybe, to understand how many were indexed and how many were not indexed, right? So this is the main thing about the sitemap. From here, I can clearly track and understand if the sitemaps the URL in the sitemap are indexed or not. So if we get ranking based on these, so sitemap is used for the crawler to properly navigate the important pages on your website. That's the main thing, Pratibha. So we have to exclude disallow links from sitemaps. Typically, those are already done if you're using some of these content management systems like WordPress, WooCommerce, Shopify, etc. But it is always good to take a look at those and see like what are the things that you may want to change, if any. But in WordPress, for example, it is better if you use something like Yoast SEO to create this and also control it. So in Shopify also, there are apps to help you control what you want to display in the sitemap. So in Yoast, for example, if I go to settings, and within the site features, all I need to do is I need to scroll down and there would be XML sitemaps. So it says enable feature, that's done. So if I want to make more changes to it, I don't think it has that available. Probably I can exclude some of the content types, but yeah, like if I just enable this by default, it will automatically create the sitemaps for me. Sitemap, on the other hand, is used to share the important pages from your website. Right. So that's basically what I've mentioned over here as well. And yes, of course, you can submit the sitemap on Google Search Console as I just showed you. So yeah, that's essentially what this is. The sitemap is all about, what the robots or text is all about, and how you can work with the same.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers digital marketing course in collaboration with iHub IIT Roorkee. Through this course, you will learn complete digital marketing from search engine optimization, search engine marketing to PPC, analytics, and social media marketing, and much more from the IIT faculty and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of digital marketing.
Right. So now one thing that Google Search Console provides us is called as URL inspection. So basically you input any URL in the search on the top and it would provide you insights around it. So let's just take a look, right? Let's go with this one maybe. Or does it actually have pages indexed? Wow, it does. Interesting. So this is like a very basic website. I was not expecting that it would index any pages. But anyways, let's just look at this URL, for example. So what is this URL? So this is a simple website which talks about a service now, right? So in this, like there's like a beginner's guide on how to get started, etc. And I want to understand what like this is what we see, right? We see an image over here, we see some text and all. This is what a user would normally see on the website. But what does a crawler actually see? So what I will do is in the inspect URL, I will just paste this URL, I will enter, and then it will retrieve data from Google Index. And from here, you can try and understand what is actually happening. So let's say the first thing it tells you is if the URL is indexed or not. So if a URL is indexed, that means it will also show up in the search results. So it clearly says that the URL is on Google. Good. This is what we want. So this means that it can appear in Google search results, if not subject to a manual action or removal request with all relevant enhancements. Relevant enhancement is something that we will be discussing later, but yeah, so that's perfect, right? Now, if you notice, it has two options here. One is view crawled page and second is request indexing. We'll come back to this. Let's just take a quick look at this, right? So page indexing, it says page is indexed. It tells me what is the sitemap that it used. So this was the sitemap that it used to index the page. Okay, so the sitemap that is installed is definitely leveraged here. It leveraged the post sitemap, which makes sense because this is a post or a blog post. It also talks about something called as canonical. We'll discuss what this is, don't worry. But yeah, so overall looks good to me. Page fetch is successful. Crawl allowed, yes, perfect. Indexing allowed, yes, perfect. Crawled as Google bot smartphone. So one thing to know is Google, whenever it visits your website, it will visit, uh, typically it will visit as a smartphone bot. Previously, it used to visit or see it from a desktop perspective, but now it will see it from a mobile perspective because Google focuses on your website being mobile first, right? At the end of the day, they do have like 99% of the mobile traffic. So it obviously makes sense. Um, so it also tells you when Google last visited this URL. So it was on 6th August. Okay, fairly recently, not bad at all. And it also talks about HTTPS. The page is served over HTTPS. So this is like a security. I'll talk more about this as well. But yeah, so this looks good as well. So overall, all checks looks good. Now let's try and understand what these two things are. So it says view crawled page. So what this means is we can check what Google actually saw from this. So if I click on this, you'll notice something that just popped up on the right side. So what you will notice is it is very different from what we see of the website, because what Google captures is the code of the website. It does not capture the what the screenshot of the website looks like on the phone or something like that, right? What it tries to do is it captures the code of what actually was available on the website. So this includes what it had in, let's say, the head section, what was, let's say, meta robots, meta, some of the meta codes like canonical meta, meta property, and then let's see, meta description, meta title or the page title, right? So all of these things is what it will capture. So if you want to know what Google will typically capture, the most simplest thing to do is just right click on this view page source. If you're using a different browser, probably you'll see something else, but you just click on this. And this is basically what Google will typically capture, right? So this is the code. This is the front end code, or basically what is gets downloaded every time you visit a website. And this is basically what the crawler will see every time. So as you can see, it's a bunch of different code, the same thing that I just showed you guys, and you can just review it, right? In addition to that, you also have a screenshot option, but this is available only when you test a live URL. So I can just click on that. It'll take like a couple of minutes to get that. And yeah, like that's basically how it works. Now let's say once you have noticed the scroll page and all, and you saw this HTML that was fetched, you notice that based on the time that it was actually pulled, there has been some changes. So for example, in the index, what we noticed is, okay, so this basically loaded with the screenshot and all. So this is what Google actually sees as a part of the screenshot, right? So this basically tells you what you can expect the bot to see. And this looks like a pretty decent website, to be honest, on the screenshot. So yeah, not too bad. In the more info, we have more details around what the content type is. If it is, let's say, an image or a PDF, it will say that over here. HTTP response code. Okay, this is also something we'll be talking about shortly. But yeah, it also says that what was the HTTP response or the server response, if everything was loaded or not, and if there were any messages. So yeah, so that's the best part about it, right? Like it tells you every single thing, and you can essentially test to see if your page is properly being seen by the crawler or not. You don't have to do guesswork, and that's the main benefit of this. And let's say, so that's what view crawled page tells us, right? And as we look into this, as you saw that this was last crawled on 6th August. Now, sometimes it happens that it takes even 30 days for a page to get crawled. And in such a scenario, let's say if you have made some changes to the page, maybe some information that you had on it was incorrect, and you want to make sure that the correct information is indexed. Maybe the title that you had earlier was wrong, and now you have fixed it. So in such a scenario, what you can do is you can request indexing as well. So basically, if you have made some changes or updates, you can re-request it to crawl it once again, and it will do that for you as well. So now, does it mean the minute you click on it, it will do it? No. It takes some time, but it will definitely try to prioritize it whenever possible, right? So that is what the index or what the view of Google actually looks like, right? And this is basically what the search engine also sees. And when you look deeper into it, you also get to find out what this looks like, what indexing overall looks like on Google Search Console. So what I just showed was just one page, right? But what if there are multiple pages? And this is a pretty good example for that. The website that I'm showing right now, as you can see, in the last 3 months, it had around 1 lakh clicks from SEO or Google search, right? So the reason is because it has decent number of pages indexed already. So what you can do is to understand what those are, you can just go to pages and you can see all of the details of it. We understand what is URL inspection. We understand what is performance. And let's try and understand a little bit about indexing, right? So we looked at sitemaps as well. Let's try and understand what is pages. When it comes to indexation, what does it actually look like? Let's take a look. So when I go to this pages section in indexing, what I notice is it will tell me how many pages it detected, and out of those, how many it indexed. So now if you notice, it says that overall it has detected a bunch of pages. So if I just look at the most recent data, it says that it has overall detected close to what is that? Not index is around 29,000, index is 2,700 something. So that means around 31,000 or so pages were detected by it, but out of that only 2,700 pages were indexed. Yeah, 31. So now what can I do with this data? How can I actually look into this? So the first thing is I can check what are the pages that actually got indexed. So I've just deselected this. So now I have only selected the indexed pages. And within this, I can see like, okay, these are the pages that got indexed. So if I want, I can also click on view data about indexed pages. And I will know like what are the pages that got indexed. Now, if you notice something interesting over here, it tells me that around 2,771 pages were indexed. And then over here, it says like from 30 July to 31st July, it says 2,737. So that means around 30 plus pages are no longer indexed, right? Maybe there is some drop in it. Maybe there is something that the Google bot detected, but this kind of a drop is very normal. But if let's say instead of something like this, what we saw is from 2,700 or something like that, maybe all of a sudden there is a big drop. It just became 2,000 or maybe it became 1,500. That's like a massive drop. And even if it happens over a period of time, that's a cause for concern, right? So over here, like that's not the case. So that's good. But I'll also talk about what you should be doing if something like that happens. So yeah, over here, if I scroll down, I can see what are the pages that got indexed and when it was last crawled. I can also filter uh, like based on specific things like URL. So let's say if I want to see URL that's related to NL, I get all of those URLs that is related to D. I can also get those, and I can like quickly validate if all the pages that I want are indexed or not, right? Once I'm done with this, as you just noticed, there were quite a few pages that were not indexed, and it says 12 reasons. So let's try and understand what they are. Okay, so it says alternate page with proper canonical tag. So that's 16,623. What is this? So this is nothing but essentially it detected a bunch of duplicate URLs or content where the same content with multiple URLs. And that's the reason it says like there are already other pages that exist, and hence these pages, these duplicate pages did not get indexed. And this is a very common thing. So this is a normal reason. You don't really need to worry about it. You can safely ignore this, right? And the reason it did not index it is due to something that got added to it, right? Some parameters, etc. I'll talk more about that later. So don't worry, more's coming. There's a lot more coming, right? Then out of 29,000, that is 29,000, right? Out of 29,000, 16,000 or so have this, which is perfectly fine. Then 4,000 plus have a redirect, which basically means that it is going from the URL to a different page. 3,000 plus are not found. Okay, so maybe something that I should be looking at, and so on and so forth. So what are these exactly? These are the reasons why some pages were not indexed. And this is also something that I can use to understand and fix. Over here, there are a bunch of reasons. We'll be exploring that. But that is basically what Google Search Console can help you with. It helps you in not only tracking and understanding how your pages are currently indexed, but it will also help you in making sure that if something is not indexed, you can work on fixing the same. And that's what brings us to some of the common issues. So once we have gone through some of these things over here, we will try to debug whatever we saw over there as a part of issues. So let's try and understand some of the things around indexing, right? What are the common issues? So we looked at what indexation actually looks like. Yes, things are indexed, great. But what about the things that did not get indexed? So if a URL isn't indexed, if you have a specific URL that you found is not indexed, the best method is to just use your URL inspection tool on Google Search Console to identify why. And typically it will tell you why it is not indexed, etc. But if let's say you're dealing with hundreds or thousands of pages, you can essentially use the indexation pages section of Google Search Console, which we were on just now, to get the details of why and how many pages are indexed, how many are not indexed, what are the issues behind it, etc. And commonly, the things that you will notice are as follows. So monitoring indexation obviously is very important, right? Now, overall, if you look at it, some of the things that issues that you will notice is the first one is that there is a drop in indexed pages, but there are no error. You guys just saw a small example of it. That's not a big example, but that's a very small example of it. But let's say right now, maybe there are 10,000 pages of your website that is currently indexed. Okay, great. But over a period of time, what you have noticed is from 10,000, it starts to go down to 7,500, 5,000, 2,000. Now, if pages are going down or not being indexed, that's bad, because if pages are no longer indexed, or if the index pages are dropping, that means your page will not show up in the Google search. So as a part of that, what you will do is you will try to understand what is actually happening. Again, using URL inspection, you can actually find what could be the potential reason. But typically, the reason it happens is maybe accidentally the page was blocked due to the robots.txt, right? So in the robots.txt, maybe you mentioned that, okay, this page should be blocked or something like that. Maybe it's a login page, maybe it's a duplicate page, maybe it's a page that is something that Google essentially does not want to index for whatever reason, right? And you can get to understand that from the URL inspector. But if you see all of these drops, most probably it happens because maybe it is restricted by the for the crawler to visit because of any number of reasons. Sometimes those reasons could be technical, sometimes those reasons could be an accident as well. So usually that is what you should be looking at. Second is, um, as we just saw, there's a high number of non-indexed pages than indexed. So we just saw that overall there were like what 31,000 URLs, but out of that only 2,700 something were indexed, and rest of them were not indexed, which is like only 10% of it was indexed, and 90% or more was not indexed. Now, in such a scenario, there are two possibilities. The first is that a large number of duplicate pages, probably because it uses some or the other parameters like uh, type equals to dress, color equals to green, or sort equals to price, or in the example that we just saw, uh, it was add to cart option. And for each add to cart, it was detecting a new URL, the crawler. So when these parameters are added, what happens is the content is not changing. The content stays the same, only the URL changes a bit. And that is probably the reason for such high duplicate pages. How do we deal with this? The answer for that is canonical URL, which we'll be covering shortly, right? And the second issue is probably because these pages like won't even be indexed. Maybe because they have the same content, which is like maybe it's like a page or a category page where you're just sorting or filtering through different products and things, right? A very, I would say, a very good example of this is the Amazon search page. So when you're searching for something on Amazon, you get this URL, search URL, and in that you have all of these different filters. So as you're using that, the URL will also change according to that. And in such cases also, the pages probably won't be indexed. Then there's server errors. So essentially this means the Google bot essentially can't access your URL or the website because it tried to access it, it waited a while, and your site did not load. Your site was busy, the server was down, could be anything, right? So this is the third common issue that you find. The fourth is a 404 error. So 404 error basically means a website which has like now, usually what happens is a website server, as I told you guys last time, has multiple error codes or HTTP status codes. 404 basically means that there was no content that was found, right? And finally, the fifth common error is missing pages or sites. So this means Google couldn't find your page. It could be due to that this page was newly created and is not crawled yet, or that it's like essentially the page is dropped for indexation. So that means it was indexed earlier, but it is no longer indexed. So the best option again is to use the URL inspection to understand the potential reason. So these are some of the common issues, right? Now, something else that I added over here, and this is something that is also important to understand, is what are the common HTTP status codes? So what is a status code? Basically what happens is when a website loads, it serves or it provides the files of those websites through a HTTP server, or in a simple term, a server. Now, these servers will show different status codes. Now, there's like a bunch of different status codes, right? If you are like a nerd who wants to like go through all of those, I've attached a link for that as well, but it is not necessarily. As someone who's into SEO, you will probably only need to look at some of these. From this also, you will only need to understand a few of these. So let me just go through really quickly what these status codes are and what it means. Typically, if the status code says 200, so where did we see 200? In URL inspection, let's say if I add this one, I'll just search for this. Yeah, so I can ignore this because I've already checked on that. But view crawled page, more info. Yeah. So over here, you can see the HTTP response or HTTP status was 200. So if it is 200, that means it is good and it is okay. So 200 is normal. Now, there is another one that you should be aware of, which is 301 and 302. What are these? So sometimes what happens is maybe you are having a website issue, or maybe you're doing some maintenance on the website, and that maintenance is for maybe 2 hours or 4 hours or something like that. In such a scenario, what you will do is every time someone visits the website, they will, instead of visiting, let's say, google.com, they will be visiting google.com/maintenance. The reason is because you are temporarily redirecting every user who visits google.com to google.com/maintenance. So that is a temporary redirect. You're doing it only for 4 hours. Now, within that 4 hours, let's say if Google crawler shows up on your website, Google crawler will be confused. Why is maintenance loading up? So to make sure that Google crawler knows that it is just a temporary redirect and there is no action that it needs to do in terms of updating its pages, etc., you will need to use 302. However, maybe you have made a change in the URL altogether. Previously, the URL that was indexed was okay. So let's just say if you had a page which had 2020 in the URL as a year, and now that it is 2024, you want to change that part in the URL as well. So in such a scenario, you would be using a permanent redirect, which is a 301 redirect, right? Because you want to make sure if any of those old URLs are also indexed, those are also permanently redirected to the new one. Then 400 is bad request. So this basically means that the URL is incorrect. 401 is unauthorized. So this means that you do not have access to it. 403 is also forbidden, like it is not even allowing you to visit the website. 404 is not found. So this means there is no content, or the URL itself does not exist as a page. And 404, as we just saw, is a very common error, because oftentimes what happens is some URLs gets created, but there is no content in them at all. This is a very common thing that happens, and that's the reason it is called as 404. And finally, the next most popular is 500. So this is an internal server error. I don't know how many of you noticed, but there were a bunch of those issues over here as well. 500, right? So for these pages, there were some server issues, and that's the reason it did not get indexed. But yeah, I think I can understand and I can live with it not being indexed, because anyways, like these are not the pages that I want indexed. So that's fine, right? So that's basically some of the common HTTP status codes that you should be aware of. So let's try and understand a little bit better about both canonical URL and redirect, right? I've talked about this a little bit over here, but let me just show you what it actually means with some examples as well. So canonical URL, let's first look into that. So search engines, what you need to understand is, why is canonical URL even a concept? Search engines rely on unique URL and index all the pages they find on the internet. So as you just saw, a URL could, multiple type of URL could be created because of n number of reasons. And as such, now if Google search were to index all of those URLs, what will happen is it would have so much data which is like worth nothing. And that's the reason search engines rely only on the unique URL. That means it will rely on pages or URLs which has unique content. Now, while there should be a unique URL or a single page, often web pages can introduce slightly different URLs for the same piece of content. We just saw an example of that, add to cart. So a common reason for this is the use of URL parameters, the extra bits of data appended at the end of the URL. And the problem is that search engines can't decide what are important URL parameters for content and which ones aren't. So what we do is, as a solution, we ourselves tell to Google what is the canonical URL by using the canonical meta tag. This is a tag that is added to your page in the header section. And this line of code tells search engine that no matter what the URL might show up, the URL that they should be using should be the canonical URL when they are indexing the page, right? So this is a quick example over here on what the code actually looks like. And this is an example of Amazon. So the meta tag, this meta tag that I've highlighted here, is added to the head section of a page that tells search engines which is the preferred page. So I actually got this entire content from Amazon's website directly, right? I just clicked on a random product on it. And when I looked at its code, within that particular code, the meta text and all, the canonical URL was this, right? So, but if any of you have noticed, Amazon's URL are never that small. It is never this small. Always, whenever you are sharing the URL or something like that, it will have a bunch of different things after it, right? Like something like this. Whenever you're clicking on any product page on Amazon, it will have a bunch of different things attached to it. So the canonical URL is this, right? And this is, both the pages will basically have the same content. So let's just take a look at that. So let me just load this. And let me load this as well. Both of those URLs have loaded. And as I can see, this one is pretty much the same as this one. Now, in such a scenario, obviously Amazon would want only the most unique URL to be indexed, or the most sleek URL to be indexed, not this long URL with a bunch of different parameters and data, etc. Right? And that's the reason canonical URLs are used. So no matter what page you're creating, it is always important to at least have a self-canonicalization. What that means is, if let's say you're creating a page which is website.com/SEO, you can just put a canonical URL for that itself, so that it is very clear that no matter what other parameters get added, Google will still have the right URL. That's basically what it is. It's the unique URL that you want indexed. Now, what does that actually mean? So in the inspect URL, if you notice, now if you don't declare a canonical URL, Google will select a canonical URL by itself. And when Google selects it, you don't know which one it is going to select. Sometimes it will select something which is absurd, which is not what you want. So in such a scenario, it is always best that you declare the canonical URL by yourself, and then it will take it or most probably use the same one. So that's the main purpose of it, right? So that's basically what canonical URL is. How to declare canonical URL? So you declare it by using this link rel equals to canonical, and then you mention it. So that's how it works in code. I can actually show it how it looks in WordPress also. Let's just go to Carbon Lightning, the website that I was using earlier. So typically, if you use SEO plugin like Yoast SEO or all-in-one SEO, etc., it will take care of it automatically for you. So over here, I'll just quickly edit this. Let's scroll down. Now in this, as I scroll down, there is something called as advanced in Yoast SEO. I'll just click on this. And over here, it will say canonical URL. Now, if I wanted to use the same canonical URL and if I don't want to make any changes, it will use the self-canonicalization. And I will show you what that is. But if I want to make sure that this is not the URL that I wanted to canonicalize, I can enter that manually over here. So I just need to enter the URL, that's it. So let me just show you what the page actually looks like. So this is the page. And over here, link rel canonical this. So this is the same URL that I currently have available, right? Exactly the same. If I copy paste on it, it's the same. The reason is because this is this is the one that Yoast automatically adds. So now, even if this page gets loaded like this, maybe something like, let's say, source equals to SEO or something like that, and someone visits it, even then, it will still use the proper canonicalized version for indexation. So that's basically why this is important. Now, Yoast obviously takes care of it by default, so I don't need to really worry about it on WordPress. Similarly, if you're using a different content management system, there should be like a SEO tool which should probably take care of it automatically for you. If it doesn't, you should be able to at least mention this in the customized fields of your page headers. And what that basically means is it will look something like this. This is the example of it. And finally, redirect. But basically, another reason that duplicate content might exist is because a web page may have moved from one location to another on your site. The old location and the new location could potentially be in the search engine's index at the same time. And to avoid this situation, whenever you move content around, it's important to implement proper redirect rules. Okay, so what does this mean? I just showed you a quick example of it, but let me just show something over here as well. Carbon Lightning. So you guys just saw that I had this review page, right? Okay. Yeah, there it is. So I had the solar panel review in depth. Now, what will happen is maybe because this is 2023, I want it to be for 2024, which is current year. So in such a scenario, I will change the URL. So what happens is when I change the URL, the old URL, which is 2023, will cease to exist and it will show a 404 error. And since this is the URL that is indexed on Google, Google will think that this page does not exist anymore. So my ranking for this page will start to drop. So for such a reason, it is very important that I also redirect this old URL to the new URL, which is 2024. So similarly, a lot of times you will be making changes to the URL of the page. And whenever you do that, make sure that the old URL is also redirected or has the right content so that Google does not confuse or create like duplicate indexations of it. And that's the reason redirects are important, right? So yeah, that's basically what I wanted to talk about as a part of indexing. Okay, so let's look at the next part of it, which is rich snippets, right? So this is a rich snippet about rich snippets, right? What does it say? So rich snippets are also known as rich results, are normal Google search results with additional data displayed. This extra data is usually pulled from structured data found in a page's HTML. Common rich snippets types include reviews, recipes, and events. Let's try that, right? So I'm just going to do a quick Google. What are rich snippets? We have the same one over here, right? Now, if I actually, as you can see, basically, right, like this is very different from the results we see over here or over here. This is a normal search result, right? This is what we expect, that first there will be the name of the company or the website, then there will be the URL, then there will be this blue link which like Google expects you to click. And okay, I'm just going to go back. And then you have the meta description, right? So the blue link is the page title, and this is the meta description. So this is what we expect the normal search result to be. But sometimes you would have these featured snippets, right? Like this one. So it does say about, like I don't need to click on it, but yeah, you can find out more about this, which we are anyways discussing over here. But featured snippet, as you can see, is a very prominent thing, because the minute I search for it, it shows up over here, right? And as I scroll down, you can also see even these videos are a part of some of the rich result. Let me see. Yeah, this is another example of rich snippets. So this rating, the review, the price, the stock, free delivery, 14-day result, 14-day return. What are these? These are additional information in addition to what is already available. And how do you actually get this? You get it by using something called as schema. So what are the examples of rich snippets? Let's take a quick look. This is an example of rich snippet. So obviously, as I said, right, a search result can contain more information than just a regular title, slug, and meta description. For example, when you search for a funny cat video, the snippet may contain the thumbnail of the video, the duration of the video, the upload date, and the person who uploaded it. Just like this. It has a thumbnail, the duration of the video, the person who uploaded it, and when it was uploaded, right? Then this is another, I would say, like around stock market that Google has. And then we have a bunch of different types, right? So for example, this is related to reviews and rating. This is for songs, which would include genre, release date, when it was recorded, when it was produced, and some of the other site links around it. This is rating with a bunch of different reviews, amount of time it would take, the amount of calories it contains. This is for a movie which has a streaming date, runtime, rating, genre, and release date. And finally, this is for a product. It says in stock, the price, the reviews, free delivery or not, 14-day return or not, etc. Right? So, what are these? How do you actually get those to show up in a search result? The answer is you do it by using schema. So knowledge graph is different. Yes. So knowledge graph is typically it also uses some of your rich snippet data, but knowledge graph is quite different. Google usually partners with providers for knowledge graph. Okay, so let's try and understand how to get rich snippets. So there is something called as structured data. Structured data is a piece of code that you put on your website. So what is structured data? It's a piece of code that you put on your website. It's a code in a specific format written in such a way that the search engine can understand it. Now, obviously, for a search engine to directly pick up this data, it's going to be so difficult, right? So that is the reason you have to format it in specific order and a specific way, and that is by using structured data. So when I say structured data, what does it mean? It means by leveraging the schema or the structured data codes from schema.org. So big search engines have developed a project called schema.org where you can find all the structured data markups supported. So by the search engine, you can use this to find markups. For instance, if you sell shoes, you could show what color shoes you sell and what sizes you offer in the snippet via product schema. This is available over here. So this is a products related schema. And in this, as you can see, when you're using these different tags, for those tags, what it expects and some details around the same, right? Now, obviously, as I scroll down, you will notice there are so many different tags for it, right? So many different things. And then it also provides you like some examples around what it looks like without any markup, what it looks like with by using like, let's say, microdata, and maybe if you're using JSON or maybe you're using structure, etc. So this is something typically a developer would be helping you with. But then how can you do it yourself? And that is what we are going to talk about. So luckily, um, you don't solely need to depend on a developer for actually working with structured data. I'm going to show you two methods. The first is on using a WordPress plugin, how you can do it using WordPress. And second is how you can do it manually if you don't have WordPress at all. So let's try and understand. Now, these are some of the tools that you would be using for working with it manually. So there are 3 steps to it. The first is you need to identify the type of snippets that you want to use, and you can look at the previews of that over here. So this is a direct guide from Google itself, right? So developers.google.com, search docs appearance structured data article. So this is the article structured data, but let's open it. So what is this? Article structured data helps with article, news article, blog posting, etc. Typically, this structured data would look something like this, with a thumbnail or with a specific image that you have as a part of your page, and some quick snippet about the content of it. And they have provided an example over here. As you can see, um, uh, now let's say this is your HTML page. Within this, this is where your structured data script is provided. So it has the type of content it is. It's a news article. The headline of it, basically the headline of that particular news article. What are the images that you're using? What is the date it was published? What was the date it was modified? And who is the author? Person. So if the author is a person or an organization, that's what it is. The name of that person or organization and the URL profile of that author, right? So if there are multiple authors, you would have multiple authors listed similar to this. And if I click try it out in rich result test code, it will say if it is valid or not, right? So we'll go through it step by step. Don't worry, but that was just like quick example. So as you scroll down for this article, you can see proper guidelines around it. Like what are the different properties that are available or objects that are available, and how you can work with it, along with some examples as well. And if you look in the left hand side, you will see these are the different structured data snippets that Google search is like okay with, and basically supports heavily. So book actions, breadcrumbs, carousel, course info, course list, discussion forum, Q&A, salary estimation, employer rating, events, FAQ, jobs, math solver, movie carousel, right? Then you have within product, you have product snippets, merchant listing, variants, product variants, that is, your profile page, recipes, review snippets, right? Videos. So you have all of these different snippets. And as you go through it, it will also give you examples of what those snippets could look like. So over here, as you can see, when I selected video, it shows like a quick example of what it could look like. So over here, it's like, this is how it could load the video. In the image also, it could show the video sometimes. In the video section, it could show it. And of course, in the discovery page of Android phones also, it could show it. So yeah, that's how you can identify different structured snippets data that is available. So this is like all the list of it. You can also see like different type of things. So for example, let's say if there's an event, or maybe you're conducting an offline event, etc., you can use this to actually get extra traffic from it, because Google also supports searching for offline events, etc., right? um, and yeah, so that's the main thing. At the end of the day, why would you want to use this? The reason is so that you can show more information on Google search, and when you do that, there's a high chance that you can also get not only better ranking but better clicks or traffic to your website, which is much more informed. So this is where you can find. So once you have identified the type of snippet and like that you want to use, you can now, if you're using WordPress, it's a much more straightforward way. So I will show that in the next slide. But if let's say you want to generate it manually, the way that you would do that is you would be using the schema generator tools over here. So over here, for example, schema generator tool, I have listed 3. You can use any of these. It's not like you have to use all 3 of these. You just need to use one. I'm going to select the Google one, right? Now, what this does is it helps you create the schema that you want. So I'm just going to, let's say I'm going to open the Carbon Lightning page only, the solar panel one, this one. I'm going to copy this URL and paste it over here. Now, once I've selected or identified the structured data that I want to create, I will just identify that over here. So this is an article. So I'm just selecting articles over here, right? And then I will select start tagging. So what it does is it loads that web page for me. And over here, using this tool, I can directly like select the text that I want to use for tagging purposes. And if I don't want to select from here, I can directly enter the details also. So let's just do that. So I want this to be the title. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select this, right? And then it says article body. I'm going to select maybe some of these. Maybe I'll just keep it till here to keep it simple. Article URL. Now URL, I don't really have one. Image. I want to use this as the image. Date published. I don't think I have date published on this. Oh, that's something that I should definitely add. Author name. I have the author available here. So this is the author. And if I want to understand what are some of the things that I don't know, I can also like hover on it. I think this is supposed to be article name, if I'm not wrong. No, it's the name of the author. Okay. Or is it? Yeah, it's the name of the author. Okay. So in that case, this is going to be author type, I guess. But anyways, I'm just going to select this as the name of the author. URL, I can add that manually. Publisher, aggregated rating, etc. Okay. So I've selected whatever I could find. I'm just going to add missing tags. So let's say if maybe I want to add the URL. So URL is going to be this one. What is that? Cover Lightning, this one. Save. And the URL is also added. Now, once this is done, as you can see, I'm not writing any code here. I'm just selecting the right things. And if I want to add something manually, I can just do that by using this add missing tags. And once I'm done with all of this, I can just select create HTML. And it will automatically create microdata or the JSON format for this. The next step for me is I just need to copy this data, right? I just need to copy and paste it within my header of the website. That's it. So that's basically what I would be doing. And if I want to test it, I can go to this URL. I can copy this. I can go to the code section, paste the code, and I can select test code. It will test the code and it will tell me if everything is valid or not. And it says there are non-critical issues. So I can also understand like, okay, unnamed item. So it looks like headline and author is missing, which basically I can add. So this is essentially how you work with it. If you don't have access to some of the schema generators, etc., right? If you want to, or if you have to generate these manually or understand how to work with it without having knowledge of proper code, this is how you can work with it. But if let's say you have something like WordPress, etc., there are plugins for this as well. Okay, so on WordPress, let me see the plugin that I have installed. Yeah, schema and structured data for WP. So this is the one that I have installed. And over here, if I go to my post, I'll just click edit. Now, all I need to do is I'll just scroll down. There's Yoast SEO. After Yoast SEO, you will see as you keep scrolling down, there will be something called as schema and structured data on this post. So it automatically fetched the right schema for me here. But if I want to make changes to it, I can do that. I'll just click modify article schema output, and it loads what it has already identified, right? The headline, the description, the article section, the article body, right? It has automatically created all of this for me, including the author type, person, and even my photo. Nice. um, all of these things it has automatically identified, and if I want to make changes to it, I can do that. So that's the best part about these tools. They know like what are the things and what are the different parts or aspects that they need to select. And based on that, it becomes super easy for me to directly not worry much about it. So if let's say you're using WordPress or any of those other tools, you can use these plugins as well. There is a plugin called as Google Sitekit. So just install that plugin, and from that, you'll be able to validate your Google Search Console access. So the process for structured data, I'll just do a quick overview on it, right? So there are 3 steps. The first is to identify the structured data type that you want to use. You can go to the developer URL over here. So just go to that and you'll be able to find all the different type of articles and other different type of structured data types that are available. Select the one that is more relevant to like basically know like which one that you should be using. Once you have done that, the next step is to use one of these tools to generate the structured data. And once you have done that, you can test that in this particular website. So how do you actually use these tools? What you would do is you would basically just go to, let me just open this tool once again. You would go to the tool, you would select your already published page over there, or you can just copy paste that URL over here. And once you have done that, you just click start tagging. You tag the data or select the data over here. So for example, if I want to tag this, I can just select it and I can tag it accordingly, right? Based on the one that makes sense. Once I'm done with that, I can just like create HTML and get started with it, like by and implement it. So this is the manual method. If you want all of this to happen automatically, you can use the WordPress plugin that I shared over here. So yeah, if you want it to happen automatically, you can just use this plugin. You can also use WordPress.com, free version of WordPress.com. I don't know what. Actually, it's been a while since I've used the free version, so I don't know if you can install plugins in this. I don't think you can. I don't think you can. But yeah, at least you'll be able to practice a bunch of things if you at least create the free website, this free plan of WordPress. You'll be able to practice connection with Google Search Console, working with that, posting content, etc. You'll be able to work with all of those things if you at least work with the free free account of WordPress.com, right? So yeah, that's what rich snippets or schema is all about. Okay, so let's talk about the next part, which is experience. So now what is experience exactly? Let's try and understand this. So experience is so far what we have been doing and what we have been talking is all about how the Google bot sees our website and how we can make it easier for Google bot to work with our website as well. So in such a scenario, what does experience actually mean and why is it a part of technical SEO? The reason is the next part to make sure that your website is good in a good standing and people can actually visit and work through it is the experience that you're delivering to your users. Let's try and understand what this is. Technical SEO experience. Essentially, what is this? This is the experience that a user will have when they visit your website. So essentially, there are a few things that you should be taking care of. The first is that there is something called as Core Web Vitals. I will be showing how you can measure this, right? And this is a very important aspect for your website to know and understand what are or what type of performance users are seeing when they visit your website. Second is that it should be mobile friendly. I don't think I need to say this or explicitly talk about it anymore, but it is very important because we often forget it as like we work on it, right? What happens is most of the time when we are creating a website or working with a website, we would be doing that on a desktop. And as we are building it, as we are working with it, etc., we tend to forget what the website would look like on the mobile phone. And in doing so, we oftentimes would see that even if we are offering an amazing experience on the like let's say horizontal screen orientation, something like the laptops, desktops, etc. The vertical screen orientation of your mobile phone is probably having a lot more difficulties. So it is very important that your website is mobile friendly because in today's day and age, almost 80 to 85% of your of your traffic is going to be from mobile phones. being mobile friendly is an important aspect. Third is to not have a lot of intrusive interstitials. What is interstitial? Interstitial is nothing but pop-ups. Let's just go to any of the Indian news website. I'm just going to type it. Money control, yes. Oh wow, this is an interstitial right when I try to visit Money Control. This is an advertisement even before I was able to visit the website, right? This is an example. Literally in the URL, if you notice, it says interstitial. Let's continue to Money Control. Okay. It has something over here related to push notifications, right? Oftentimes, website would also have some kind of a video popping up from over here, right? And then, like if I say no thanks, maybe something else will load, and there would be a bunch of different ads, etc. Right? But you get the point. Overall, it becomes very difficult for me to go through anything, and that's what an interstitial is all about. Okay, so that's basically what I wanted to show, right? That these obviously are not good experiences, and especially if I visit the maybe the mobile page, you will notice that it's even much worse. Like for example, if I let's say load something over here, it will show a bunch of different ads. It will show like a bunch of different things on the page, which are blocking me from reading anything at all. Like maybe it has this thing, get app. Sometimes they have like live chat and a bunch of other things. So the more you have those, what happens? The user will have a lot more worse experience by doing so. So it is always good to avoid as many pop-ups as possible. And finally, making sure that your website is secure by using SSL. Right. So these are the four main things. We are going to dig deeper into all four of these. Some of those are very straightforward. I think mobile intrusive and all, I've already explained those. But I think let's dig into the site performance a bit because that's going to be a lot more interesting. So let's try and understand first from the site performance, including the core web vital. So what about the site performance or the speed of the website? Site speed. Site speed is simple. How fast is your site? Now, I don't know how many of you know this or are aware of this, but the first big billion day sale of Flipkart server crashed. So, what happened when server crashes? People could not access the website, could not buy anything probably. So basically, what happened is the site crashed. It was so, I think it was almost 10 years back or so that they had this big billion day sale. And that was massive. Literally, the prices that they had was crazy because they were like spending a bunch of money on investor money, that is, on all of those things. And what ended up happening is because they all of a sudden got so much traffic, the website was not at all loading. It loaded for the first few minutes, but then it completely stopped working at all. And it was down for almost 1 to 2 hours, if I'm not wrong. So, and that's the thing, right? Like, now what happens is when the website is not loading, people will not be able to visit it. And if people will not visit it, unless and until they actually want something from it, they will abandon it. They'll be like, okay, if it is not working, I don't want to go on it anymore. So Big Billion Day was an exception because people knew that, okay, they are going to get a good deal. So they kept trying to go to it. But they're not going to do that with your website, right? Like, especially with SEO, where they have so many options. Like literally, if let's say if you're searching for maybe how to type on a keyboard, maybe that's a search query and you find a bunch of articles around it. Yours is one article out of 10. If they went to your website, it does not load, what will they do? They're like, I don't care, I have a bunch of other websites, I'll visit one of those, right? And that's what happens. So site speed matters a lot. uh, like unless and until you are offering something as tempting, people are not going to be just waiting until the website loads, right? And that's the main thing. Like, obviously, now does that mean it's simple? Not really. Like, even today a lot of websites go down, and that's quite common. A lot of websites become slow, that's also normal. So it's not simple, but at the same time there are a few things that you can do to make it easier. So the site speed, however, can be determined in various ways and at different times while loading a page. This includes the time until you see something on the page to happen or on the screen to happen, the time until the entire page is loaded, the time until the site is ready to be interacted with, and the time to first byte, the time it takes for your server to send back the very first tiny bit of information. What does that mean? So if I go to moneycontrol.com, I'm doing the cardinal sin once again. What happens? It loads something. It loaded the text on the top, and after a bit of time, then it loaded this advertisement. Now, if I go to this, the first thing it loaded are the ads on the top. Apparently, ads are faster. Then it loaded a bunch of other ads at the bottom as well. Finally, it loaded the menu, and then it loaded some more content over here. And finally, at the end, it loaded the ads on the right-hand corner. So as you can see, there is a sequence. First, it would load something, second, third, fourth, fifth. So, and all of those we could clearly see. Now, how do I visualize this? There's a tool for that as well. Let me just do that. Let me just put this at the bottom. I'll remove the responsiveness. Network. Okay. Now, disable cage. Let's throttle it to 3G. You guys don't need to worry about what I'm showing right now. Right? So let's just reload this. Okay. Now what just happened is, as you can see, this is like a good visualization of how long it is taking for each of the elements to load. And as you can also see, there are so many different elements that are getting loaded. 229 requests so far, and the entire page has not even loaded. 231. 2 MB has been transferred. The resources are 3.6 MB in size, right? And I think it is still loading if I'm not wrong. Or is it stuck? I think it is stuck. Oh, wow. But you get the point, right? Like, as you can see, this is how long it took for the entire content of the website to load. So if, let's say, the content that you want people to interact with is somewhere over here, there's a high chance that some of the people will drop off in this time frame itself. Okay, finally everything loaded. Yeah, it went to this size. See, I don't think I would have waited this long, right? If I had other options. And this is why there are different stages to a website and different stages to how fast a website is. This is still going on. And that's what I mean. So it should be a fast website. This is something that is available in any of the browser like Chrome. So what I did is I just pressed F12 and then I went to network. Again, you don't need to worry about this. I'm going to show a much more simpler tool for you to do this. Right. So that's what site speed is. So let's try and understand a little bit more about this. The importance of site speed. If your website is slow, people will bounce off, bounce rate increases. And the bounce rate, if let's say the load time is up to 5 seconds, it increases by 90%. If the site takes 10 seconds to load, the chances that the bounce, but that's true, right? Like no one is going to wait like 10 seconds for a website to load. There are like so many other options. Why should they wait? So, and that's the reason Google has officially announced that page speed will be a ranking factor, and it is, including the mobile first index part. So there are a lot of ways that you can look at improving your site speed. I know a lot of you maybe not understand this properly, but a quick win is to make the images file size smaller and improve the load time, compress the files, use better servers, etc. So how do you actually identify all of these issues, right? So I'm not going to go through these because this is something, again, if you're technically savvy, you can quickly understand these, but I'm going to show you ways of how you can actually work with this. So let's start with page speed insights. So there is this website called as pagespeed.web.dev. So what is pagespeed.web.dev? Over here, you can enter any website that you own, which you want to analyze and work with it, right? Now, in addition to owning the website, even if you don't own it, you can still analyze it. There is no issue with that. So let me do one thing, and I'm going to work with carbonlightning.com. I'm going to open, let's say, Myntra.com, right? And I'm going to open Geeta's website. Perfect. So now, if you notice, there are two sections of this. One is discover what your real users are experiencing. So this is something that shows up only when you have a lot of people visiting your website from a Google search, etc. Now, typically big websites are where you will see this. Even if the website is not too big, you will still see some data as long as there are at least, like, let's say, traffic in thousands per month for your website. And second thing that it shows is performance issues that it has identified through a simulation. So this is not a simulation. Real users one is not a simulation. It is based on what actual users are experiencing. And this one is a simulated thing that Google has built based on its bot. And if you notice, it has mobile and desktop sections. So you can check what the performance looks like in both of these segments. So in mobile, it has 4 different sections. The one that I'm going to primarily focus on is performance. So as we scroll down in performance, you can see it has some metrics over here. It has first contentful paint, largest contentful paint, and cumulative layout shift, right? These are what you call as the core web vitals. These 3 metrics help identify how users are experiencing your website overall. Total blocking time is basically, so I'll explain all 3, don't worry. And then total blocking time in the sense like how long it takes for the website to load without blocking anything. And what is the speed index overall, how long it took for the entire website to load. So speed index is quite bad of this website, 7.4 seconds. And first contentful paint. So what is first contentful paint? This means how long it took before it was able to load anything at all on the website. So it took about 1.8 seconds. Second is, after that, whatever is the biggest element. So let's say if your biggest element is an image or a video or something like that, how long it took for that to load. So that was 2.3 seconds, which is fair. The third is cumulative layout shift. So what this means is, once the website is loaded, did the layout change? And I will show you a very good example that Google has for this as well. So as we scroll down, we also get this tree map of how Google saw this website load. If I click on view tree map, but yeah, as you can see in this snapshot, maybe I can zoom in to show a little better. Uh, each of these are screenshots that it took to show like how uh, each element of the page was loading. Correct. So that's basically what it shows over here. So it looks like in the first three slots, it did not even load anything. And then from the fourth slot, it started to load something. And that's the reason the first contentful paint is so poor. It is 1.8 second. So each slot is 0.5 second. So in the first 1.5 second, nothing loaded. In the between 1.5 to 2 seconds, something loaded. So that is the first contentful paint. Then slowly between 2 to 2.5, 2.5 to 3, 3 to 3.5, and 3.5 to 4. So I know how long it took for the content to load. So this gives me a good glimpse of how fast my website is. Now, as I scroll down, it also provides me diagnostics in the sense it tells me what are the potential areas for me to improve. So it says reduce unused CSS. So this means like essentially if I have some code or some files that I can probably reduce or look at uh, minimizing. Initial server response. So it says like how long it took for just the server to show up or server to respond. So probably I'll need to work on the server a bit, eliminate render blocking resources and all. But as you can see, it's already at 90%. So I don't really need to work on it except for maybe SCP, FCP a bit, and also the speed index a little bit. But mostly based on all of these checklists, and as you can see, the audits, the number of audits it did, it seems pretty decent, right? Similarly, I have all the other different areas as well, like serve images with low resolutions and all as a part of best practice that I can look at as well. But overall, this gives me a good idea of what are the things that I should be looking at. So let's just take a quick look at some of the other pages that I have loaded over here before I talk about a simple way of improving the score. So this was page of, so it looks like there are already real users who are visiting the website and its core web vitals assessment has failed. So it says the largest contentful paint happens at 3.3 seconds. So there's a possibility of improving that. Cumulative layout shift is 0. That's good. Interaction to next paint. So this is an interesting one as well. I'll talk about this. First contentful paint is at 2.9 seconds and time to first byte is 2 seconds. So that means for first byte to show up, it takes about 2 seconds, right? However, the overall performance is rated at 83. And some of the things that Geeta can probably do to help with this are also mentioned here. Like, for example, this background image can be much more smaller, right? But this is not that big of a website. So let's try and understand what a big website looks like Myntra. Even Myntra has failed its core web vitals. What does that mean? It means that sometimes it all depends upon see how bad this is. It all depends upon how you're optimizing and what you're working with and the type of users you're working with. Just yesterday, I think I was analyzing one of the websites which had a pretty decent site speed. Let me just load it 1 second. So as you can see, this is another website, Storebox. I was just analyzing this yesterday, and you can see its core web vital actually passed. FCP in green, LCP in green, INP, FID, everything is in green, right? And now the thing is, how can you make this happen, or how can you make something like this happen? Now, obviously there's a bunch of different things, right? It's very complicated. As you just saw, there's like a bunch of different areas that you should be working with. So as a part of quick win, the main thing is that you should optimize your website with by having smaller websites, smaller file sizes, etc. Make sure that you're using the latest technologies so that it is much faster. You're combining files so that it is again much faster. You're using compressing the files. You're using the latest servers, etc. Now, all of this can be a bit technical. So the most easiest way is essentially use a plugin, right? What does a plugin look like? You can use WordPress plugins like Lightspeed Cache, W3 Total, or even like premium version of WP Rocket. All of these are pretty good plugins that you can use to optimize your website. I personally, for Carbon Lightning, I'm using Lightspeed Cache, right? All you have to do is in like in this, once you have installed the plugin, there will be something called as Lightspeed Cache. The one thing that I like about it is the presets. You just go to this. You can select the advanced preset by default. You don't even need to worry about it. Just click apply preset. And once you have done that, so let's say, for example, I do this, like apply preset. And after that, I can just like click on this button and clear or purge all the cache. That's it. What this will do is it will take care of all of these things for you by default. It will even like do some basic optimizations, etc., that are needed, and that should ideally help you improve some of the performance. But at the same time, as you notice, the core web vitals and your performance score can be a bit different. So, what are core web vitals? So, that is how you improve the performance, this performance score. But let's try and understand what are core web vitals, right? So, if you install the plugin, obviously there's a bunch of things that you can do with it in terms of optimizing and working with some of the different cache, compression, and all of those things automatically taken care of for you. Every other content management system will have that. But for core web vitals, let's first try and understand what these things exactly are. So I'm going to first talk about the uh, uh, the largest contentful paint. Actually, these are the three that have been promoted to core web vitals now. So let's talk about largest contentful paint. I've just clicked on this. And as you can see over here, it clearly says what is largest contentful paint. So it basically, if it is under 2.5 seconds, that means it is good, right? So this means whatever is the largest content on your website, how long it takes to load. So some examples over here for largest contentful paint, as you can see, in this, in the first few seconds, it was this part was the largest contentful paint. Next, this was the one. After that, this was the one. So it basically shows an example of this being the largest contentful paint of the entire page once it loaded, and how long it took to load this. Same with this one. Over here, the LCP is this one. This is the largest contentful paint. In Instagram, it's its logo when you're trying to log in. In Google, when you're trying to do a search, the largest contentful paint is probably this one because it takes the most amount of time. Sorry, over here, like because it takes the maximum space, right? So that is basically how you identify LCP. Similarly, luckily, we also have good examples for all these others as well. I'm going to just talk about these two right now. You guys can explore the others as well. And you can find more details around it on web.dev. But let's look into this. NIP is basically how responsive your website is for interactions. So poor responsiveness, take a look at this. When you click on something, it takes a lot of time to load. So let me zoom into this a bit and hide this. As you can see, it is taking so long to load, but over here, a good responsive website loads quickly. So this is a very strong part of the experience that your users will have once they load the website. And that is what INP is: interaction to next pane. So how long it takes to interact with the next part of the content. So what is this? This is nothing but a sudden shift in layout. So let's say a website loaded and it's like order confirmation and you want to go back, but all of a sudden something loaded on the top, because of which it completed the order. What happened? Why did it happen? It happened because the layout shifted because something loaded later on. Something on the top, it loaded later. And if there is a shift in the layout as your website is loading, that means your cumulative layout shift score is high. And if it is high, that is bad. It should be 0. So what that means is there should be no shift in the layout as the website is loading, right? So these are some things that are not directly related to the performance aspect that you see here, but instead it is more related to how you're designing your website or how you're creating your website and ensuring that the type of images or the type of things that you use are that much more optimized, right? So that's basically what the site speed and core web vitals talk about. Screaming Frog SEO tool. So I'm going to provide like a quick demo of how it works and how you can work with it or use it. This is pretty good to identify a bunch of technical issues as well as some of the content related issues. But don't worry, we'll have like a pretty good walkthrough with this one. Okay, so let's get started with this. I'm going to start with this Carbon Lightning website only on this because this is fairly smaller website and I don't think it'll have a problem in crawling the entire website because it's not that big. So let's see. Let's see. It has, okay, it does have a bunch of category pages, so maybe it is a bit big. Let me try this one. I've not created anything in this. Yeah, so I think this is a fairly decent site. There's an about me page, there's a home page, there are a couple of blog articles, and that's about it. So I think this is a pretty good one to start with. And I'll show you why I'm choosing a smaller one and then not like a bigger one. Right. So before I start, let's just try and understand what is Screaming Frog SEO or the Screaming Frog, this tool that is there. So this is the tool. So what it does is it is something that you install on your desktop, be it Windows, Mac, or Linux, and you can use this as a website crawler. So what it will do is it will crawl your website and help on improving your on-page SEO issues. So this includes both the content as well as the technical part, but primarily it is on the content. Primarily it is on the technical aspect, right? So what it will do is it will for the free version, it will download and crawl 500 URLs, and if you buy a license, it will become unlimited. Basically, there will be no limit. That's the main thing, right? So it does do all of these things. You can like go through it. If you download the app also, you'll be able to check it out. And these are the things that is included as a part of free version. In addition to that, in the paid version, you also have like, let's say, crawl configuration, JavaScript rendering, near duplicate content, mobile usability, crawling validation, structure validation, grammar and spelling checks, custom extraction. So there's like, okay, apparently crawl with OpenAI and Gemini is also there. But yeah, as you can see, there's like a bunch of different additional features that they have available with the license. So now, obviously, I'm not expecting that if you're just learning that you go ahead and make a purchase of the license because that wouldn't really make sense. Even me myself, unless and until I'm doing it for a purpose of actual work, I wouldn't use a licensed version, right? So that's why even for me, as you can see, it's an unlicensed software. So once you download and install the software, this is what it would look like, right? It's fairly easy to download. There's nothing like a registration or anything. You just click download and it will download the particular software for you. You select the operating system and done. Once you do that, it would have a bunch of different things on the screen, as you can see. There is the file where you can look at different recent things that you have crawled probably, right? You can look at different modes like list, SERP, or spider. So SERP is like search engine's result page that it has. Configuration, if you want to configure something, if you want to export some of the reports, get the sitemap, visualize some of the things, etc. Right? Like it has a bunch of different features, and these features are actually built over a period of time. Screaming Frog SEO, if I'm not wrong, it was created almost a couple of decades back. Probably 15 years is when it was. I'm not really sure when it was created, but yeah, it's been quite some time, and that's the reason right now we are at version 20 of this, right? And overall, this has been one of the easier way or simpler way to understand how a bot would look at your website. So to get started, you would just paste your website link over here. I'm just doing that. I'm pasting the website link. And after that, you can select the option. You by default just go with subdomain because that's like the normal one. But in this, what it does is it will go through all the different aspects, or you can also just have it extract URL. But don't really worry if you're just starting out, right? Just start with subdomain. You don't really need to worry about anything else. Enter your main domain name, select this and click start. That's what I'm going to do. So now what happens is once you do that, it will start to crawl the website. So this is the website that I asked it to crawl. So now it is crawling it. It is going on the landing page and it is identifying what are the links that are available. And it will click on every single link that is available. This is basically what the crawler will also do. Now, if you look at the website, as you can see, there aren't many links. There is this homepage, there's about me, there is this content link, there's like a read more link, but both of them are same, right? There aren't really a lot of links over here. But if I check this out, as you can see, it identified total 16 URL. And I can also see what those URLs are. So as you can see, it identified the home page. This is the About Me page. Then it also identified the CSS file that loads the content. This is the first link. I don't know what this is exactly. Okay. Then this is the second link. This is the author's page. And then there's like a bunch of other files that are related to working of the website. And finally, an uncategorized category page, right? So these are the pages that it identified. Pretty simple, pretty normal. And as you saw, there aren't really a lot of pages that are indexed or a lot of pages on the website itself. So that's the reason it just identified these. Now, in addition to that, I can also check the external pages that it identified, and we can also see like what those are. So LinkedIn, it identified, Chrome extension, it identified, and a bunch of other articles and URLs as well, right? If I go to security, I will be able to understand if like there are any issues or errors over there. So 200 means everything is okay. 404 means not found. So obviously this particular page is not found, and that's the reason we have that, right? And so on and so forth, right? Like you have all of these different things like response codes, URL. If you just want to validate every single thing, you can just check this nice little sidebar that they have created over here, which includes everything. Over here, it tells you like what are the different types of pages that are there. What are the HTML pages? You would probably be looking at the HTML pages only. Then in terms of security, Are there basically any content which has HTTP or HTTPS? So if there is even one piece of content which is HTTP, probably good idea to move it to HTTPS because you should be using SSL, right? It says that there are some content or some content policies missing. So this is something that can be improved. Okay. And as I scroll down, right, I also get to know like some of the other things, like how many were properly loaded based on the response codes. As I can see, like out of 16, 11 properly loaded, two had a 404 error probably, and the three were redirects. Okay, so these are the redirects, and I can see like what they are. These are 404. Okay, interesting. So that's what it is, right? And their internal also, I can take a look at what the internal data tells me. If something was not found, yes, of course, this page is not available. Um, in terms of URL, if there is something. So as you can see, it has analyzed so many different things. It also analyzed the page titles for me. How many page titles are over 60 characters? If you remember, being over 60 characters will not have or show your page properly on the search engine. How many of them are over 561 pixels? So those on-page checklist is something that it is also helping validate as well over here. If there are any, let's say, meta descriptions that is missing, so apparently all three of them are missing meta descriptions. Meta keywords doesn't matter, it's not relevant, you can ignore this one. H1, if H1 is missing somewhere, if H2 is duplicate somewhere, so I can see over here there's a duplicate H2, right? And so on and so forth, right? Like there's so many different things it checks. Low content pages, soft 404s, readability difficulty, and then canonicalization. So let's say if there is a canonicalized page or not. If the pages are canonicalized, then that is good. And yeah, everything is self-referencing, so that's perfectly fine. Pagination, directives like index, no index, follow, no follow. I'll explain some of these things in the backlinking phase, don't worry. Hreflang. So if you're running or working with different languages than English, using these tags become very important. In this, you would basically be saying like, what is the type of language your website contains? So Google will also get to know about this. And yeah, like that's essentially what it has, right? Like all of these different things. Now, from this, for you to identify issues, it becomes a bit tough. So the best part is it also has something called as issues over here. So I can just click issues, and from issues, it will tell me what are the major issues that I should be looking to fix. So H1 is missing. This is a very like this is an actual issue. The priority, it also prioritizes the issues for me so that it becomes super easy for me. So this is like, okay, something that I should fix. This is an opportunity. Page title is over 561 pixels. There is another opportunity. This page contains low content. It has only 141 words. And then as I scroll down, it also lists all the low uh, priority issues as well for me. And on the top over here, it also tells me if there are any high priority issues, like if there is like a no follow, no index, if there are any pages without internal links, if there are any internal client errors. Right now, obviously, I will have to validate these myself. This is basically what it identified, but I will have to validate if what it is saying is correct or not. But this becomes fairly easy for me, right? I don't need to remember like what these issues could be. I can just run this, and I can just like over here, I can just export this, and maybe I want to export it in an Excel workbook, right? So I'll click save and open. Let's see, it's taking a bit of time. And yeah, so once I do that, as you can see, I have list of all the different things. They generously and graciously also shared how I can probably fix some of these issues, which is pretty good, right? Maybe I'll reduce this size a bit. Yeah. So basically, I will get to know from here, like, okay, if there are anything that I can do to fix it. I can sort it by maybe priority. Maybe I want to first check out the ones that are of high priority, and I'll just filter for that. And then for each of these, it also tells me like how I can probably fix the same, right? So this is the main reason this is a very good tool, because not only does it make your life easier and quickly just validating a bunch of different things if you are working with like hundreds or thousands of pages, but it also helps you quickly know like, okay, what are the potential issues and how you can probably go understand it, and also how you can potentially fix the same. So that's the main thing about it. So what I'm going to do is, this was a fairly small website, right? So it obviously does not have a lot of things, but let's try and do it with a bit bigger websites, right? So I'm going to select Dragon Flora. Okay, interesting. Let's open the website also. Let's do that with one of these websites. Sweet. Let's see what it does. So I have, oh, I thought I already started it. I have started this. Okay. And yeah, so as you can see at the bottom right corner, it is currently detecting different pages or different URLs and then crawling them. So far, it has detected 300 plus. Let's see. 315, 318, 321, right? It keeps going and going. Looks like there's a bunch of PDFs that this website has. Looks like it's almost done detecting, but it keeps detecting more and more URLs, right? So, okay, so while it keeps working, we can still access or go through some of the data. But anyways, it's almost reached. Oh, wow. Okay, so there's 479 URLs in this. Perfect. So it is done, right? So it has done this analysis. And now, as you can see, basically this is the main URL. This is the like www is actually redirected to this. Perfect. Looks good. And these are all the internal pages or URLs that it has detected. As you can see, it clicked on every single button that it found. So page number 0 or something. So these are, I believe, paginations. So it went through all of them, every single button, and then looked at identifying like what it does and what should be done. It found the external links as well. And for some reason, it found a bunch of PDFs as well. Not PDF, oh, images, a bunch of images and CSS. Okay. So it has a bunch of images apparently. Yeah. And then it also has a bunch of CSS files as well. Right. So that's basically what it saw. So as I'm not going to go through all of this once again, but let's just try to go through the issues, right? And we can see overall it has identified 32 issues in total. It says out of that, there are 3 issues, 16 are warning, and 13 are opportunities. So let's go through these bit by bit. So I'm going to first go through issues. What are the issues that it identified? So let's see, 3 issues, right? So let's try and understand what these issues are. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to expand this a bit. And now it says there are 3 issues. The first one is this one. It says this URL is giving a 500 internal server error. Okay, let's just identify what this is. This is the URL. The status code says 520. And this URL looks like it's like a pagination. itself, nothing else. So let me just open this in the browser once. Okay, so yeah, it says that there is a issue over here with indexing this. Um, but I think that is probably because of this. So as you can see, there's like a bunch of different images as a part of the slider, and it essentially could not index one of these, is what I'm assuming, right? So, okay, anyways, this is completely fine. I don't really need to worry about this right now. It does load the URL for me, so I'm perfectly fine with that for now. Now over here, it says these are medium issues. H1 is missing. So it says in contact and the blog, H1 is missing. So let's just take a look. So when I open this, yeah, basically there isn't like a proper H1 or a page title. But yeah, that could be something that can be added over here, because I think these are H2s, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, this is an H2, right? So it is missing H1 is what it says. So there should be only one H1 per page. And if you add that, then that becomes easier. So for blogs and contact and all, this is something that happens quite often. So it is good if you add those two. Yeah, that's pretty much it with H1 missing. So there are two URLs which does not have an H1. And then there are all of these images where there is no alternate text. Now, what is an alternate text? Alternate text is something that is very beneficial for accessibility as well as for crawlers, etc., to read the or understand what your image is all about. So that's the main point of it. So if I open this image, for example, this is the image, and looks like I can also see where it got that image from. So if I scroll, maybe not. Okay. Image details. Okay, so when I go to image details, it tells me where it got this image from. It was from the home page. So on the home page, this image could use an alt text. So that's basically what it says. So same for this one, right? In product and services, this image does not have an alt text. This one, this one, this one. And essentially, if I add that, it becomes easier for me to make sure that all of these are also properly accessible by the crawler. So that's basically what it says. Similarly, I can go through the warnings as well. So it says like there are some no follow links, which is fine. This is fine. So I just need to check the warnings if those warnings are fine or not. And that is how I can proceed. So similar to that, I can take a look at this one, like no index, email protection. Yeah, completely okay. Canonicalization. So it says pages that have a canonical to a different URL. Okay, so it just says like these are canonicalized pages. So when I go to gallery, what does that mean? URL details, let's see. It says it is canonicalized, and the canonicalization link is gallery itself, which makes sense, right? So essentially, all of these are additional parameters that are getting added. And for that, this is the canonicalized URL, which is perfectly fine. So I'm completely okay with this. And then canonicals missing. So in this particular, for this particular URL, there is no canonical, which is again fine because this is like a file. This is like a PDF file. So we cannot really do much for that, right? So that is basically how you would be validating each of these. And as you click on each of these warnings and issues, etc., you will be able to read the description and how to fix it as well. All you need to do is you just need to validate if those are actual valid issues or actual valid things that you need to fix, and then work through the same. Same goes for opportunities as well. Page titles below 30 characters. So maybe we can increase or improve the page titles for these individual pages. below 200 pixels, low content pages. Maybe we can add some better content for these. Images over 100 KB. So that means maybe we can optimize these images a bit, and so on and so forth. Now, there is one question that is added, how to add alternative text for images. Let me just show that. You can basically, in the alternative text, you can mention what the image is about. You don't need to just talk about the same category. You can also just mention what the image is about. That's it. So alternative text, the main purpose of it is so that if the image is not loading, that text will load instead, and people will be able to understand what actually is in the image. That's the main thing about it. The reason for that is to improve accessibility. So imagine, let's say if you cannot read, maybe you have vision issues, but you can listen. You go on a website and you ask your accessibility software to read out whatever is there on the particular website. It will read everything, and wherever there is an image, if there is no alternative text, it will not be able to read it. But if there is an alternative text, it will be able to read it and then explain what that is. So that is the main purpose of alternative text. Now, in addition to that, it is also used by the crawlers as well to understand what is there in the image. So, which is the reason why not only is it important for accessibility, but it is also important for your SEO. So, how do you add alternative text? So, let's say this is an image. Okay, so let's add an image, media library. Maybe I'll just upload something. Okay, so I've just uploaded or uploading an image. I don't know what is happening, but anyways, now as you can see over here, there is an option called as alt text. So what I would be doing is once the image is uploaded, I can enter the alternative text over here and I can then click select. And that way it would add that alt text to the image for me. So that's basically how it works. So yeah, the image is uploaded and now it decides to load everything, right? Once that is done, I can be like, what is this image? I think this was Golden Temple. So Golden Temple travel image. That's it, right? And once I'm done with that, I'll just click select and it would load that particular image along with the alternative text for me. So that is basically how alternative text works, right? Now, obviously, this is not something that I want to add to this particular content. So I'm removing it, but that's basically how you add the alternative text. Right? Now, that is how you add it in WordPress. But how does it actually work normally? Let's look into that as well. Alt text W3 schools. They have a pretty good tutorial on this as well. I personally love W3 schools. Anyways, try it myself. Okay, so as you can see, this is the image tag in HTML, right? So this is image, img, src, and then the name of the image or the link of the image you can add here. Then there is another tag called as alt equal to, and your alt text is basically this. So whatever you update over here, it becomes your alternative text. It is not visible on the image, but instead this is visible in the back end of the image. So essentially your crawlers, etc., would be able to read it. So this is how alt text works. And when you want to implement it, this is how you would implement it as well to your images. So yeah, that's basically how you work through it, right? Like that's basically how you use Screaming Frog SEO. And trust me, this Screaming Frog SEO has made the lives of a lot of people quite easy because of how simple and easy it is to use, and also go through a bunch of different websites. Now, keep in mind, if your website is a bit bigger, like Dragon Flora, for example, had less than 500 URLs, so I could look at all of those. But a normal mid-sized website would have somewhere around thousands and thousands of pages and URLs. So even if you get the paid version of Screaming Frog, you need to make sure that your IP address or your laptop itself from where you're searching does not get blocked. So that sometimes happens, but that I have seen that happen primarily with websites which have like 20,000 or 30,000 URLs. But yeah, that still happens. So if that happens, don't worry about it. Just reach out to your server hosting provider or the person who manages your website's technical side and ask them to whitelist your PC. So that's basically it. But yeah, that's where we finished technical SEO just now. Let's get into off-page SEO. So far, we have been looking and working on relevance. We have been trying to understand what is the best way to identify keywords for which our business is relevant, and then making sure that that relevance is something that we can talk about as well by the means of the content, and making that content accessible through technical SEO, right? So that is basically what on-page SEO is all about, ensuring that you're able to identify relevant content and are able to talk about the same. So it's at the end of the day all about relevance that you can control. But off-page SEO is not at all about relevance. It's about authority, as you guys rightly remember. And when I say authority, this is something where you try to influence others into giving you the authority. And this is very similar to how politics works. So that's why every time I talk about off-page SEO, I bring in politics a little bit. I'm not a political guy or anything. I'm very bad at it, frankly speaking. But the basics of politics, right? It's essentially when we say that someone has political power, that what it means is that person has political authority in making or doing something that they want. In terms of SEO, that authority translates into getting the keyword ranking that you want. In terms of politics, it's getting that power that you want. In terms of SEO, it's getting that ranking that you want. That's basically how it works. So in politics, what happens is you would gain authority by having other people vouch for you, saying that this is the person to go for any of those problems, right? Any of those specific problems or whatever problems that you have. Uh, and the same goes for SEO, right? You're basically ensuring that you have the right authority to talk about the specific topic that you want to talk about. So let's say if you're talking about how to buy an AC, you're through off-page SEO, you're ensuring that you have enough authority or you have gained enough authority to be able to talk about it as well. And now, here's the fun fact. Just like in politics, um, like at the end of the day, if you want to win, you have to understand how to play politics. You cannot just be like, as long as I have the right policies, I'm going to win. That's not how politics works. Same goes for SEO, right? It's not just having the right content and winning through that. That's never going to happen. You have to get your hands a little dirty, and at the end of the day, that is what we call as the gray area. You're not completely doing illegal things, although there are people who do it, but you should not do it, right? And uh, because if you do get caught, all of a sudden, all the authority that you have built up will go down the drain. And that's exactly what happens with SEO. And that's the best part about how you can parallelly relate to both of these things. So in SEO, uh, some of you might have heard of this thing called as white hat, black hat, right? Black hat is where you're trying to illegally or you're essentially trying to game the system or game the algorithm into thinking you have the right authority. That's essentially what black hat SEO is mostly about. So you will try to identify uh, uh, ways of getting a bunch of backlinks. For example, maybe you want to get like 5,000 backlinks from that one good website or something, whatever that is. That's black hat SEO. And just like the legal system, etc., have evolved over a period of time. Like today, for example, everyone have a cell phone and they can record people, and that has made the politicians much more conscious about what they are doing. The same thing goes with SEO as well. You cannot execute those black hat techniques because in doing so, Google or any other search engine is going to easily catch you because they know what to expect. So now, does that mean you should only do what they actually want you to do? Kind of. At the end of the day, in an ideal situation, in an ideal world, how does democracy work? Democracy works wherein, I know I'm going a little bit on the civics side, but that's not something that I'm very good at, anyways. Well, I'll try. Okay, I'll try. So, in democracy, the way that it works in an idealistic scenario is that every person who is trying to vote is aware of every person who is standing in the politics or in the particular field, right? And fighting to maybe get that PM post or president post or whatever that is. They are aware of the policies, and by being aware of every single thing, after analyzing every single thing, they are making a sound and wise decision. That is how ideally democracy is supposed to work, right? But that is not how it actually works. People vote based on the brand image, based on the brand authority, based on just that, okay, this other person is also doing it, so that's the reason I'm also going to vote. And similar kind of things happen in the SEO side as well. At the end of the day, it's all about how you influence other websites to provide the vote of confidence so that you can increase your authority. And that's basically what is off-page SEO. It's not completely white hat because Google says like you should not be building backlinks by reaching out to people, but and at the same time it is not black hat because you're not doing it in a way wherein you're like, okay, I just want to go crazy and get some bunch of backlinks, but it's somewhere in between. It's the gray area. So Google uh, is aware of this gray area as well. Every single SEO expert is also aware of this gray area, but every single other person still does it because they also understand that this is how it works. But that's basically what it is, right? So let's try and understand a little bit more around that. So off-page SEO, what are we going to look at? We are going to try and understand what is link building, what are the different types of backlinks, traits of a good backlink, and backlink or link building strategies. So off-page SEO, let's go through this. Off-page SEO refers to actions performed beyond your website for the purpose of improving the position of the website in the search engine results page. So as I just said, if you want to rank number one, you are trying to perform certain actions which are outside the scope of your website, outside the scope of on-page SEO. And that includes through various different means and methods, right? But the primary driver of that is links or backlinks. So how does Google know if a website has higher authority or not? It knows that by checking what are the websites that are providing the backlinks to your website. So let's say if you own Myntra. Now, Myntra is a massive brand. If you think of it, it has done so many different things to build up its authority. It has worked on a lot of brand advertisement, brand marketing. It has worked on a lot of different type of campaigns. It runs a lot of advertisements. But at the same time, in addition to that, a lot of websites also have URL to Myntra. Today, if you go on Google and if you type in top shopping websites in India, there's a high chance there's going to be a bunch of articles. Now, I don't know if this is true. I'm just making it up. But there's a high chance that there are going to be a bunch of articles which will list out Myntra as well. Why will they do that? Because it has that kind of authority that by default, you will be saying like, okay, Myntra is the website and this is the link for it. This, if you click on it, you can go to myntra.com. And what happens with that? That link is basically a backlink for Myntra. So when it comes to a website, typically backlinks are the ones that are linking to you or inbound links for you. That's basically what it is. And the more inbound links that you have, the higher the authority that you have. But it's not that simple. It's not just about getting a bunch of backlinks. There are a lot of other factors involved, and that is what we are going to learn today. Right. So as I said, it's the most important a component of SEO, and any SEO campaigns that ignores quality link building will fail. So your website with backlinks equals to high ranking and traffic. At the end of the day, that's how politics works. Okay, I'm probably going to stop talking about politics for a minute here. But yeah, that's basically how it works, right? So if your website does not have good links pointing to your website, links that convince the search engines your site is valuable, it may not be possible to rank on search engines. So the way that a crawler works is, now think of it this way, just like the crawler comes to our website, it will also go to other websites. And on every website that is goes, it will check what are the links that are available on all of them. And by checking those, it will identify how many times when it comes to the external links is your website being mentioned. And those external links becomes backlinks for you. So what is link building anyways? Let's try about learn about this. So when it comes to link building, it does not mean that you are literally going to a website and placing your link. That is not what it means. A lot of people get confused. This is not something that you can do. You have to literally influence someone else to do it. And that is what link building is all about. Now, there are process of it, but basically link building is the process of getting links from third-party websites or basically other websites and having them point to your website. These links are called as backlinks. So there's a pretty good example in this image here. So let's say this is your website and this is some other website. And on their website, they have provided a link back to you that is a backlink, right? Now, it does say strong backlink and all. We'll talk about this a bit more, but that's basically how it works. A good backlink is the one that is also contextually relevant. Like if you are talking about how to run a marathon and the website is about Fitness Weekly and they have provided a backlink to you, that's good. That's a good vote over there. So that is what backlink is all about. And you need backlinks to rank. Like I said, backlinks are like votes to your site. Each of these votes essentially tells the search engine this content is relevant, credible, and useful. More votes you get, the higher your site will rank in Google and other search engines as well. So if this is your website, all of these backlinks are like votes to your website. Now, why is link building important? Links from other sites help your site in ranking in 4 ways. These two are some of the things that you may have noticed in some of the tools, like for example, SEMrush, Ahref, if any of you have used it, right? But there is something called as page authority and domain authority. So getting links from other websites will help in adding value to the page and improving the authority of the page, and at the same time by adding value to your entire domain as well. So let's say if you have 10 different pages and you get one link for each of those pages, not only will it add value to those pages, it will also add value to your entire domain as well. So those are the two things. Then the third is it also helps the search engine understand the topic of your website. So imagine this. Let's say every backlink that you have is coming from, let's say if you are an electronics store, and every backlink that you have is coming from uh, tech websites or electronic related websites, etc. That tells the search engine that, okay, your website is also tech or electronics related, which is good. But if those links are coming from maybe a pet related website, health related websites, or wellness related websites, etc., then search engine will also be confused. So having other websites provide relevant links for you will actually help increase and help the search engine understand the topic of your website as well. And finally, those links can also help you get traffic from those websites. So let's say if I'm on any of these websites, I can just click and go to that website and become a visitor of it as well, right? So essentially, you would also get some traffic from it as well. And that is why backlinks are important. Okay, so that's the reason why we should be building backlinks. I think all of you understand why backlinks are important, but what kind of backlinks to build? So there are backlinks that make very small difference, by the way. These are backlinks coming from low authority and websites that are kind of relevant, not exactly relevant. Then there are backlinks that can make a lot of difference. These are from websites which have a lot of high authority and they are also highly relevant. These are the ones that you want. And then there are backlinks that can also hurt your rankings. So keep that in mind. It's not just about going out there and getting a bunch of backlinks, but there are also links that can hurt your ranking, and you should always avoid those. So those are spammy or link milling websites, or let's say bad PR backlink, etc. So overall, there are different types of backlinks. We will talk more about what those different types of backlinks are. But essentially, what we want are the ones which have high authority and high relevance, right? So types of backlinks, let's go through this. The type of backlink that you want is a do follow link. So what is this? What is do follow? Essentially, if a link does not have this attribute, rel equals to no follow. Even before we get into this, what is a link? A link looks something like this. Let's open one of the websites that I have, for example, Carbon Lightning. I'll go back to this once again. It's loading. Let's open this. Now I have some links here. These are external links. So these are backlinks for these websites. So this link is for sunpower.com. This link is for lg.com, etc. Now, if I right click on it, even before I do that, as you can see, this says link over here, right? But if I click on it, it will not open something like link. If I click on this, it will open sunpower.com and basically the website of SunPower. Looks like it's a 404 website right now, but yeah, 404 page, but sunpower.com and something, right? So it will basically open that sunpower.com/products/solar panels/X series. And similarly, Neon 2, Panasonic, etc. So all of these are different links. And as you might have noticed, what we see here is not what opens. What we see here is called as the anchor text. What does that mean? So this is a text that anchors the link. Essentially, that shows or has the link. And this text is the one that I would click. And if I click on it, the link would open. So in this scenario, link over here is the anchor text, and the URL of the anchor text is sunpower.com/product/solar panels/X series. Now, what does this look like in HTML? Let's look into that. I'm going to click inspect. Okay. So this is what the link looks like over here. I'm just going to open this a bit. So this is the highlighted part. A is basically anchor, and then href means you're adding the URL. So this is the URL. Target equals to blank. This means that the link should open in a new tab. This is again not relevant. This is something that you typically add if you want to make sure that it opens in a separate tab. Then rel equals to. So when it comes to a backlink, a lot of attributes related to backlinks are added in rel equals to. So rel equals to, it says no referrer, no opener. This is a very common attribute. You can pretty much ignore these attributes. If you see these attributes, that means there's nothing for you to worry about. This is a normal link. And then it just says link. This is the anchor text, and this is the URL, right? So basically, this is what a do follow link looks like. And this is a do follow link for sunpower.com. Now, in this scenario, there aren't any attributes that you should worry about. It just shows no referrer and no opener. So both of these are very common attributes. These are typically used as a part of security attributes. So you can ignore this. So since we can ignore both of these things in the link, what we are left with is the URL and the anchor text. So whenever you're looking for a do follow link, it means a link which has just the anchor text along with the URL. And when you see any links like these, that is a good link. So now this link is a backlink for sunpower.com. This link is not a backlink for Carbon Lightning, right? This is a backlink for sunpower.com. So it will benefit SunPower. It will not benefit my website, which is Carbon Lightning. So this is what a do follow link is. And this is exactly what you want for others to do. Basically, if you want a backlink, you want others to provide a similar link like this. So even over here, for example, that is what I have provided as a quick example here. So what I did is I just selected a link. I did a right click on it. I did inspect. And within that, I saw that this is the link A href. So this A is still here /A, right? So this is the entire link. And in this is the anchor text and AMA hosted today. I can also see this anchor text over here. And this is the URL. So this is a backlink to reddit.com. Basically, a do follow link is the one that does not have rel equals to no follow. So in rel, we just saw it had no opener, no referrer. If it does not have no follow, that is good. But there are no follow links as well. A good example of these are comments on the blogs or forum posts, etc. And in fact, even when you go to any Wikipedia article, at the end of that article, there are citations. These are external links, right? So, and essentially, if you do an inspect HTML for them, you will notice that these are generally marked as no follow. So this is what it looks like. Rel equals to no follow. That's basically it. So if a URL, in addition to the anchor text and the URL itself, if it has rel equals to no follow, then that means that that is a link that is of no value for SEO. Now, why is something like no follow attribute even exist? Why does it exist? The reason for that is because sometimes you don't want the crawler or the bot who comes to your website to follow an external link. And that is very common because you are providing that link for the reference of the users who visit your website, the actual people who visit your website, not for the bots. And Wikipedia is a very good example of that. Now imagine, given Wikipedia has like hundreds of link sometimes for the most popular posts or most popular articles on it, what happens is if it would do a do follow for every link, then the crawler will become crazy. It will not be able to go through every single Wikipedia article. Instead, it will just keep going through all the external links instead. And Wikipedia will start losing its ranking as well. So to avoid that, it has provided a no follow. And in addition to that, because it is also not validating all of these links, because at the end of the day, Wikipedia is what? Wikipedia is a collaboration of all the people who are making it happen, right? Or who are providing these citations, etc., and validating it, vetting it, etc. Even you can edit Wikipedia content, by the way. Will it add value to your website? Not really. But that's what Wikipedia is all about. So that's the thing, right? And that's the reason it has to use no follow. And by using no follow, the crawler will know that this is a link that it should not go to. But if you noticed, in my website in Carbon Lightning, I did not add the no follow link. The reason for that is because that's a different strategy. My website is very new. So all I'm doing is I'm using an external link to help validate some of the claims that I have mentioned on my website. So that is something that you should keep in mind when you're using these links, right? So a good example of that is this one. So in this, if you notice at the end over here, I have mentioned sources. Each of these sources are linked to specific websites, and these are government or high authority websites. Now, the reason I've added backlinks or provided backlinks to them is because, in a way, I'm telling Google that even though currently I don't have authority, the content that I am sharing comes from other high authority websites. And for Google to validate that, I want to make sure that it is a do follow link. So that's the reason these are do follow links. So that is how normal backlinks or natural backlinks are generated. These links are backlinks to other websites. These big links are not backlinks to my website. These are outbound links. So what that means is it is going outside of my website. Inbound backlinks, links that are coming into my website, are the ones that will help my authority, but it will help my authority only if they are do follow links. If it is a do follow link, it will not help. So essentially, when it comes to a backlink for you is the one that is a inbound link, a link that comes to your website. So in addition to no follow, there are two other attributes that are like Google has started to recognize as well, which are sponsored and UGC links. So what are these? So these are also similar to no follow link. Basically, if the link has sponsored or if it has UGC, the crawler or the Google bot will not follow it at all. So sponsored are basically paid links. So if, let's say, you have paid for a backlink and it shows the sponsored attribute, that is not a backlink, that is still a no follow. Keep this in mind. And if you have, like, let's say, added links on Medium, Reddit, etc., and if it has rel equals to UGC, that is also a no follow link, or as equal to as no follow, because that is a user generated content. So keep that in mind, that as long as if the thing that you want is a do follow link, that is what you should be looking for. And if it has no follow, if it has sponsored, or if it has UGC, that means that is basically worthless for you for SEO authority. Now, the thing is, I have told you what are some of the things that you should avoid in a backlink, but what are traits of a high quality backlink? So we'll go through those 5 traits and then we'll talk about some of the strategies. So the first trait is that these backlinks come from trusted high authority sites. So as I mentioned, SEO backlinks in SEO is like a vote. And if someone in high power is voting for your website, that's good. So that's basically what it is. So think of it this way. Would you rather get a backlink from New York Times or some random website which has zero authority? Obviously, the answer is New York Times, right? So when it comes to building high quality backlink, you would want to make sure that they come from high authority websites. So there is a concept called as domain authority. Essentially, the more authority a site has, the more authority it can pass on to your website as well. Can authority be transferred? It cannot be transferred per se, but you can at least pass on a little bit of authority when you get a backlink, and that builds up over a period of time. So that's basically what happens, and that's what Google thinks of as well. So what is authority of a website? A very simple way to understand this is how important Google thinks your website is. Now, the thing is that Google does not have any number or any official metric around authority. So, because of this reason, the only way for us to understand or know the authority of a website is by using third party tools. So that is the reason that every third party tool like SEMrush, Ahref, Moz, any of these, they also have an authority score. But the authority score will be different because the way that they measure the authority score is going to be different. So, what does it mean for you? Two things. One is that the authority score that you see on these tools are supposed to be used with a grain of salt. What that means is those are directional. It does not mean an actual metric or number that you should focus on heavily. But instead, those are directional numbers that will help you understand where you stand overall in terms of authority. And the second thing is that since these numbers are generated or created by an algorithm of these third party tools, there are also ways to game or mimic it. There are websites which do it as well. So don't fall into the trap that if a website's domain authority on Moz is 50, that means it is a good website to get a backlink from. You should check for two things. One is it should have a high domain authority, and at the same time, it should also have good organic traffic, because both of them are always together, right? So that is how you would be checking the authority of a website if you are pursuing it to get a backlink from them. So authority of any web page is combination of number of external backlinks and their quality, relevance with the content, the traffic, etc. Right? Authority of all web pages contribute to overall authority of the website. You can check the authority using tools like Moz. So let's just do that. I'm going to load up Ahrefs. So one thing that Ahref has is obviously it has like paid plans and all. Oh, it started the starter one, but it really has like nothing of value. I really like these free tools that it has. So what I'm going to do is it should have an website authority checker. So I'm going to load this up. Okay, so let's check the authority of Amazon.com. Obviously, it will have a very high authority. Let's just check that anyways. Yep, it has a authority or domain rating of 96. It has these many backlinks. Of course, it does. It has these many linking websites, right? And 91% of them are do follow, 74% of them are do follow. Makes sense, right? Now, let's check Carbon Lightning, my prized possession of a website that is literally nothing. Obviously, I'm expecting it to show me a zero authority or zero like the domain rating, but let's see. Yep, it is zero. Apparently, I have a backlink. Wow. Okay. I don't even know who that is. I'm actually going to check. Okay, interesting. I don't even know what this website is, but yeah, apparently they have provided a backlink to me, whatever that is, right? So this is the domain rating. Now let's check a mid-level website. What can be a mid-level website? I think that Storebox one that I showed last time. Yeah, this is the one. Let's just check with this one. Yeah. So this is 25. It has 6,000 backlinks. 95% of them are do follow. And it has 191 linking website. 75% of them are do follow. You guys notice something interesting here. Basically, what is happening is there are 191 websites which are providing a backlink to it. But overall, there are multiple pages within these websites that also provide backlinks to it, because of which overall the number of backlinks it has is 6,000. However, when it comes to your authority, this numbers matter more than this. So this should be higher, or at least like this is the one that you should focus on, not this. Linking websites. So the total number of unique domains that are linking to your target, right? 75% of them are do follow, and yeah, the domain rating is 25, which makes sense, right? So this is basically how you can understand or identify what is the authority. Now, the higher the authority, the better it is. The second question was, how can you know the traffic of a website? Typically, you cannot know that, but one thing that you can definitely do is there are again tools for that. I think even Moz, if I'm not wrong. Okay, Moz does not show that. But yeah, typically what you would be doing is you will be checking the type of keywords that those websites rank for, and if those are like high search volume keywords or not. And that's a very simple way of getting to know it. Another way is basically just, let's say, use some of these extensions like the keyword surfer extension. So I don't think I have that installed right now. Let me just install it. Or I think Keyword Surfer should have that by default. Anyways, I'll just add it to the Chrome, not a problem. Anyways, like I'll just add this and show you like what there are a bunch of different tools that can provide you an estimate of it, and that's basically what you want to check. So in this scenario, I've just installed this tool. And this gives me an estimate for this website, right? Like how many visits it has. Look like it is not able to estimate for this one. But for LinkedIn, it is able to estimate the monthly traffic. For domain in India, okay, India. I think if I change the location, it will probably tell me. But you get the idea, right? There's a bunch of different website. Let me check UK. I think it should show. Oh yeah, now it shows, right? So United Kingdom, because that's where it is, it has some traffic. So 25 domain rating for that makes sense because this is B2B as well. So it should not have a lot of traffic anyways. So this is what you would be doing as a part of the check of authority, right? You would be checking the authority as well as the traffic that it has. Yep. So that's the first rate, right? It should be of high quality. Second is that the anchor text, you guys saw what is anchor text. So the anchor text should ideally have your target keyword. So if your target keyword is, let's say, buy shoes online, and you want people to buy shoes online on your shoes website or shoes link, then that should be the URL and the anchor text should be your keyword. However, something to keep in mind is that you should avoid anchor text spamming as well. So what this means is if every backlink to your website has the same words in it, it doesn't appear natural. So for example, if you have 100 backlinks and all of them are pointing to your website and 95 of them have the same exact anchor text, or the same exact keyword that is your primary keyword, it is a very strong signal to search engine that this anchor text is spammy in nature, right? So and the only exception to above is when you're using branded anchor text. So if, let's say, I want to get backlinks, and I've gotten 100 backlinks, and all of them are solar panel reviews, solar panel reviews, solar panel reviews, right? The anchor text says that. So in such a scenario, it doesn't appear natural. So I should be avoiding that, and instead I should be getting maybe 95 of them I can get for carbonlightning.com as anchor text, and the rest I can get maybe something like solar panel reviews or something like that. So the first thing that I talked about was it should be, what was that? It should be of high authority. It should have relevant anchor text. And the third is that it should be topically related. This is something that I talked about earlier already. But yeah, as you can see in this image, basically, if you are getting a backlink, ideally it should come from someone or a website or a topic that is actually related to the link as well. If it is not related, then there's a high chance that it is a spammy link, or probably it is not of high value. There's a high chance that it is of not high value, but that's the main thing. If it is topically related, that increases the quality of the backlink. The fourth is it should be a do follow link. So avoid no follow link. I talked about this already. And the fifth is also a very important one. So the backlink should always come from a new domain every time. So let's say if a website X links to you multiple times. So the first time it links, great. Second time it does, okay. Third, fine. Fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, and so on and so forth. It's not going to matter at all. You guys know the concept of diminishing returns. That applies to backlinks as well. So if the same domain is providing you a backlink multiple times, it will have diminishing returns. What is a good example of diminishing returns? So imagine it as this. If you are hungry and if you eat a meal, maybe you like biryani and you have biryani, right? If you're hungry, you have biryani, great, you're no longer hungry. Then I'm like, okay, fine, have more biryani. Maybe you'll eat second time as well. Maybe you'll go for third as well if you're very hungry. But what about the fourth time, fifth time, sixth time, 7 plates, 8 plates, 9 plates, 10 plates? By the 10th plate, you will start to feel sick. You don't want to eat it anymore. You will be like, this is not what I want. And you will start to see negative, like basically negative effects of it. The same applies to SEO as well. If the same website is providing you the links multiple times, the first link will have value, but the rest of them will have diminishing returns. So whenever you're trying to build backlinks, it is always a good idea to get backlinks from new website every time instead of going for the same website again and again, because that will not add much value. So when I showed the linking website, that means those are the unique websites that are linking to that particular website. And maybe some of those websites have provided multiple links to it. But the main thing that you should focus on is what are the unique websites that are providing you the links. Okay, so those are the 5 traits of a good backlink, right? And yeah, high authority, and making sure that it is basically a do follow link. It is also having backlinks from new domains. It is also at the same time, what do you call it? It is topically related, and it is not doing anchor text spamming, right? So these are the five traits of a good backlink. So whenever you're doing link building, keep that in mind. Now, as we go through it, I know some of you are like, when am I going to learn how to build these links then? How can you find the right people to give you the links? And that is where it becomes a little tricky, right? And that is where we have some link building strategies as well, because uh, building links is almost equal to trying to do sales pitch in a way. The only difference is that since both the parties are going to benefit in this transaction, and there is no exclusivity, you will get better responses. So let's look at some of the link building strategies, right? I have, I think, 2 or 3 strategies in this. If I'm not wrong, maybe there's 4. But the ones that you should be primarily focusing on are like only a couple of them, right? Rest of them are more opportunity based. So let's just go through it. The first thing is, before you even start building links, there are some things that you need to keep in mind. Make sure you have key pages for popular products and services on your website. What this means is making sure that your website is actually ready to get backlinks. If your website is not ready, all the efforts towards getting backlinks is going to be nothing, worth nothing, in fact. So make sure that you have key pages for popular products or service on your website. So let's say if you are into flower business, make sure that you have pages related to flowers, or pages that sell flowers, so that you can create backlinks for those. Second is, focus on creating inbound links to these key pages. Oftentimes we create links just to homepage, but it is much better if you create links to the key pages instead of homepage, because you would want to increase the authority of the pages which make the sale than the homepage. Homepage will anyways get high authority because of the transference of it. So make sure that the backlinks are geared towards those key pages. Third is link velocity. So this is the rate at which a piece of content or a page earns link over time. It should appear natural. So what this means is, let's say if you just created a page today and tomorrow you went on Fiverr, you found this nice Fiverr gig where the person says, I will give you 1,000 backlinks per day. You were like, $5, 1,000 links, let me just do that. And maybe all of those are like very high quality and all of those things that I talked about. But a new page all of a sudden gets 1,000 backlinks for the next 10 days. There's like 10,000 backlinks overall. That is unnatural. Unless and until your website is like Times of India or something like that, wherein you have published some good news and people are sharing that news all over the website, it is not natural. So basically, the velocity or the rate at which you are getting backlinks for your pages should also be natural. Typically, you can build a few links per month is also fine. Sometimes getting even 1 or 2 is fine. Sometimes getting 5 per week is also fine, as long as you have good authority or good traffic from SEO already. But don't just go crazy and build like hundreds or thousands of links per day. That's not what you should be doing. It should appear natural. It should be something which is the within the realm of reality. uh, Fourth is that whenever you're approaching a website for guest posting or link building or anything at all, it should be on relevant, trustworthy, and high authority sites. And finally, one of the basic thing is analyze your competitors' backlink and identify link opportunities to understand what could be the potential areas or potential websites that could provide you the link. So this is typically how you get started with it, or how you prepare. This is you just preparing yourself. Sorry, I've just shaken the desktop. But yeah, this is just preparing, right? This is where you're just like, okay, I am ready to get started. Once you have all of this, then you can start applying different strategies. So these are the 4 strategies that I'm going to talk about. One is link insertion. Second is guest posting. These two are a lot more active. Third is creating linkable assets. This is a passive strategy wherein you're creating assets or creating things which would help get you backlink automatically or naturally. And fourth is more of an opportunistic strategy, wherein if you find an opportunity, you go ahead and grab it. That's basically what it is. So let's try and understand this. Let's start with the active ones first, which is link insertions, and then we'll go to guest posting. So what is link insertion? A link insertion is also known as niche edit. It is a process of getting a website owner to include a backlink to your website in one of their existing posts. So what this means is you find a good website where you saw that, okay, there is a content that is relevant to your website as well. You would reach out to that website owner and ask them to include your website's URL into that existing content. So that's basically what you're doing here. So since the content is already there, there is less friction and they are more eager to actually add your link. Once they do add that link, it's pretty much that, right? So there are some things that you should keep in mind as a part of this. The first is that the website is topically relevant. The post that where you want your link to be inserted should also be topically relevant. The website should have organic traffic. I mentioned this earlier as well, but it should have some organic traffic from the target location that you have. The backlink should be do follow backlink, already mentioned in the good traits. And of course, it should not be marked as sponsored because link insertion are typically something that you may have to pay for quite often as well. So what does it actually look like? What is the process for this? In simple, the process involves wherein you are first prospecting for backlinks. So you're focusing on identifying websites which are likely to provide backlinks by analyzing your competitor's backlink profile. So what you're doing is you're basically looking at your existing competition through SEMrush, for example, and trying to see what are the other what are the websites that are actually providing backlinks to them. Since they are your competitor, there's a high chance that those backlinks are coming from relevant websites. So from that, you can build a list of maybe 100 to 300 prospects wherein you have maybe identified other pages where they don't have link and those are topically relevant as well. Once you have created that list, you would be doing an outreach. So you can use tools like Snovio, or just you can directly just write an email to them. And you need to send like personalized emails. Maybe if you want to make this more scalable, send around 20 to 30 personalized emails per day. And obviously make sure that you're avoiding spam filters and all. Don't go like email blasting and all, and ensure that the email content is compelling with personalized subject lines and creative, value driven messaging. Finally, once you have negotiated with them, now obviously you would expect a response from them, right? Once they have responded, negotiate with them on how you can add the link. Maybe you are providing some value, etc. And once all of that is done, you would finally have them place your link. So upon positive responses from prospects, proceed with link insertion, but be prepared to negotiate if they ask for compensation or have specific requirements for backlinks as well. So this could mean they may ask for money to get that backlink or add that backlink, or they may also ask for something else, like maybe they want some piece of content, or maybe they want a backlink of their own on your website as well. It could be anything. They may have multiple different requirements. So be prepared for negotiations accordingly. So this is an example of link insertion wherein this is an existing content where the link was inserted to the target website. But let me just show you what the outreach email typically looks like as well. I think that would provide you some context on how these outreach emails are created. See, that's the main thing about link insertion. And even with guest posting, you would be pretty much doing something similar. Only thing is, I find, or the reason I'm talking about link insertion first is because link insertions are mostly much more scalable. In the sense, over here, it becomes much more easier for you to get your links inserted into existing content than creating content and then trying to have those posted on the website, etc., which takes a lot more time per link. So this is an example of an outreach. So someone else did an outreach to me, and where they're like, "Hi, I'm Kai from Softlist.io. We blog about business productivity tools and solutions. And this is a subject, right? So they are like, okay, I'm reaching out to you because I noticed that your website is potential asset for work efficiency and project management content. By including Softlist.io on your resource page, you can attract new visitors who are interested in learning about the latest tools for productivity and efficiency. Here is our website. In exchange, we would be happy to include a link to your website on our own page, which I believe would be mutually beneficial arrangement. Let me know if you have any questions, right? So over here, this person is directly saying like, this is what they can offer. Then there could also be something like this, right? Friends from this, I hope you are having a wonderful day. I handle public relation for this. I came across your website doing some research and noticed you have some great resources. I would like to suggest another resource that I believe will be beneficial to your readers. This, please review it at your earliest convenience and let me know if you think this is a good fit. I'm looking forward to hearing you soon. So in this, there is no mention of a compensation or something in return. Now, in this, I can definitely just respond to this person and be like, okay, yes, I want this from you, or this is something that I'm going to charge for the link or something like that. What will happen is, based on that, negotiations will go through, and finally, based on my agreement, I will agree, and then I may add a link to this particular URL that they are sharing. So that is how the outreach emails typically look like. But yeah, that's basically how link insertions work. Then there's guest posting. Guest posting is again very similar to this, but only thing is you would be reaching out to websites that allow you to post content on their website. So this is basically, okay, let's just go through this slide, right? So by writing guest blogs, sharing ebooks or visual assets with other websites, you can build links by asking them to use your asset and link back to your website. You guys saw an example of that outreach email as well. As an example, let's check out guest blogging. So guest blogging is relevant, industry specific, and gives you opportunity to brand yourself as an industry expert and thought leader. Posting on guest sites that already have millions of fans is an easy way to draw traffic to your website. A very simple way is to identify guest posting website is search for the niche plus write for us. If you do a Google search for this, you'll be able to find all the other websites that allow guest posting. So let's say if I want to storage solutions plus write for us. See, write for us, right? So this is one website that allows guest posting. Cloud storage solution, okay, maybe not that relevant. Write for us, okay, these are related to hosting and all, but you get the point, right? Whatever solution that you're offering or whatever it is that you work on, just select that product or service, search for write for us, and you'll be able to find a bunch of different guest posting websites for that. So this is basically how you can find a bunch of different websites. And typically on the pages like these, they would have instructions, specific instructions on how you can write for them. So looking for guest blogging opportunities, these are the guidelines and how to submit. So you need to reach out to this particular email. Now, what happens is, as long as you're following those guidelines, you can like go ahead and create some content for them and work with them. You can also sometimes just directly reach out and then cross check like, okay, this is what you're planning to do, or if you have any questions, etc. as well. So this is like a very straightforward and easy way of doing guest posting as well. So link insertion is more direct, wherein you're scaling based on existing content, and guest posting is where you're essentially reaching out to existing websites which allow you to write for them. And whatever content you write, you can also provide or include your own website's link in that. So that's how you get a backlink for guest posting. So that is the second method. As I told you, both of these are more active methods, right? So guest posting and link insertion are active ways for you to reach out and have them include your link so that you can get a backlink. The third one is creating linkable assets. So this means creating assets or creating content that people would want to link to. So these are the ones that normally earn backlinks naturally. These often includes resources like infographics, original research, in-depth guides, etc. But before you create any asset, you must understand that what people in your niche are linking to. So a very simple way is to check out your competitor's backlink profile, and you'll see or understand what are the different type of content that people generally link to or provide backlinks to, and you just need to create similar ones, right? So that's basically what it is. So a good example of linkable asset would be anything that you may want to link back to or provide a link back to. So let's say, for example, if I had provided an in-depth analysis of how solar panels function, people may want to provide a backlink to this website. But instead of that, what is happening is I found this how do solar panels works from US Department of Energy. Yeah. So I found this thing, right? Like from National Renewable Energy Lab, talking about cell research efficiency and all. And this is like a very good research. This is an original research that they have published over here with a bunch of different PDFs, charts, etc. So this is something that takes a lot of time and effort. And I can definitely provide a backlink to it because this is of such high value. So if you are able to create similar assets, that will naturally attract people to provide backlinks to it. And finally, by examining your competitors' backlinks. So, in addition to doing active and the passive methods or strategies of link building, you can also look at examining your competitors to see and reverse engineer what they are doing. What type of content tends to earn more backlink for them? Who is linking to leaders in your niche? And look for different patterns, right? Like what are the different top pages, topics, style, length, and format. So, for example, does your competitor write about how to style or controversial subjects? And it is basically able to get backlinks through those. Uh, what is the format? Is it long content? Is it short content? Are they using a lot of images, videos? Do they use a lot of pictures, graphics, GIFs? And what is the style of writing? All of these things will help you understand more about what are the different areas and what are the different ways that you can build backlinks, what are the different websites that may be interested in getting your backlinks, or even what are the directories where you can get yourself listed, just like we saw with Storebox. So that's basically like how you like some of the strategies of how you can build backlinks overall. Next up, I'm going to give a quick demo on SEMrush. I already did this a little bit, but I want to show a few other things. Let me just open it up. So SEMrush, we looked at how you can do a little bit of competitive research. But let's do it once again. I'll just run some website over here. Um, let's see, which website should we run? Um, 3PL companies in Bangalore. Okay, let's go with this one. Okay, what does this look like? So this is a website that has major traffic share from India, but it also has a lot of traffic from US, etc. But basically, what this does is when you run it, similarly in SEMrush or Ahrefs, etc., for any website, it will provide you a lot of information about their rankings, their authority score. DA equals to authority score. Yes, it's the same. They will also tell you about how much organic traffic they are getting, how many backlinks they have, right? It also tells you about pages per visit. Like these are some of the additional metrics that they sort of show. As you scroll down, you can also see a trend. It looks like their organic traffic decreased in 2023, and it has recovered a little bit ever since, right? As I go down, I can see these are the top keywords that they are currently ranking for: software companies in Hyderabad, good firms, cloud computing companies in India, cloud companies in India, medical billing companies, right? These are the keywords that they are ranking number one for. Branded traffic, they have around 5%. So that means most of the keywords are non-branded keywords. We also have a split by intent. Looks like majority of it comes from navigation, informational, and then navigational is the major. And then these are other similar websites which also have similar set of keywords or similar set of keywords that they're ranking for. So clutch.co, manifest.com, DesignRush, these are some of the other websites that are also ranking for similar keywords. Looks like DesignRush has a higher density of overall keywords and traffic, etc. Clutch.co also has a better one. So these are the two that are like proper competitors, right? So this is basically how you can quickly understand each of the different things. Yeah, 33% commercial. That's pretty interesting, actually, in fact. Yeah, absolutely, right? So this tells you basically in a very nice overview of how things are running for them. So now what we can do from this is, let's say if I want to understand the keywords that they are ranking for, and if this is a good competitor for me, I would go to the details of this, and I will get all the not all, but at least a significant list of keywords that they are ranking for. And if these are the keywords that I want to rank for as well, I can basically get those and do that. It's still loading. Yeah, there it is, right? It also tells me the intent, if it is commercial, navigational, informational, and what is the URL that is ranking, what is the keyword difficulty, the volume overall, what is the percentage of traffic, how much traffic they are actually getting, right? Let me see, there should be something over here for paid one. If I go to domain overview, so this is the organic segment, and this is the advertising research. In advertising, they don't have anything right now. So major traffic is coming from organic. And next thing that I can basically do is I can also do a backlink audit of this. So there is like a backlink analytics audit, etc. So I will just click on backlinks over here. And what this will do is this will help me understand uh, how their backlinks overall look like. So as you can see, they have total 32,000 websites that are referring to it. But they have like 5.1 million backlinks. But what matters is this: referring domains are these. Monthly visits that they get are almost like 500,000, and organic traffic that they get is 133 or 137,000. Now, out of that, we can also see the overall distribution of the authority score. So very good and niche relevant is what it says. So what this means is the backlink profiles look natural, right? The link power is very good. So basically measures how many backlinks this domain has, as well as their overall quality. Organic traffic, an estimated of how much organic search traffic this domain gets. You can also take a quick look at the network graph if you want to do something fancy over here to understand like how the backlinks are overall there. And we also have like a nice authority score trend in the last 12 months over here. We get to know the referring domains. Looks like they have done some backlink building in the last few months. Number of backlinks have definitely declined, however. So maybe the referring domain have gone up, but the number of backlinks declined. But as you can see, okay, these are the anchor text. Good firm's badge, good firm's logo, digitans, empty anchor, good firm, clutch badge, Upwork badge. Okay, so it looks like what they're doing is, since they are a aggregator, a lot of them are adding their badges or certification that they are listed over there as well. So this gives you a pretty good idea of what they are doing and how they are getting all of these backlinks. So what I would do is, as a next step, I can look into a few things. Now, if I go to backlinks, what I can do is I can basically filter these based on follow. It is still loading. Yeah. Based on, I want to make sure that these are do follow links. So do follow means follow. Okay. Now I will have the data of what are the overall links that are follow links, right? So what I can do is, as a part of this, I can also look at the backlinks that this company has lost. And let's say if this company, I'm a competitor of goodforms.co, what I can basically do is I can identify if any of these lost pages have content that is relevant to me or relevant to my site. And based on that, I can identify if maybe I want to reach out to them and get some links. That is a very simple way of doing a research of your competitor and trying to get some backlinks for wherever they lost it. So if any of these make sense for me, I can reach out to them, right? Second thing that I can do is I can go to index pages. And in index pages, looks like overall, they have 1.3 million pages indexed. So probably they have a lot more pages, but these many pages are what indexed. Basically, what this means is these are the number of pages that Google has indexed of their website. Now, out of this, what I can do is I can select this. What are the broken pages? And from this, I can see if there are any pages that currently have significant number of backlinks. And if those pages are relevant for me, I can basically go to the backlinks of theirs or the domains that are providing these backlinks. And then I can also reach out to them by creating a similar page or asking them like, okay, why don't you link to my page, which is much better. Okay. So basically that is what I can do from this. So for example, this page, it is currently not found. What I can do is I can just click on all the domains. And then in this, I can essentially go to these websites if they make sense to me. Let me just sort by this first. Authority score. Looks like these are very small domains, so doesn't really matter much. But yeah, as you can see, like this is another opportunity that I can find, wherein if there are any websites that have good authority score and they are pointing to links that are broken, I can essentially ask them to replace that with my link. So these are some of the small things that you can do to quickly get some backlinks as well. So let's try and understand something. Let's just go to overall. Let's just go back to this. Okay, so referring domain, let me just go to this. Okay, now if you notice, this one domain has provided 1.3 million backlinks. So let's just take a look at this. Okay, so looks like what is happening is probably they have provided a backlink in the footer or a header section. They have around 1.3 pages, 1.3 million pages. And since they have provided it in the footer or header, it is that backlink is replicated across all of the pages. So let's just validate that. See, they have put it in the footer. So that's why the number of backlink are shown for every single page. So if they have 2 million pages, it will show that this one domain has provided 2 million backlinks just because it is in the footer. So that is basically what is happening here. Does that mean it's good? Doesn't really matter. As long as there is one backlink, that is also good enough. Okay. So this is typically how you do your competitive analysis. Now, obviously, SEMrush has a bunch of different tools and methods of doing it. And you can like use all of those. In fact, you can also use something like site audit to do like a quick SEO audit as well. Yeah, so that's basically how you kind of look into your competitor, right? And try to identify what you can do with them. Now, SEMrush, personally, I think it is a pretty good tool, but also it is quite pricey. So, like it has a free version as well, but it is quite limited. But you can still use it to explore what the tool looks like overall. So, what about the free tool? These are two which are available. The first one is small SEO tools. These are like small things that it has like a combination of all of them, and you can basically try to quickly like use some of these to get what you want. These tools are ad supported, and even these have some limitation, but it is still a bit better, like text analysis, which plagiarism checker and all. They also have like a design tool, image editor, keyword tool. This is related to SEO, backlink tool, right? But yeah, these are still some decent tools that you can use, and they are available for free because they are supported by advertisements. And then there is SEO Optimer. Okay, so SEO Optimer. So what does SEO Optimer does? It is a pretty good tool to do a quick audit of your website's SEO. It is pretty comprehensive in the sense of the checklist, but it is still limited because at the end of the day, this is a free tool. So let's try and understand what it looks like. So what it does is it checks 5 to 6 different areas of your website. And from that, it tries to identify the different things that needs to be improved. And yeah, 5 different things. It's almost finished. Yeah. So this is where it is. So it checks your on-page SEO, it checks the links, usability, performance, and social media. So it's like a full-fledged audit, but at the same time, this is like a quick audit. What that means is it just checks your homepage. It is not checking other websites. sorry, not other website, other pages of the website. It is not checking things around, let's say, how overall it is impacting, what are the different type of ways that you can improve it, etc. It is not going as deep as Screaming Frog SEO does. That's basically what I want to say. But at the same time, it still provides pretty good results. So let's just take a look at both of these, right, and try and understand what it is. So Kanti Veda looks like this is, what is this website? Kantiveda.com. Home Organic. Okay, interesting. So basically organic products. Perfect. Sounds good. Now, what it says is on page SEO, there are things that can be improved. Links, it's F. Social can be improved apparently. Performance can be improved and usability can be improved. This is how it is scoring you across the entire diagram. If your like if this chart has more blue area covered, that means the better your website is. Now, does that mean every single thing that they say is right? Not necessarily. You will have to use your own understanding and context of the website to see like if that is a high priority or not. So over here, it also prioritizes things for you. Like it provides like recommendations, execute a link building strategy, include meta description tag. Looks like you don't have meta description tag on this page. Uh, Reduce your total page size, increase length of title tag, add H1 header tag, improve side load speed. As you can see, there's a bunch of different things, right? And if I want, I can take a look at those independently or individually as well. So for title tag, it says it should be between 50 to 60 characters in length. Meta description is not there. It shows like a quick snippet. Obviously, this doesn't look that great because the meta description, as well as there can be improvement with the title. Um, okay, language, it has detected English US. H1 header tag is not being used. So as you can see, it like provides like a pretty good overview, right? It also talks about keyword consistency in the page and the frequency of those, different phrases that are added, amount of content there is, image alternative text is not there. So all of the things that I sort of talked about or mentioned is something that it will do a quick audit of. Why is it providing this for free? Some of you may ask. The reason is because this is doing it just for one page. In a comprehensive audit, you would be looking at multiple pages. And that is where SEO Optimer makes money, right? So usability, it can be better. It shows this pop-up right as it renders. And on tablets, looks like it is not rendering properly. Bunch of different optimization for speed, email privacy, performance results. It like shows like how it is working overall, a bunch of other things. So this is basically a pretty decent report. And if you want, you can also run it. It is free version, right? Like it is a free thing that you can run. So that is basically what an audit typically looks like. I know I just cut it pretty quickly, but that's basically what it is. Now, how does an audit transform from auditing the website to, let's say, doing an SEO? Um, so the next thing is to understand and identify what an SEO actually does. So most of the things that we talked about were about SEO in general, but how would you actually approach an existing website? So let's just talk about that a little bit. So the first thing is obviously when you're approaching an existing website, what you will do is you will try to understand what they are currently doing and how they are. You can probably run something like SE Optimer to understand how they are currently doing. You can also run the Screaming Frog SEO tool to understand what are the different links, what are the different issues, It also provides like a list of things that you should be improving, right? According to along with priorities and what it is, etc. You can look at those. From both of these, you can identify what you can do to improve it. But overall, in addition to this, what you should also be looking at is you should be looking at the website itself. Visit the website, try and understand what is the structure. How are they linking each of the pages together? Are they utilizing all the right things or not in terms of is their content built based on a keyword strategy, or it is just built for some reason? Is it properly categorized or not? If it is easily accessible or not? Their robots.txt, their sitemap, how they are indexed. Are all the pages are indexed or not? Check their Google Search Console. Check how the users are navigating the website once they visit. If they already have some traffic, see if they are visiting the website. Uh, what is the user doing? You can do this from Google Analytics, right? You can check, like, once they visit the first page, are they going to other pages or not? What are they doing? Are they achieving the goal that they want or not? And once you get to this point, right, you yourself will get a lot of ideas of what you can do, what you can improve, and how you can fix things. And only after that, you just need to create a list of things that you would want to do to fix the existing setup. Once you have done that, the next step then starts from the basic keyword research. So once you have done all of this, you will do another set of keyword research. You will try to see if the current set of keywords that they are focusing on or their website is focused on, is it good? Can we improve the content? If you identify new set of keywords, see if you can create some good content for that. After that, follow the entire set of things that I talked about throughout all of the 7 sessions previously, right? From keyword research, go to on-page SEO, go to technical SEO, check everything, check if their entire setup for technical SEO is proper or not. Are they using the schema properly or not? If for the new content created also, if they are doing it or not. Are they applying the Google Eat methodologies or not? And so on and so forth. You would also be then looking into backlinks, what type of backlink they currently have, what are the different opportunities around that, can you get some links for them? And that is how you start to build an entire data around not just what is the challenges right now, but you will also be able to identify what you would want to do. And this audit that I'm talking about is not a simple audit. This sometimes it takes about 2 to 3 weeks of time for you to just work on it. And after you have comprehensively built it, that becomes like a plan that you can follow for the next 1 year. So that is essentially how you should be thinking or approaching any existing website as well, right? So yeah, that's basically how you do SEO. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to talk about a success measurement a little bit, about what are the key metrics that you should be looking at. So success measurement, as it says, SEO not only involves the analysis of basic metrics like traffic from organic search, but it also requires a holistic approach to measure success or measure business outcomes and making adjustment based on the data. Sales is one of the important business outcome that they're looking for as a part of SEO. Which makes sense. At the end of the day, why invest money and resources and time on SEO if it is not going to achieve a business outcome, right? And that is the entire reason businesses invest in SEO altogether. So what are the challenges when it comes to measuring SEO value? The first thing is that you don't own the data, right? What this means is every SEO data that you see is provided from Google. Basically, Google Search Console will tell you if your website is good or not, if your website is indexed or not, what kind of impressions you're seeing, etc. And then obviously, sometimes you may not have proper analytics setup or proper ways of measuring setup. That's also a big issue. Tracking is properly not set up. There are not proper people to help out with this. And at the end of the day, you don't trust the measurements that are currently set up, right? So this is based on a survey that was conducted, but this tells you that what the major challenges are. So when it comes to measuring, the simplest and easiest way is essentially to use an analytics tool like Google Analytics. Now, does that mean you will see 100% measurement? Not really. It will, but still be around 90 to 95% of the measurement. So for a small website, it doesn't really matter much. But when you're working with, let's say, millions of traffic and millions of websites, or sorry, millions of pages, that is when you will start to see the major issue or challenge with this. So the first thing is, anyways, that the first thing is that you should install an analytics solution like Google Analytics. Second is define your business objectives and KPIs. Similar to sales, for some of you, it may be traffic. For some of you, it may be leads. For some of you, it may be just getting newsletter signups, right? So what are those? You need to define them and then configure those within the analytics. So in analytics today, you can also set up events to make sure that you're measuring those business objectives in terms of the traffic, in addition to the traffic that you're getting as well. So overall, what are the metrics that you should be tracking? The metrics that you should be looking at least from SEO perspective, are the first one is keyword ranking. How can you look at keyword ranking? You can use tools like SEMrush again. Or you can also, like, for free, you can use Ahrefs. There's like a free tool in Ahref for checking your ranking. Let me just open that. So this is a free tool, keyword rank checker. So what it will do is, we looked at good firms, right? So let's say I want to check good firms ranking for 3PL companies, right? So let's just take a look at that. So this is the keyword 3PL companies. The domain is this, United States, check ranking. And it tells me that, okay, where my website or good firms ranks, which is at 47 right now. And it also tells me like what are the current websites that are ranking 1, 2, or 3, right? So this is basically how you can check your rankings. Now there are tools that just help you with rank checking as well. So you can use some of those too. What's my rank, for example? What's my SERP, I think. But there is rank tracker, multiple different rank trackers, right? Like you can track your rank. So for your website, for example, it will give you a list of for what keyword, what is your position, how much traffic you're getting, etc. And so on and so forth. So the first thing is, as I mentioned, keyword rankings, tracking these are important. Backlinks. What are the quality of backlinks and what are the quantity of backlinks? Measure that, monitor that. What is your domain authority? You can get the authority score from multiple different third-party websites. What type of organic traffic you're getting? Organic traffic is going to be separate from paid traffic, social media traffic, or direct traffic. How much time someone is spending on a page? What is the bounce rate? So, and then how much mobile traffic you're getting? Typically, it is going to be around 75 to 80% these days. And finally, what is the click-through rate for your SEO? So for example, when someone sees your listing, are they clicking enough or not? And if they are not clicking enough, that's something that you should be fixing as well. So yeah, that's basically the ways that you sort of measure and work through SEO. What you need to remember is everything that I taught you guys so far is more of the foundational concepts. Once you learn this and understand this, and as you dig deeper into it, you will notice that there are a lot other things that will show up. And that is quite common. at the end of the day, it's up to you, your grit, and how you go through them, which matters, and how you like tackle those things. Because at the end of the day, SEO is ever changing. And this is something that you guys will also know and understand because of how everyone is also fearing AI, and at the same time, how everyone is like looking at different search. Google keeps releasing different algorithm updates, and so on and so forth. So it is very important to keep yourself updated.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers digital marketing course in collaboration with iHub IIT Roorkee. Through this course, you will learn complete digital marketing from search engine optimization, search engine marketing to PPC, analytics, and social media marketing, and much more from the IIT faculty and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of digital marketing.